to say was inspired and amazing. This was wonderful food. Thank you. The lava cake was inspired. Why do you constantly turn the Wi-Fi off? Yes, turn off mobile hotspot. What? What? Thank you so much for the wonderful food. The lava cake was really inspired.
Let's see here. Is this negative? I would say overall, yes. New World Death Game? I don't think so. I think this is maybe yes, maybe no. Yes, this is a negative video, positive video, positive, negative, positive, negative, kind of negative, negative.
New World is getting paid XP boost, and there are some possible pay-to-win concerns now. Let's talk about that. So there's some information that I didn't realise we had when they announced the expansion in the dev update. We basically have what they're going to talk about here with the Seasons Pass, and we have the fact that the PTR is actually going live tomorrow. So just to confirm, the Season Pass and the Fellowship of Fire is going live tomorrow on the PTR. You can see here it's going live 23rd at 10 AM, 5 PM UTC, and you can see what we're going to get, the combat updates and stuff like that. I will come back to this, but I just want to talk about the Season Pass first, because I think this is what most people have concerns about. So as we said previously, there's going to be two tracks basically with the Season Pass. There's a free track, which is just going to look like this. So here's a sort of highlighting the free track. You can see there's actually two tiers, right? The top one is the free one, and the bottom one is the premium one. I'm not 100% sure why here the free one has been unlocked, but the bottom one hasn't. Yeah, I don't actually know what that is. These little gold icons here, they appear to be XP boosts basically, but for gathering and crafting and stuff like that. These are obviously just going to be loot. These are also going to be
incoming party invite,
which I think is likely to be more, right? And I think over here to the right, these are also skins basically, they're not actually the raw gear. This one might be the raw gear, but I'm not 100% sure. There's some gypsum, all kinds of interesting stuff. In this image they are highlighting the premium track, and you can basically see it's a lot of chests. These are going to be random gear, I think, right? And they mentioned in the dev update that you might have better RNG, so that's going to be very interesting. It's only available once you are level 25. You can get Marks of Fortunes, boost tokens, which we're going to come on to, and seasonal loot. You get the XP by doing a variety of different, an activity card, which we'll talk about, but you can get it through doing quests, faction missions, town projects, expedition bosses, outpost rush, 3v3 arenas, and more. So this is your season journey. Here you're going to have like a variety of different things you do step by step, and you're going to get more and more XP, right? Pretty interesting. I actually enjoyed this system as an idea, and I have no qualms with it whatsoever. I think a season pass sounds pretty cool. Having seasons sounds very interesting. There are going to be some activities that are specific to that season, and there is also this stamp card where basically doing whatever it says on there, you'll get a bit of XP on the activity tracker, right? And apparently you are going to actually be able to re-roll them if you don't like whichever ones they give you in the first place. Okay, pretty cool system. There's a new little story called the Silver Crows. You're going to confront a powerful warlock and Varangian horde. Alright, that sounds interesting. It sounds sort of more like a side story rather than the main story, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that. Obviously the new expedition is coming as well. Oh, it's in Great Cleave. I don't know if we'd actually had that detail revealed, but now we know it's in Great Cleave. There's going to be a new heart rune as well called the Firestorm. Gear set storage is a big one that I probably should have said up front. It's going to be very interesting because you're actually going to be able to buy more slots using real money. Now for a lot of people that will be very annoying. So you'll now be able to save and switch between your favourite sets of gear after reaching level 25. Additional slots can be earned through the season pass or purchased with the Marks of Fortune. Basically you can buy more for real cash. That's not pay to win, that's pay for convenience. Either way, a lot of people are not going to be happy at seeing that. Weaver's Fen and Brightwood's getting reworked. They're not showing any screenshots now. Rabbit's Revenge is coming back, that's pretty interesting. Springtime Bloom looks very, very colourful, and I have to say I do like it. The Fury of the Spriggan is the one that I couldn't remember the name of earlier, and it's pretty interesting. But let's get to the FAQ. So these seasons are going to be on a predictable 3-month cadence, so you know when we're going to get the next patch, there's no question about it. Each time there's going to be a new season pass, and there are going to be time limited premium reward tracks like cosmetics. Now at some point they say that if you don't get all the cosmetics, it goes into like a vault. I'm guessing at some point you'll be able to unlock that vault, right? I just don't know what the system is for that. The premium reward track is going to be available for 20,000 marks of fortune. I think they said that's like 20 quid, $20, something like that, and it features 100 tracks. Okay, on to the big question. Isn't this a form of pay to win? All the non-cosmetic premium track rewards can also be earned through the free track and normal gameplay. That's a little bit vague, right? Because if you're going to give people random gear rolls, then you could argue the case there that you can get it through normal gameplay if you go and do an outpost rush or something. So whilst that might technically be true, giving people randomized gear, I would argue, is probably pay to win, right? And that is what it looks like in those chests, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. The premium reward track adds 100 levels of additional rewards, giving players the opportunity to get more in-game items. So you can get randomized gear on the free track, you're just going to get more in the randomized one. Okay, but that's still pay to win in theory, in my opinion. And then they go on to say, the gear rolled from these rewards will not exceed gear score 600, so it is definitely gear, right? And does not include any unique perks that cannot be found in-game. So the argument here is, you can earn this normally. However, I don't really think that holds much water in my opinion. Just because the gear is randomized and you can get randomized gear elsewhere doesn't make it any less pay to win in my eyes. Granted, it's a limited pay to win, as in you buy the premium reward track and it stops there, but you know, it's effectively a pay to win battle pass. If you have it, you're going to be more powerful than if you don't. Or you could potentially be more powerful than if you don't. It's RNG, so you actually can't guarantee it, which I'm not sure if that's better or worse. But in my opinion, it is pay to win. It's just the battle pass and it's capped pay to win. We'll probably have more discussions about this when we actually see it. The cosmetics don't provide any benefit. Okay. And then a little sneaky, what are boost tokens? So boost tokens are time-based catch-up mechanics that provide temporary quality of life conveniences that do not affect stats or provide any advantage in combat. They are designed to help players that want to more quickly level up weapon mastery, trade skills or season progression, and territory standing. So basically, you're going to be able to pay and get these quicker, which for trade skills, does that include aptitude? We don't know. For the season progression, yeah, you could argue that's not really that bad, it's just speeding it up. But I mean, you could argue there's a bit of a dodgy element there. And territory standing, well, if you can increase your territory standing, you can also increase your season progression. Now, the one thing they don't talk about there is level XP. I'm a little bit confused why they don't at this point do level XP. Level XP is the one I sort of would have preferred, right? Let the people who are playing catch up. These, there are still people like myself, I don't have all my weapon masteries. I'm probably going to buy them, right? Certainly questionable, shall we say. If the trade skills allowed you to do it for aptitude, then that could be a real problem for a lot of people. Tokens are available to be earned in-game though, through the free and the premium track of the season pass, as well as for purchase through the in-game store, so you can just buy these when you want. You're not limited, it's not just the reward track and that's it, you can just buy them. So if you really want to just be the highest territory standing, well, no, it's not really going to be that impressive because you can just buy something that will give it you quicker. It's a bit annoying. But then even worse, right, so here it sounds like it's going to be all XP, here we actually move on to yield. Now, I don't know if they've got this confused, but this one is very, worrying in my opinion. For example, the proficiency boost token that increases gathering yield by 10% for 90 minutes provides a longer but lower percent increase than the powerful proficiency booster that can be crafted in-game. So you can buy one that is going to give you 10% for 90 minutes. Sure, it's a lower percentage than the one you can buy in-game, but you can buy this with real money. You can now officially buy gold effectively. You can buy yield. This sounds more and more pay to win the more that I think about it and the more that I see it. Honestly, I think we've crossed the line. I think we've moved into soft pay to win. It's here and it's going to stay. My concern isn't necessarily with the paid premium track. I sort of can get over that. I'm a little bit concerned that they're going to include effectively gear, randomized gear. It's basically loot boxes, literally loot boxes, right? You pay for the premium track, you get more loot boxes. That, to my money, is sounding like pay to win. And then these boost tokens, I actually was like, I would have been okay with these. The ones where it's like XP, I'd have been like, that's fine. But when they start talking about yield, then I start having a bit more of a problem. Now you have it so that you can pay to get yield. Yes, it's not the best way of doing it. It might not even be the most cost effective. But if you're buying something on the store, the cash store, that you would have otherwise have paid for in-game using actual gold, then you're saving that gold, and then not only that, you're actually going to go out and buy materials that are then going to give you more materials than you would have otherwise got. Like, I don't know, that one, I have a bigger problem with that, I think, almost, than the randomized gear for some reason. It just doesn't sit right with me. So this is an interesting day for New World. We've got an expansion announcement, we've got season pass announcements, we have the PTR going live tomorrow, but it does sound like we might be going over the pay-to-win line. I used to be able to say that New World had the best sales model of any MMO out on the market. I'm not sure I can any longer say that. Granted, I don't really know too many business models about the other games, but we are moving into a little bit of pay-to-win. And if you disagree with that, then just know I disagree with you. Do I think it's the end of the game or what have you? No, not necessarily. I just think it's a bad thing to happen. Sort of understandable in a way, and I will probably keep playing New World. I'm not going to stop because of it, but I mean, to me, that's pay to win. I did say I would talk a little bit about the PTR. Just know that there's not too much here. The Bane's going to be increased by 10% on range weapons. You're going to be able to do a bit more tanking with different weapons because the taunt gem's being increased in capacity. Muskets getting nerfed. Some crowd control abilities are also being changed. The equipable balances are coming. We need to see that in the game, and I'll be checking it out in game, so make sure you subscribe and I'll tell you what it is when we see it. So an interesting day for New World. I personally think possibly a dark day for New World because we've had the pretty much underwhelming event. Then we've had this pay to win element of the season pass. However, we did get an expansion announced, and a lot of people are happy about that and being like, big W, but then it's like, well, this season pass is not really a big W. It's pretty much a big L in my opinion. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm sure I probably can't stop you. Have a most beautiful day though. Like and subscribe. Goodbye.
Everyone is saying it, Mythic Plus is broken.
Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about one of the most important and misunderstood stories in the entirety of the English language, Frankenstein. The original edition of Frankenstein was written by Mary Shelley in 1818. And from there, the story's combination of romantic and gothic themes laid the creation for horror as we know it today. However, while many of you are probably familiar with the concept of Frankenstein's monster and the literal hundreds of adaptations the story's had, a lot of people overlook the depth and impact that the original tale holds. So today, we're going to give the story the justice it deserves and go through the story together and see what made it so special. And it would be amiss to talk about Frankenstein without mentioning some of the adaptations. Depending on how long it takes me to go through the original book, we may be looking at the original 1931 film at the end of this video, unless I end up talking about the plot of a 200-year-old book for longer than like an hour, which is pretty on brand at this point, in which case we'll save the adaptations of Frankenstein for another day. Also, what gave me the idea to do this video is I'm currently working my way through the works of Junji Ito, and he made an adaptation of Frankenstein. And some of his artistic representations of the character are by far my favorite, so when you see black and white terrifying images that look like this, just know that's where they're from. But I'm happy to talk about this story because, in my opinion, it was the groundwork for analyzing the human form and consciousness in science itself as the foundation for future terror. When the book was written, most stories revolved around the idea of the indomitable human spirit, or this idea that humanity can surpass any danger it faces. Whereas Frankenstein, or its original title, Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus, flips the table on this idea and says that while man is capable of great achievement, they are also capable of great terror. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we break down the story of Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus. But before I deliver some more cursed knowledge, let's make sure you're being cursed the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon Earbuds. At half the price of their competitors with the best audio package and quality you can buy, it's no secret as to why Raycon earbuds have over 50,000 5-star reviews. With a design that can amplify your sound while isolating outside noise, as well as an awareness mode that you can toggle if you want to be more aware of your surroundings, Raycon earbuds are not only useful, but they're also very comfortable as you're wearing them. And it's thanks to that design that whenever you're wearing your Raycon earbuds, No matter how you move your head, or what you do, or what activities you're taking part in, your Raycon earbuds will never fall out. I wear my earbuds when I'm hiking, working out, reading a book, or anything in between because they're the perfect earbud for every daily activity. Raycon earbuds offer a 32-hour battery life with 8 hours of playtime. The design of the earbuds also feature a large push button on the side of the earbud itself.
Your skill has
Use this
increased.
button to turn up the volume, skip ahead in a song, pause or play your music, and even pick up a call. Because thanks to its design, comfort, and quality, Raycon can make any day better starting today. Because if you go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Raycon earbuds for 15% off. That is right, 15% off your Raycon purchase. All you have to do is go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Wendigoon to save money and get in on this fantastic deal today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring my videos. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to give some context, the version that I read twice at this point in preparation for this video is the 1831 or second edition of Frankenstein. The original edition was published in 1818 by Mary Shelley. Mary Shelley, for those that don't know, is essentially the proto-goth or the original goth girl, so we all owe her our due respect. But in her adult life, she lived around prominent figures of the writing community. Her husband, Percy Shelley, was also an author and is most famous for his short poem, Ozymandias, which is famous as it would eventually go on to be the title of a Breaking Bad episode. I'm so sorry. In 1860, Mary had published several poems, but had never published an entire novel. That was until one night in 1860 when herself, her husband Percy, and several of their writing friends were all gathered together where they decided it would be a fun game to come up with a ghost story. So that night, all of the writers came up with a short summary of what could make a good ghost story. And the concept that Mary came up with would eventually become Frankenstein. At her husband's insistence, she continued to expand the story till it became the complete novel that we know today. The original edition that was published in 1818 was published anonymously. That is because Mary believed a story that covers disturbing concepts wouldn't do well if the publisher was a woman. However, years later in 1831, Mary would officially publish Frankenstein under her own name, and that's the version that is most often read and remembered. She also made minor changes to the story and specific events and descriptions between the two versions, but I'll mention some of those as I go through the narrative. As I said in the intro, I believe Frankenstein to be one of the most important and inspiring stories in Gothic literature. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the story itself. The story begins by being told through a series of letters. These letters are from a man named Robert Walton, who is writing home to his sister as he is out on a voyage of the Arctic. Now, parts of the story like this, for the sake of time, I'm going to summarize quickly. There is a lot of depth that can be pulled out in the symbolism and the beauty of the writing itself in these sections of the story. So I highly suggest with all of these stories that you read or listen to Frankenstein yourself, but I'm more interested with the man trying to be God, creating monster, beast thing, yada yada. So to summarize, across these few letters, Walton is telling his sister of how he is traveling to the Arctic to try to find out what's at the North Pole, or as he calls it, the thing which moves the needle. See, in 1818, no one had made it to the North Pole, so it was a sort of secret where magnetism comes from, or how compasses work. So Walton's an explorer looking to make the great discovery of whatever's up there. He also remarks to his sister of how he feels alone as he does not have a friend, or someone that he can explain his grandiose ideas of existence and of science and discovery and what have you. Because while he is at sea with several sailors, he desires to find someone of a like mind. These letters continue until Walton says that the sea is beginning to freeze, and because of that, his travel is slowed substantially. And then one day, in the midst of the frozen sea, the crew looks out and sees what appears to be a man on dog sled traveling across the frozen water. This is suspicious for a couple reasons. For one, there's absolutely nothing out here but ice, so it doesn't make sense of where a man would be able to live, especially with dogs and traveling across the ocean. And more bizarre, this figure is at least 8 feet tall by Walton's guess. Which, yes, giants, giant man, go ahead. Giants, haha, we're moving on. The next day, after seeing this man on the sled, they see another man on the sled, this time next to the ship. A piece of ice had broken off, and he floated over with a dog sled similar to the past man next to the ship itself. This man, who was now floating next to the ship, was of normal stature and very emaciated and weak. His dog sled had one lone dog, and the man himself seemed to be near death. The men aboard the ship tell the man to come on, and when he doesn't respond, they say that if he doesn't come willingly, that they're going to drag him onto the ship because they're not going to let him die out there. The man simply looks up at them and asks, are they going to the North Pole? When they say yes, he says that he would be happy to travel with them. In his letters, Walden says that this new stranger is very kind and smart. He's not only very knowledgeable in science, but speaks with an earnesty that everyone around him can recognize. Walton is overjoyed, remarking to his sister that this is the friend that he has longed for. Over the next few days, after listening to this stranger's story of the marvels of the natural world, Walton becomes overjoyed and decides to tell the stranger about his own experiences with science and how this expedition is to find whatever's at the North Pole. Upon hearing this, the stranger begins to weep and yell. He remarks that he can't believe he is now dragged back into the same desire that destroyed him. Walton is confused by this. He has no idea what the stranger is talking about, and the stranger seems to flip out just because Walton wants to pursue science. The stranger says that this was once his desire as well, and it led him to the turmoil that he currently lives in. So, in order to warn Walton of what may befall him, he decides to tell Walton his life story. Walton grabs paper and begins to record the stories as the stranger tells them. This narrative, as recorded by Walton, is the primary story of the book itself. So the stranger begins by telling Walton his name, Victor Frankenstein. And in these writings, the story of Frankenstein begins. Victor was born to a wealthy family in Geneva, Switzerland. Throughout Victor's upbringing, all that he ever knew from the Frankenstein family was love and support. He remarks that the way his father met his mother is that his mother's father had died and she was left homeless, and because his father loved his mother and didn't want to see her go through any other trouble, he married her immediately. He remarks how loving and kind his parents were to him, and that despite his father's riches and all the business ventures he went on, there was no treasure more important to him than his son Victor. This love of his parents extended to others as well. The Frankenstein family was viewed as these noble benefactors who everyone in the community looked up to, and they constantly opened up their home for those who needed it. When Victor was about 5 years old, his parents, who were named Alphonse and Caroline, were traveling through a small village when they found a young orphan girl. The girl was about 5 years old, and it was explained to Alphonse and Caroline that the daughter's parents had died recently. So, seeing that this young girl had nowhere to stay, they invited her into their home. So, this young girl by the name of Elizabeth became a part of the Frankenstein household. And Victor and Elizabeth became close friends, even referring to each other as cousin. Now, remember earlier how I mentioned there were some differences from the 1818 edition and the 1831 edition? This is one of them. In the original 1818 story, Elizabeth is in fact Victor's cousin, whereas in the 1831 version, as I just mentioned, they just call each other cousin. Later in the story, as you could probably imagine, Elizabeth and Victor form a romantic bond. And while that wasn't out of place in early 1800s European aristocracy, whenever Mary was going to release a version in her own name, she went, nah. And that's actually the biggest change between the two editions. Victor's other close friend, as he was growing up, was named Henry Clerval. Henry, of the Clerval family, lived close to the Frankenstein estate, and the two were best friends growing up. From a young age, Victor had an intense fascination with the wonders of the natural world. Specifically, those attributes of the natural world which really couldn't be explained. Things like the concepts of life and death, and the sustaining rejuvenation of nature around us. He became intensely focused with ancient concepts like the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone, constantly studying the works of people like Agrippa and other old world alchemists. His father dismissed these at a young age, saying that this is old knowledge that is no longer applicable, and he should just focus on learning the new science, the correct science. Well, whenever a father tells their son to not do something because it's stupid, it just makes the kid do it more. And that's exactly what happened with young Victor. He began to get his hands on any book he could that related to merging of elements, or of creating new materials, or other old world concepts that were considered outdated but held interest to him. He specifically became interested with the concept of necromancy, or raising the ghost or raising of the dead in old world philosophy. Even now, while relaying this story to Walton, because remember the entire story is Frankenstein narrating his life for Walton in the Arctic expedition, he remarks that he looks on these times with anguish and sadness, because at the time he felt like he could only travel up, but now in the present he recognizes this was the beginning of his fall. He continued to learn on his own until tragically, when Victor was 17 years old, his mother died of fever. Just before her death, whenever the family was gathered around her bedside, among her last words, she asked that Elizabeth and Victor would one day be married. Now, at this point in his writings, Victor had mentioned that he had developed a love for Elizabeth. However, this love for Elizabeth was not as important to him as his love of science. So, with the death of his mother, Victor decides it is now time to put action to his wants and goes off to university. He mentions that he did plan to eventually marry Elizabeth, and he wanted to exhaust this part of his life before he went on to marriage and becoming a father. So, Victor travels to university at Ingolstadt, Germany. While there, he begins to enroll in classes that fascinate him, beginning with natural philosophy. The natural philosophy professor, Mr. Krimp, asks Frankenstein of his previous studies. So Frankenstein answers honestly and says that he studied the alchemist and old philosophers. Mr. Krimp immediately berates him for this, saying that all of that time he spent reading was completely wasted, and gives him a list of books to read so that he can actually learn the right way. Victor remarks at how much he hated this, saying that it seems science has exchanged its ancient hopes of grandeur for modern promises that are lame. Like, Victor's interested in changing elements and raising the dead, and then he goes to university where they can promise the ability to grow plants. Woohoo. That is, until he meets a professor by the name of Mr. Waldman. Waldman begins to encourage Victor's ideas, saying that if it hadn't been for those ancient philosophers and alchemists, science wouldn't be anywhere close to where it is now. Victor remarks on these stories, saying while Waldman had good intentions, it set him down a course of misery that he's still living to this day. So with that, Victor sets off, now renewed in his vigor, to discover the secrets of life itself. And to do that, he decides to study death itself. Victor felt that there was some hidden link that the ancient alchemists couldn't find and modern science had overlooked that he could use to make the two draw together. And to do that, he needed to observe death in action, specifically the decomposition of human bodies. So at night, while at university, Victor would sneak out to the cemeteries of Germany and begin to examine bodies as they decompose. He did this for months on end, taking notes of how the bodies form, and how pieces fall apart, and what decomposition is, and from these studies, Victor said that he had finally done it. He discovered the secrets of life itself. During this part of the story, the narrative breaks as Walton tells us that regardless of how much he
your skill has increased.
Victor would not give any clue as to what the secrets of life are, because Victor is terrified that someone will eventually recreate his experiments. Victor says that he discovered the secrets and the concepts of becoming a god, and that it's a power no man should hold. And he tells Walton that if he doesn't believe him, just listen to how the rest of the story goes. After discovering whatever this secret to life is, it's not really explained, it's kind of implied to be some sort of chemical process, but there's also mentions of galvanism or early concepts of electricity. Whatever it is,
your skill has increased.
It to give life to something. So with this theory in mind, he sets about building an experiment. Night after night, Frankenstein lurches into the cemetery and begins to scavenge the bodies of the dead. He goes into the mausoleums, the burial chambers, digs some up, and begins
your skill has increased.
Piece by piece. He decides that if this is going to be a grand experiment to bring a new creature to life, then why not go all the way? Instead of just making another man, he's going to make a giant man, one at least 8 feet tall. He begins to take the largest sections of legs and bones that he can bind, and stitch pieces of torsos together on top of each other to expand them. He decides that he is going to create a new species of creature, why not make it the best? Furthermore, the bigger the pieces, the easier to work on, and the more he can analyze and take notes about exactly what he's doing. So he spends his days studying at university, and then at night goes out and begins to cut up pieces of people before bringing them back to his small college dorm and stitching them together. Eventually, he considers this work more important than his schoolwork and begins neglecting his classes and courses. After all, it seems that he's learned more than they could ever teach him. Frankenstein remains in this state for about a year, constantly bringing in new pieces of bodies and then preserving them in such a way to study them and then watch how his experiments would react with the body and how it would affect the whole. He took detailed notes over all of this, thinking himself to be the next great philosopher. As he begins to put pieces of this creature together, he begins to insert whatever this elixir of life is. And after months and months of toiling, in November, something happened. One night while working on the motionless figure, life floods into it, and Victor watches as it opens a single yellow eye. It's in this moment, having finally achieved what he set out to do, that Victor has a moment of clarity. See, before, Victor was entirely obsessed with this concept of being able to raise the dead and create this new breed of creation. However, despite him wanting to climb to the height of God and build angels, he realizes now that what he's birthed is more akin to a devil. He looks across the creature and sees what he's done, for the first time recognizing its stretched, leathery skin across
Your skill
its
has
enormous
increased.
form, causing every muscle and artery to burst out. Its long black hair is matted and lifeless, and its deep black lips show no signs of life, but move regardless. Set within these lips are these perfectly white teeth, which on their own would be beautiful, but set within this uncanny creature creates an abomination. And with all of this being carried by yellow eyes in a massive form, Victor realizes that he has created Frankenstein's monster. Victor goes into a sort of delirium over this, and he rushes to his bed and quickly falls asleep. He had been awake for days working at this point, and it's almost like the creation of the monster itself was a sort of dream that he hoped he could wake up from. While laying in his bed, he has a dream of Elizabeth, and he holds her in his arms, finally recognizing that that was the happiness he should have been chasing. However, in the dream, as he's holding Elizabeth, she slowly transforms into the rotting corpse of his own mother. The rotting carcass that he's holding is more akin to the dream that he decided to chase rather than the one he should have. Victor awakens from this dream in a cold sweat, confused as he's not able to tell what's real anymore. But then reality makes itself known, as through the darkness of the night, Victor peers at the end of his bed, and peeking through the curtains is the smiling dead face of the monster he made. Quickly, Victor jumps out of the bed and runs down the staircase into the courtyard of the dormitory. He spends the night in anxiety, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, waiting for the groundskeeper to come unlock the gate for the morning. Throughout the night, Victor tries to convince himself that the face and the monster he saw in his dorm was a figment of his imagination. As soon as the gates are open in the morning, Victor begins to pace the streets of Ingolstadt. And while pacing the streets and trying to plan his next move, a carriage approaches him. And out of the carriage steps his best friend, Henry Clerval. Henry is delighted to see Victor. For Henry, Victor's been gone for about 2 years at this point. For Victor, Henry couldn't have arrived at a worse time. Despite this, upon immediately seeing Henry, Victor is happy. He says for a moment he completely forgets about the troubles of the night before. Henry sees Victor and remarks on his ghastly appearance. And Victor says it's just college, you know? Henry says he can't wait to see Victor's dorm, and that is when the horror seeps back into Victor's mind. See, the last time that Victor saw the creature was at the foot of his bed in his dorm room. So naturally, Victor would imagine the creature is still in there. So whenever Victor and Henry come to the dorm building, he tells Henry to wait out front while he goes and prepares the room. Victor goes upstairs, opens the door, and the monster is gone. Victor is over the moon about this. The entire day he was trying to convince himself that it was never real, and now it seems that he was right. So he has Henry come upstairs, and Victor just begins laughing and cheering. Henry asks Victor what this is about because this is unusual to say the least. And as Victor is cheering, his mind begins to flood with images of what he made and the terrors that he saw. It's as if spending years
Your skill has
in
increased.
graveyards and hacking up dead bodies never affected him until this moment. See, before, it's as if he was filled with a desire and a passion that made him forget his human apprehension. And now that that desire and passion's gone, all that's left is the terror he's created. So as he's in the dorm with Henry, he begins to imagine the monster appearing in front of him and seizing and grabbing him as Victor begins to scream and fight
Your
back
skill has
against the
increased.
monster that isn't there. From this, Victor falls asleep for the next couple days, and Henry takes care of him. Whenever Victor awakes, he's experiencing a severe fever. But regardless, Henry is staying by his side. I should mention that the specific setup that Victor had is he had the entry room to his dorm where his bed was, and then there was a second room adjoining
Your
it
skill
where
has
he did
increased.
his experiments on the monster. So whenever Victor comes to after waking up, he asks Henry what Henry's been doing, and Henry mentions that he cleaned up that extra room. Henry asks
Your skill
Victor
has
what he could
increased.
have possibly been doing, as everything in the room was covered in blood and sinew. And Victor's just like, oh, you know, college. See, at this point, Victor is almost in a state of denial about the creature that he's made. And he's certainly not going to tell his best friend about the atrocities that he's done. So Victor just says nebulous things, like he doesn't feel that he should remain in his work or he's gone too far with his studies. And Henry just considers what Victor says to be mad ramblings and stays by his friend's side. During this time, Henry tells Victor that while he's very proud of him and thinks Victor should continue his work, he wishes that he didn't have to, ignore all of his friends and family back home. With that, he gives Victor a letter that was written by Elizabeth for Victor. In her letter, Elizabeth talks of how much she misses Victor, and how much his absence has been a weary part of her life. She knows that he's taking part in important studies and doesn't want to slow him down, but remarks that it would be nice if he could write back every now and then. Again, Victor had ignored all of this with his dedication to the monster, or at least the experiment that would eventually become the monster. In her letter, Elizabeth also remarks that a maid by the name of Justine has come to live with them since Victor left, and how she's essentially become the new mother of the household, and everyone loves Justine's presence. With this, Victor becomes renewed and begins to write letters back home, gets back into his college courses, and Waldman, the professor from earlier who managed to encourage Victor along
Your skill
the
has
path of
increased.
natural philosophy, sees Victor again and remarks how proud he is of how far he's come and how astute of a student Victor is. And all of this hurts Victor inside because while at one time this was what he loved in life more than anything else, simply hearing about chemicals or ideas of alchemy and necromancy now make him physically ill. Henry sees this and begins removing all attributes of science or alchemy or Victor's other previous enjoyments away from the dorm. And Henry begins teaching Victor about the classes he's taking, things like Middle Eastern history and Arabic languages. The unsung hero of this story is Henry. That guy is a great friend at every opportunity. Also, in my crazy haste to jump to, people building giant abominations to God, I forgot to
Your
mention
skill has
the
increased.
story element. One of those being that Victor has a younger brother. Technically, he has two younger brothers, William and Ernest, but Ernest just kind of disappears from the narrative at some point and doesn't really impact the plot, whereas William, Victor's youngest brother, absolutely impacts the plot. That is because, as Victor and Henry are living together and going about their studies, they receive another letter from Elizabeth. In this letter, Elizabeth informs them that William has been killed. He was only about 6 years old and was found strangled to death in a park near the Frankenstein estate. Initially, Victor reads the letter and is immediately overcome with emotion. And the way the story explains what happens next is Henry asks what's wrong, and Victor just hands him the letter, and immediately Henry begins to mourn with Victor. The bond between these two is often overlooked, and one of the things that I feel is most often lost in future adaptations. That and overarching concepts of morality and, meaning, but that's besides the point. So Henry tells Victor that he should go home and be with his family, and Henry will stay here to keep everything in check. So Victor travels by carriage to his home. Keep in mind this journey takes several days. During this time, Victor is thinking of his foolishness to neglect his family, and what kind of monster could have killed a young child. By the time he arrives to his home village, the gates are not yet open as it's too early. So, Victor instead travels to the park where his younger brother was murdered. At the same time this is happening, a storm is brewing. So, as Victor investigates the site of his brother's murder, thunder and rain begin to fall. As Victor is surveying the land and thinking what kind of creature could have done this, he looks up through the rain and darkness and sees the monster staring back at him. The monster has draped itself with a sheet and is watching him from behind the trees. As soon as Victor sees it, it immediately turns around and scampers away up the rock face. Victor is overcome with grief because he realizes that the monster killed William, meaning by effect, Victor killed William. And it's at this point that he realizes the memories that he had repressed and kept hidden away in his mind for over a year now are all real. Understandably troubled by this, he runs home to his family's side. His father, and especially Elizabeth, are thrilled to see him. However, the family has more troubling news. They say that not only has their younger brother William been murdered, but the culprit is the maid Justine. The family is broken by this, and Victor asks what the evidence could be, as Victor knows who the true culprit is. And they said that the pendant of their mother, which William was wearing when he was murdered, was found in the pocket of Justine. Despite these odd circumstances, Victor, having directly viewed the monster, knows that it was the monster's doing. It's no coincidence that the monster he made in Germany would just so happen to be back here in Switzerland at the site of his brother's murder. So Victor declares to everyone that Justine is surely innocent, but he's still too afraid to admit to what he's done, so he doesn't.
Your skill has increased.
The family says that they hope he's right and that Justine will be cleared of the charges. At this point, Victor wishes that he could confess, but for one, thinks no one would believe him, and two, fears what would happen to him if they did believe him. So, a trial for Justine is held, and throughout the trial, Justine not only maintains her innocence, but her kindness as well. Several witnesses of character come forward and talk of how sweet of a soul she is. Justine continuously states how much she loved the Frankenstein family and would never do anything to hurt them, especially William, who she practically raised as her own son. However, as mentioned, the evidence is damning, as the only way it seems that pendant could have wound up in her pocket is if she had killed William herself. And whenever asked about the pendant, she simply says she has no idea how it could have gotten in there, but that's the truth. Throughout the trial, Victor is sick, as you could imagine, watching an innocent person go through a tribulation that he created. While in prison, the jailers begin to torment Justine, saying that she'll surely go to hell if she doesn't confess, and that there's no church or no priest that will ever allow her to see the gates if she doesn't admit to what she's done. In fear for her soul, Justine eventually gives a false confession. In her final moments, Elizabeth and Victor go to see her, and she's just as sweet as ever. She tells Elizabeth what an honor it's been to be a part of the Frankenstein family, and further affirms that she hopes Elizabeth and Victor have a happy life together. In her final moments, she wishes ill will on no one, and only says that she is looking forward to being reunited with William. After her execution, Victor changes his mind. He is no longer afraid or in anguish of this creature. Instead, he's ready to fight it. I mean, surely if he created this beast, then he has the ability to destroy it. And Victor is now resolved to lure this thing into the open so that he can end what he started. So Victor travels to France and begins to climb.
Your skill has increased.
He does this because Victor assumes the monster is following him, and perhaps if he can get to a secluded place away from prying eyes, it will finally confront him. And while standing there on the top of the mountain, ready to face off against his creation, the monster appears. I perceived, as the shape came near, sight tremendous horror, that it was the wretch whom I had created. I trembled with rage, horror, resolving to wait his approach and then close with him in mortal combat. He approached, his countenance bespoke in bitter anguish, combined with disdain and malignity, while its unearthly ugliness rendered it almost too horrible for human eyes. But I scarcely observed this. Rage and hatred had at first deprived me of utterance, and I recovered only to overwhelm him with words expressive of furious detestation and contempt. "Devil!" I exclaimed. "Do you dare approach me, and do not you fear the fierce vengeance of my arm wreaked on your miserable head? Begone, vile insect, or rather stay, that I may trample you to dust, and oh, that I could, with the extinction of your miserable existence, restore those victims whom you have so diabolically murdered." Despite the size and scale of this creature, Frankenstein is ready to end his own life if it means the destruction of this monster as well. But to his surprise, the monster does not fight, it does not run, it does not cower. Instead, it speaks. "I expected this reception," said the demon. "All men hate the wretched. How then must I be hated, who am miserable beyond all living things? Yet you, my Creator, detest and spurn me, thy creature, to whom thou art bound by ties only dissoluble by the annihilation of one of us. You purpose to kill me? How dare you sport thus with life? Do your duty towards me, and I will do mine towards you and the rest of mankind. If you will comply with my conditions, I will leave them and you at peace. But if you refuse, I will glut the maw of death until it be satiated with the blood of your remaining friends." This is not what anyone was expecting. The monster speaks, and it not only speaks in this garbled, broken tone as we may assume, it speaks with elegance and purpose. In the years since this monster was created, it has adapted itself to potentially the level of mankind. And here it speaks to Frankenstein, not only with purpose, and not only telling him that he has a duty as the creator to the monster himself, but that if Frankenstein does not uphold this duty, the monster will continue his torment on Frankenstein's remaining friends. Frankenstein responds by trying to punch it. Sure, why not? The monster swiftly avoids his attacks and continues speaking. As he speaks, he says that he's suffered enough at the hands of man, and eventually appeals to Frankenstein.
Your skill has increased.
As a creator. "Remember that I am thy creature. I ought to be thy Adam, and I am rather the fallen angel, and thou drivest from joy for no misdeed. Everywhere I see bliss, from which I alone am irrevocably excluded. I was benevolent and good, misery made me a fiend. Make me happy, and I shall again be virtuous." From this, we see that the monster isn't only intelligent, but he's also studied. He refers to himself as Frankenstein's Adam, or more so, he's supposed to be his Adam, but is instead his fallen angel, his Satan. And he simply asks that his creator grant him a request. Eventually, through the monster's conversation, Frankenstein stops trying to punch it, and the monster asks for Frankenstein to join him back at a cave he's been living in, so that he can hear the monster's tale. Of course, Frankenstein wants to know how this creature,
Your skill has increased.
came to be, so he complies. So Frankenstein and the monster set within a cave, and the monster begins to tell Victor of his own story. The monster says that when he was first created, he was essentially an infant. He was able to move and had basic emotions, but no means of higher order thinking. He says he remembers being created on a cold night, before stumbling into the streets and eventually the forest of the town he was created in. All that the
Your skill has
monster
increased.
was a coat he took from the dorm room where he was made. He stumbled about in the woods, experiencing the first sensations of nature, and the monster thought it beautiful. He would listen to the songbirds and the ravens, and begin to try to mimic the noises they were making back to them. He would touch water and feel the warmth of the sun, and begin to understand sensation. However, he would occasionally come across a person, and every time that he did, they looked on him with terror. They would throw rocks at him, they would yell and curse and try to hit him. The monster understood none of this and began to remove himself more and more from places where people congregate, until eventually the monster found a cottage alone in the countryside. Next to this cottage was a derelict shack that it seems no one had entered in years. So one night, under the cover of darkness, the monster went into this shack, and it is from there that the majority of his story takes place. The shack had a small hole in the wall that allowed the monster to see into the living room of the cottage, and it is from there that his understanding of humanity began. Inside of this small cottage lives 3 people. Again, at this time, the monster does not understand language or know their names, but he would eventually come to know them as a young boy named Felix, his sister Agatha, and their father, who they simply referred to as Father. Day after day, the monster would watch these 3, and he would begin to try to mimic the noises they made towards each other, like brother and sister. During this time, he also begins to recognize human emotions. The monster itself had felt sadness and joy whenever it saw the wonders of nature or was attacked by townspeople, and he recognizes those same emotions mirrored on the three people in the cottage. For example, at one point the monster eats a lot of their food supplies because he doesn't understand that that's theirs and he's stealing. And whenever the family sees that some of their food is missing, he understands the sadness that comes over them. So the monster tries to help the best he can. He watches the brother, Felix, travel out every day and gather firewood before stacking it next to the house. So, each night the monster goes into the hillside and brings back as much wood as he can and leaves it for the family. He sees during the cold winter that Agatha has trouble walking out of the house whenever it snows, so the monster goes out late at night and clears the snow with his hands. The family is overjoyed by this providence and thinks that God or some angel must be looking out for them. A sad irony given the monster's reputation as a demon. At this point, the monster also didn't understand why he was so hated and despised by man, until one day while walking in the woods, he bends down in front of a river and sees his own face. He himself is taken aback by the horror of it, and for the first time he realizes why humanity looks down on him. Again, at this point, the monster doesn't remember anything of his creation or how he came to be like this. He just knows that he doesn't look like everyone else.
Your skill
However,
has
despite
increased.
this, the monster's most pressing issue is his constant loneliness. He exists next to, but in isolation of humanity, and as something that has emotions in the mind of man, there is no fate more terrible. So the monster becomes determined to learn how to communicate with humanity and learn of humanity itself. He begins to listen intently and try to understand sentence structure as the three talk to each other. He picks up on things like their names and what a cottage is, and words like food and fire. However, the monster's true education would come when a new guest arrived at the cottage. One day, a beautiful young woman by the name of Safi showed up at the house. And for the first time, the monster said that he witnessed excitement as the entire family was overjoyed and rushed to her immediately. What the monster didn't realize then, and would realize now recounting the story, is that Safi was Arabic, and more so couldn't speak English and didn't understand European customs. So every day, Felix would sit down with Safi and have lessons on English. And of course the monster, who is behind Safi in the shed of the cottage, is also receiving the same lessons. It is here that the monster began to actually properly learn English, and not only learn enough to speak it, but learn enough to contemplate and speak at a higher degree. He learned more details from this. For example, the father of the family, who he now knows to be the DeLacy family, is blind. Felix also teaches Safi of the Bible, and from that the monster hears the entire story of creation, the fall of man, redemption, and the rest of human history. The monster constantly remarks how amazing it is to him that the same humanity who is capable of creating empires and saving millions of lives is also capable of destroying those same lives and wiping out everything that other humans had built. And through stories of humanity, both fictional and historic, the monster begins to understand the wide breadth of humanity itself. However, he remarks how this is all the more tragic because he alone exists outside of that humanity. He knows everything about them. He understands the language, he understands their stories, but he can't interact with it, which is the worst torture of all. As a matter of fact, despite learning all of this from Felix, they are still separated by the wall of the cottage. There's a philosophy that is brought up a lot throughout the story, not only the monster's recounting of his own experience, but in Victor describing his experiments as well. And that is the concept of the base and the reform. And no, not based, although, I mean, they're kind of the same thing. Whenever humanity is referred to in its worst parts, it is referred to as its base. You could think of it as primality or savagery, the idea that resorting to violence or these monstrous creations are the base humanity, while the reformed humanity is the humanity of morality and understanding and furthering science. And one of the debates that occurs throughout the narrative, which I'll talk about more at the end, is the concept that perhaps this monster is human, but is more of a base human, as he's never had a chance to become a reformed human. Because never having that chance to grow, he exists in a constant primal state of being. However, the other side of this coin is that Victor, looking to excel his own self and then step up to God, is no different than Adam and Eve in the garden, or the Tower of Babel, and other historic examples of basic people trying to rise to a height that they were never meant for. And it is the first concept that we'll see brought up more later of Frankenstein and his monster being more alike than either would care to admit. Also during this time, he learns the story of how the family came to be in the circumstance and who Safi is. And to be honest, it's not entirely relevant for this summary I'm giving, so the short version is that Safi's family, who again is from Arabia, had the DeLacy's, or at least Felix, come live with them for some time, and Safi's father was arrested.
Your skill has increased.
And Felix agreed to help him break out of prison if the father agreed to give Safi's hand in marriage. And after he was broken out, the father betrayed Felix and essentially exiled him. So the DeLacy's, or the three DeLacy's, father, son, and daughter, or the father, Agatha, and Felix, have been living in this cottage for several years since that betrayal, which is why they were so happy when Safi found them one day and showed up and all of this began.
Your skill has
increased. It's a very
increased.
long section in the story, but the main point to get across is it's a practical application of the concepts the monster's been learning. He learns of love and romance, which is, again, a new concept between Safi and Felix. He learns of base humanity, or betrayal.
Your skill has increased.
His father went back on his team with Felix, and he sees sadness and reunion and other human emotions. During this time, while scavenging out in the forest and around the house itself, the monster finds 3 books. These books are Plutarch's
Your skill has
Lives of
increased.
Ancient Greeks and Romans, Goeth's The Sorrows of Young Werther, or Werther, I guess, and Milton's Paradise Lost, which, through these stories, the monster learns of tragedy and mythology and these great tales of humanity's capability of rising and falling.
Your
But
skill
the
has
one that he
increased.
takes the most interest in is Paradise Lost. But Paradise Lost excited different and far deeper emotions. I read it as I had read the other volumes which had fallen into my hands, as a true history. It moved every feeling of wonder and awe that the picture of an omnipotent God warring with his creatures was capable of exciting. I often referred to several situations as their similarities struck me to my own. Like Adam, I was apparently united by no link to any other being in existence, but his state was far different from mine in every other respect. He had come forth from the hands of God, a perfect creature, happy and prosperous, guarded by the special care of his Creator. He was allowed to converse with and acquire knowledge from beings of a superior nature, but I was wretched, helpless, and alone. Many times I considered Satan as the fitter emblem of my condition, for often, like him, when I viewed the bliss of my protectors, the bitter gall of envy rose within me. Which, if you watched my video
Incoming
about Paradise
emote.
Lost, you could imagine how giddy with excitement I was at hearing this from the monster. While he remarks that he should be like Adam, he feels more akin to Satan, as he feels cast out and despised. The difference between the monster and Satan being the catalyst of their transgression, but we'll talk about that later. But the monster's beginning to develop these ideas of self, and begin to ask of his own nature and what he wants. At this point, while considering this in the shed of the cottage, the monster remembered that he had some letters from his creator in the pocket of the coat he took. Remember, on the night of his creation, it was cold, and he instinctually wrapped himself in a coat, and that coat still remains with him. He had found the journal of whoever his creator was sometime before, but he was yet unable to read, and it meant nothing to him. But now, having been taught English by Felix, he is now able to read the journal of Victor Frankenstein. And while reading the journals, the monster begins to despise Frankenstein. The monster remarks, reading Frankenstein's journals, of how this Frankenstein wanted to build something just so he could. Frankenstein in his journal noted the disfigured proportions of it, and how it looks so different from humanity, and how its ghastly form would be given life. And while reading the journal, the monster begins to hate this Frankenstein who he's never met for creating him for no reason more than self-gratification and ignorance. So at this point, the monster's emotions are ready to snap, and he decides that he is going to make his attempt now to connect with humanity before he begins to despise them forever. And he wants to do that by finally speaking to the DeLacy family. So the monster waits until everyone has left the house except for the blind father. So while the father is alone in the living room, the monster steps out of the shed and into the cottage. "I knocked. 'Who is there?' said the old man. 'Come in.' I entered. 'Pardon this intrusion,' said I. 'I am a traveler in want of a little rest. You would greatly oblige me if you would allow me to remain a few minutes before the fire.' 'Enter,' said DeLacy, 'and I will try in what manner I can to relieve your wants. Unfortunately, my children are
Your
from
skill
home.
has increased.
As I am blind, I'm afraid I shall find it difficult to procure food for you. Do not trouble yourself, my kind host. I have food, warmth and rest only that I need.' I sat down and the silence ensued. I knew that every minute was precious to me, but I remained irresolute what manner to commence the interview.
Your skill has increased.
'By your language, stranger, I suppose you are my countryman. Are you French?' 'No, but I was educated by a French family and understand that language only.
Your
I am
skill
now
has
going to
increased.
claim the protection of some friends whom I sincerely love, in whose favor I have some hope. Are they Germans? No, they are French. But let us change the subject. I am an unfortunate and deserted creature. I look around and I have no relation or friend upon earth. These amiable people to whom I go have never seen me and know little of me. I am full of fears, for if I fell there, I am an outcast in the world forever.' The two continue to talk as the monster says that he has friends in the region who he hopes will look on him with favor, but he is only known to them as a monster, and they could never see him as a friend. The blind man says that perhaps anyone, if they put away their prejudice, could find a friend where one exists. However, eventually the father asks who this family is, and the monster, unable to contain himself, throws himself at the knees of the father and begins to cry, saying it's his family who he wants to be friends with. The man is confused as the front door swings open and Felix, Agatha, and Safi return home. Upon seeing the 8-foot-tall monster at their father's feet crying in the room, Safi runs away, Agatha passes out, and Felix attacks him. The monster remarks that he could have torn Felix limb from limb, but he was overcome with sadness and misery. So in that moment, he ran from the cottage into the countryside. He had spent over a year listening and living next to these people, but they, never knowing of his existence, nothing but terrified of him. After a couple days of mulling it over, he thinks, well, maybe if I stand at a distance and begin to talk to them, or maybe if I go up on my hands and knees and offer forgiveness, maybe something can work out. So he makes his way back to the cottage and gets there just in time to see the DeLacys are moving out. And while we can look at this story with tragedy,
Your skill has increased.
sorrowful it is they didn't accept him. If you saw an 8-foot-tall giant dead thing next to your blind father in your house, would you be like, oh, well, good thing we have a guest room? It is tragic but understandable from both perspectives. With this, the monster's sorrow
Your skill has increased.
as he sees the people who he wanted to treat nicely look on him with hatred. So as soon as the family leaves, the monster burns down the cottage. With this, the final act of removing himself from the
Incoming
experience
emote.
and dignity of man, now resigned to be their enemy. In the notes that Frankenstein had left in the monster's coat pocket, he had remarked that he was from Geneva. So now the monster was determined to find his creator,
Your
either get
inventory is
answers
full.
from him or destroy
Incoming
him.
emote.
So the monster began to make his way towards Geneva. Along the way, he begins to mull over in his mind. Perhaps it's just adults and people who have grown bitter of the world who are terrible and evil. And he decides to put praxis to this concept when, while traveling, he sees a young girl fall into a river and begin to drown. The monster quickly jumps into the river, picks her up, and brings her to shore. And the 5-year-old girl begins screaming and
Your
crying,
inventory is
as
full.
you could imagine. And her guardian, who was looking for her at the time, sees her being held by a giant 8-foot-tall dead thing, and as one would do, shoots it with a gun. This is the final straw for the monster. He thought, well, maybe children would be more understanding, and he helps a child and is screamed and shot at, so that cut off that line of thought. Finally, the monster continues his travels and makes it to Geneva. While there, he is looking about in the woods for the Frankenstein estate when he comes across a group of kids playing in a park, and you probably know where this goes. The monster initially approaches the young boy and tells him to be quiet as he's looking for someone. The boy, seeing the monster, immediately begins screaming and yelling, and the monster, not wanting to be spotted, quickly grabs the boy and tells him to be quiet. As the monster is holding the boy, he begins to threaten the monster, telling him to let him go because his father, Mr. Frankenstein, is a respected man and will have him punished. And upon hearing the word Frankenstein, the monster's rage overtakes him and he kills the child. Standing over the body, the monster becomes enthralled, saying that he is capable of destruction, and he can destroy these creatures who have wanted to destroy him for so long. While looking at the boy, he notices an open pendant on his neck, and sees the picture of a lovely woman, the Frankenstein mother as I spoke of earlier. The monster says he's temporarily overcome with her beauty and form, and decides to take the pendant from the boy. The monster then leaves and decides to sleep in a barn loft in the next town over. As he begins to lay down, he sees that there's a beautiful young woman sleeping in the loft as well. He looks at her form and her beauty and becomes filled with rage once again as he realizes
Your skill has increased.
The woman is something that he'll never experience. So as yet another act of misanthropy, he takes the pendant of the boy and places it in the pocket of this young woman, hoping that the murder will be on her head and no one will be looking for him. And of course, as we understand, this young woman was Justine. And from there we pretty much know what happens. Victor came home, Justine was convicted of the murder of William, and Victor went to find the monster, to which he did, and this conversation is taking place. So the monster ends his story on this note. At length I wandered towards these mountains, and have ranged through their immense recesses, consumed by a burning passion which you alone can gratify. We may not part until you have promised to comply with my requisition. I am alone and miserable. Man will not associate with me, but one as deformed and horrible as myself would not deny herself to me. My companion must be of the same species and have the same defects. This being you must create. This monster's one desire is to have a wife, and for Victor to create his Eve. Victor takes a moment to process this and says, no. He admits that he had grown sympathetic of the creature whenever he was talking about his time with the DeLacy's, but the mention of the whole murdering Victor's baby brother thing kind of turned him off to the idea. And he remarks that to create two of whatever this monster is would be too many, and that the monster himself was a mistake, and two wrongs don't make a right, and blah blah blah, I'm not doing it. The monster replies by saying, yes, I am a mistake. I should not exist, but I'm your mistake, and you're going to have to fix it. So you can either try to kill me and see how that goes for you, or make me woman now. The monster even makes a deal with Victor. He says, if you make me a woman, the two of us will go deep into the jungles of South America and never interact with humanity again. Or, of course, I could rip you in half if you'd prefer that option. Victor thinks on this, and while he remarks that he didn't necessarily care for his own life, I mean, he was pretty over it at that point, he did feel a weird sort of depth to this creature as its creator. So Victor relents and says it'll take time, and he doesn't even know if he can do it again, but if the monster leaves him and his family alone, he will make him a wife. The monster is overjoyed by this, swearing off humanity forever and saying that he will watch Victor from a distance, and that whenever Victor has completed his action of creating another monster, that the monster will come and take her, they will go to the jungle, and humanity will never see them again. Victor still hates the prospect of this, but sees it as the best way out. So Victor travels back to home and begins planning how he's going to build another monster. Whenever he gets there, as you can imagine, the mental toll of all this is weighing him down a lot. And his father sees that something's wrong with his son, so he pulls his son to the side and talks to him and says, look, son, I get it. I I know you're going through a lot. You don't have to marry Elizabeth. Because the father sees that as what's weighing on his son's mind, because he knows that Victor has his studies, and maybe he's thinking about what he's going to be doing with a woman or a family in the future. So his father says, while it was the wish of myself and your mother that you two would be wed, perhaps you view her as more of a sister, and if there's someone else, I want you to do whatever makes you happy. And Victor, remember, loves Elizabeth a lot. He wants to be with no one else more than Elizabeth. The only reason he hasn't gone through with it yet is, again, becoming a creator, false god, and making a devil thing. And he doesn't want to take that next step until the business with this monster is over. Now, put yourself in Victor's shoes at this point. You have created in negligence this monster that has the capability to destroy a lot of people and a lot of lives. So much so that it has destroyed 2 lives very close to your own. You also have the love of your life waiting back home who you want to marry, but you feel like if you don't take care of this problem right now, it may result in turmoil for both of you. So Victor is determined right now at this moment to deal with the monster before he moves forward with what he wants to do at this point, which is marry Elizabeth. So he tells his father, no, I absolutely want to marry Elizabeth. It's just, I really need to finish my studies. And specifically, I need to travel to England to do that because that's where this school is that I really need to go to. So let me go finish my study stuff and then I'll marry Elizabeth. And the father's like, oh, okay. That was kind of always the plan, but all right. But the father's also worried for Victor's mental health and the fact that the last time he went to college, he didn't talk to any of them for like 2 years. So he tells Victor that that's fine. He will give him his blessing to travel off and go to school and whatnot on 2 conditions. 1, he cannot be gone for longer than a year. And 2, he has to take Henry with him. Now, initially on hearing this, Victor's like, yeah, of course, that's no problem, because he can't wait to see his friend Henry again, because remember, Henry's still at college in Ingolstadt, waiting on Victor to come home. However, he then thinks about it and says it's going to be really hard to build a demon.
Howdy, Mr. Rogers. How you doing today? What's up? Yeah, I know. I feel you, right? I find myself compelled to play this game when I wouldn't normally. It's kind of funny. But, I enjoy that. That's good. It's good to have, incentive is the word I'm looking for. Incentive, right?
Incoming towel.
think I'm gonna level White Mage again, maybe. I did White Mage today, but I'm trying to get a 42 so I can do teleport Yotes. That'll be Black Mage. I'm loving Black Mage. Yourself? Yeah, I got 47 Black Mage. Yeah, bear with me just 90 seconds here, guys. I'm going to put my headphones on. I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, my mom made me teriyaki yesterday. They're eating fish tonight, but I don't eat fish, so she gave me leftover teriyaki. So goddamn good. She makes such good teriyaki. All keto too. Good keto. Starting to lose weight a little bit. Lost about 22 pounds, something like that. I think 22 to 30. I think somewhere around there. Doing a little bit better. Okay, guys, thanks for bearing with me there. I'm full blown like all set. It's good to see you, Mr. Rogers. I am taking 75 Black Mage, and I've done that before. I've taken a Black Mage to 99, but I never played it in the Abyssea Worms era. And I felt like that was kind of a cop-out. The highest I've ever gone with Black Mage beyond that was 67, I think, on the Somi. I was almost a 70 for Matt's cap on that class. And I got quite a good education there, but I mean that was on the Somi. I think this is a much better server to play Black Mage on. The resists aren't horrible, and they really thought about the job quite a bit. And there's this beautiful synergy going on right now between. Well, I mean it's always been there, but I mean, well not always, but 2 summoners and 4 Black Mages for the summoner mana burn, right? Some mana burn, maybe I'll start calling it some mana burn, right? Some mana burn. 2 summoners, 4 Black Mages. The 2 summoners open up, poison nails into Earth Punch or whatever it's called, Earth Fist, whatever. And then it opens Distortion, which is Blizzard 2 Blizzaga. And 4 Black Mages hitting for, Blizzard 2 Blizzaga Magic Bursts each is like 600 damage each. So you pump through like 2,400 in 10 seconds or something like that. And it's pretty fun as fuck, dude. I gotta say. Fun as fuck. When you see the mob's health bar just delete from 100 to 0, on one wave of just 4 Blizzard 2s, 4, Blizzagas. And you just do shoo. Like health bar just goes from 100 to 0, about a quarter of the time. The other 3 quarters it's like down to like 15% health or something like that. It's pretty fun. And so I got real addicted to that, right? So you asked me what job. For me this time, it wasn't about a job. It was getting addicted to that. I've never had Mana Burn be fun, but it's so fun, Pretty good. Did I get the sounds right? Settings, audio. Yes, I did. Okay, so let us that's good.
Incoming Tau. Incoming party invite.
Yes, please. Works for me. Troller's Nest, huh? Okay. Works for me. So we get on the White Mage now. We go on the White Mage now. We go Saintly. Yep, and all the rest of that crap. Okay, go in storage, which is like you, and finally you. Ooh, Ancient Papyrus. It was so easy. It was like nice. It was nice. I feel like they nerfed that, but I mean it wasn't that nerfed. It was just good drop rate. It wasn't bad.
And wife monster thing out of dead bodies if my best friend's living in a dorm with me. But he figures that's a problem with later, consents to his wishes, says a final goodbye to Elizabeth, and travels off to meet up with Henry. So the two join together and they go to England, where while they're in England, Henry is a very big life of the party kind of guy, meeting new professors and talking to other students and pursuing his studies, while Victor's pretty much a recluse and stays in his room all the time. Victor remarks at how much he hates this because he used to be right there with his friend Henry enjoying the social life, but now he has a job to do. So eventually, while the two are staying in Scotland, Victor tells Henry that he has a very important science fair project that he needs to work on, and it's going to take all his time, and he needs dedication to do it. So Henry should wait in Scotland while Victor sails out to the Orkney Islands. Henry's a little confused by this, but Victor assures him, "Don't worry, after I come back from it, everything will be better." And after hearing this, Henry says, "I'd rather be with you
I'm a white mage.
in your solitary rambles than with these Scotch people whom I do not know. Hasten then, my dear friend, to return, that I may again feel myself somewhat at home, which I cannot do in your absence." Henry's just like a bro this entire time. He has stuck by Victor's side regardless. He took care of him when he was ill, and I understand that Victor is doing all of this to try to keep his friends and family safe from the monster, but at the same time there's a bit of selfishness to it, because he never tries to explain himself, he never gives a good reason, and it's not so much I feel he thinks people wouldn't believe him, because he doesn't mention that a lot. Victor more so mentions that he's afraid what they'll think of him if he says anything. But I feel that Henry would understand. I mean, the dude was at your bedside for 2 years. If you told him that an experiment went too far, I don't think he'd abandon you. And perhaps if he had told Henry Maybe things could have been different. So Victor sails out to this deserted island and begins to rebuild his laboratory. While there, he is constantly in fear that the monster will appear at any moment. He says he looks out across the stretched plains of the island and keeps imagining, or he doesn't know if it's an imagination or real, of the 8-foot-tall figure just walking over the hillside. And at night, whenever he's in the lab working, he can look up out of the corner into the darkness outside the window and quickly see the yellow eyes move back to cover. He is being driven insane by this and begins to think of all that could go wrong. He has the consideration, what if I create this new monster, and even if the first one wants to go to South America, what if this one doesn't? Or what if the first one's lying to me and it was never his plan to go to South America? And then he has the even more horrible realization, what if these things can reproduce? He says, am I going to be the father of this destruction and breed a, quote, race of devils? Victor has the realization that this is now much bigger than himself and his friends and his family. And while the monster says everything will be okay and peachy if he makes him a wife, Victor realizes he could single-handedly bring about the destruction of humanity. So, while toiling these things over, he's in his laboratory one night, and he looks at the window to see the monster smiling, peering at him from around the corner. And in a fit of rage, Victor stands up and begins destroying everything. He destroys the stuff he's working on, he destroys his early specimens, all of it. The monster is infuriated by this and charges inside of the house and begins yelling at Victor. Victor, who is more than over it at this point, tells the monster to go ahead, kill him. It doesn't mean anything more to him because he would rather be dead than make another one of him. The monster continues to yell and shout, saying, you may be my creator, but I am your master and you will do what I say. Victor again says, you can kill me if you want, but I'm not making another one of you. Eventually, Victor says, devil, cease, and do not poison the air with these sounds of malice. I have declared my resolution to you, and I am no coward to bend beneath words. Leave me. I am inexorable. And the monster replies, it is well I go, but remember, I shall be with you on your wedding night. And with that, the monster takes off into the night. The next day, Victor received a letter from Henry saying that essentially he misses him and he hopes Victor comes home soon. So Victor destroys all of his remaining research and then gets on a small boat and begins to travel back to the mainland. During this time, he begins to ponder what the monster told him. I will be with you on your wedding night. Victor, of course, imagines this means the monster will kill him at the happiest day of his life. And while Victor is continuing to say that he does not care to die, as a matter of fact, he considers himself not worthy of living with all the destruction he's caused, but he says it would be the worst tragedy to leave Elizabeth as a young widow. So he begins to think about ways he could potentially fight back, perhaps guns work on it, or knives. As he's considering his things, he paddles his way back to the mainland. As soon as he lands on shore, he's seized by a group of townspeople. He asks what the meaning of this is, and they say that
your skill has increased.
His story to the magistrate.
Incoming
Victor's
town.
confused by this. He says, I was on an island doing research for a while, and I just paddled back. What's the deal? The townspeople tell him that there was a murder the night before, and that the witnesses saw someone paddling in a rowboat. So Victor being the only person
Incoming party
in the
invite.
rowboat, they naturally take him to the court. So Victor comes to the court, tells his story, and they say, well, let's show him the body to see if he has any reaction to it, if he really is the killer. And whenever they bring out the body of the murder victim and uncover it before Victor, it is the strangled body of Henry Clerval. It seems that Henry had come to the edge of the mainland to wait for Victor's return, but the monster got to him first. Victor is destroyed. He immediately begins to break down and throw himself on the body of Henry. He is arrested not because the people think that he's the killer, but they think that he's gone mad. And for 2 months, Victor remains in a jail cell in Scotland, wailing and crying through the night of how he caused the death of his best friend. Victor speaks of how time didn't feel real during this stretch in jail, and how he caused the death of the only person who remained by his side through everything. After 2 months, eventually Victor's father gets word of this and comes to get his son out of jail. On the journey back to Geneva, Victor is still beside himself and occasionally says things to his father, like, it was me, I murdered William and Justine and Henry. And his father is miserable, thinking that his son has either lost his mind or is so overcome with grief that he's speaking nonsense. Which, in a manner of speaking, both are correct. While staying in an inn during their travels, Victor receives a letter from Elizabeth. In the letter, Elizabeth says that while she still wants to marry Victor and nothing would make her happier, she wouldn't want marriage if Victor himself is not happy with it. And she says that she understands if Victor found another woman, and that nothing would make her happier than Victor being happy. So if he wants to be with her, to not let Elizabeth stand in the way. Elizabeth is a very sweet and understanding soul throughout the entire story. Throughout all of the tragedy that Victor goes through, Elizabeth is by his side. And even now, in this completely destitute place, she is affirming to Victor to not let herself be any more of a burden. But as we know, Victor still loves Elizabeth and wants to be by her side. So he tells his father, whenever they return, they will be married in 10 days. For the first time here, Victor is resolved to live. He wants to be with Elizabeth, and that's what he wants his life to become, in spite of the tragedy that's already happened. So he decides might as well get it over with, and prepares for his wedding, but also prepares for a fight. He begins to load up on guns and knives, and keeps them under his coat at all times. He understands that the monster will come for him on his wedding night, so he decides do that quickly, because he's either going to be die, or he can start his life with Elizabeth sooner. So Victor returns, and 10 days later, the two were married. With his new wife, they traveled to the vacation home on Lake Como, Italy. This is not only a romantic and secluded place for a honeymoon, but Victor also feels that he can best defend himself from the monster from that position. They get to the house, and Elizabeth sees that something is clearly wrong with Victor. He's pacing the hallways of the house, checking all the rooms as he has a hand tucked under his jacket, grabbing a pistol. Elizabeth asks Victor what's wrong, and Victor, not wanting her to be hurt or witness the fight that will surely ensue, tells her to go to bed, and that he will be there with her shortly. So Elizabeth says she's looking forward to seeing him, and it better not take long, as she goes to the bedroom. An hour creeps by as Victor paces the hallways, ready to fight whatever jumps out at him, until the real tragedy of the monster makes itself known, when, as Victor is pacing the hallways, he hears Elizabeth scream, and he realizes that when the monster said he would be with him on his wedding night, it was not to kill Victor, but to make him more miserable. He runs into the bedroom and throws the door open to see Elizabeth lying on the bed. He quickly runs to her side, but whenever he grabs her, he finds that she's already dead. And as he lay there mourning in the wedding bed, Victor sees the monster has killed his wife. At the same time, he looks to the window, wide open, as the monster stands there, laughing at him, watching him hold Elizabeth's body. Victor quickly pulls his guns and begins to shoot at the monster, and as he does, the monster leaps down and runs into the wilderness. Remember that thing I mentioned earlier, how the line between the monster and Victor becomes more and more blurred as the story goes on? Well, that's what the monster wanted all along. He never wanted to kill Victor and make his suffering come to an end. You could argue that's what the monster may have wanted for himself throughout the story, but he wanted Victor to experience the same isolation that Victor has made him experience. He is condemning his creator and killing his god, not by ending his life, but by dragging his life down to the level that he created. And one of the reasons that I like the comparison to Paradise Lost, which the monster draws between himself and Adam and Satan throughout the story, Satan from the story of Paradise Lost is an apt comparison, because Satan in that story despised God and hated the author of his creation. So instead, he decides to take his anger out on others by condemning Adam and humanity to the same sin that Satan experiences. And in this story, the monster who despises his creator decides to take his anger out on everyone else to try to make his creator feel the same way he does. And why he considers what Frankenstein did in creating him as an act of self-gratification and envy, the monster is now no better. Because all the monster has done is carry out acts of hatred and evil on others in order to get back at what he feels he is owed. As mentioned earlier, the primary difference between Satan and the monster is the monster's misery began with others' treatment of him, whereas Satan's misery began with his treatment towards others. But regardless of where they came from, they are both now in the same position of doing wicked and considering it retribution. I remember when I was in high school, which was the first time I read this book, it was in my senior English class. And after we had read it, my teacher, Mr. Thomas, was giving us some ideas and theories about themes within the book, and interpretations of the Frankenstein story throughout history and media and what have you. And as a lot of you probably know, it is a common mistake that people refer to the monster in the story as Frankenstein. If you go up to a lot of people and ask who's Frankenstein, they'll say, oh, the big scary monster, when in actuality, Frankenstein was the creator, and the monster is just called the monster. That's why the correct title is Frankenstein's Monster. And I remember Mr. Thomas was teaching us about interpretations from media and how we can pull more out of a story, look into deeper themes and what have you, and stuff that I kind of got but didn't really think about at the time because, you know, dumb high school kid. And he was talking about the difference between understanding knowledge of a story, or just understanding the dates, characters, and what have you, and wisdom within a story, being able to understand the deeper meaning or what's happening behind the scenes. And then he said, when it comes to this story, knowledge is understanding that Frankenstein wasn't the monster, but wisdom is understanding that Frankenstein was the monster. Because Frankenstein was the one who created the monster, and everything the monster did was a result of his creation. So to a degree, yes, it is wise to consider Frankenstein to be the monster within the story. However, after reading it now, I feel that both Frankenstein and the monster are both the monster. Frankenstein had negligence, and he wanted to rise to the point of God, and he was destroyed for it. The original title of this story, as I said, is Frankenstein, or the Modern Prometheus. Frankenstein himself is Prometheus. As many of you know from Greek mythology, Prometheus was the titan who stole fire from the gods and delivered it to man, a gift that was beyond humanity's capability and would lead to suffering and benefit. But Prometheus paid dearly and was punished by the gods for this thievery. So with the title of the book, Shelley is getting across her thesis of the story. Frankenstein is Prometheus. He is taking a gift or some deeper creation that we don't have the power or the facility to understand or create, and he's thrusting it upon us. For that reason, yes, Frankenstein is the monster, because it's through his negligence that all this came to be. And while yes, certainly Frankenstein is a monster of pride and his own grandeur, the monster is a monster of envy. While we can sympathize with his beginnings and understand where he's coming from, these cannot excuse the actions of the murder of William or Justine or Henry or Elizabeth, because everything that he's doing is to try to drag a member of humanity down to his level, because his innocence has long passed. And while people once falsely accused him of being a demon, he has certainly earned that title now. Both Frankenstein and the monster are the villains of this story. And that's one of the reasons that I find the misconception of Frankenstein and the monster being one to be poetically ironic, because future adaptations would throw out the concept of Frankenstein's monster entirely. Movies like The Bride of Frankenstein are literally just calling the monster Frankenstein. And a lot of people don't even know that there is a doctor. They just think the monster is called Frankenstein. And if you view the characters of this original narrative as kind of these ethereal entities that have reputation throughout history, it's a sort of justice. The monster will never exist without the shadow and name of his creator lording over him. And the creator will never exist without the image and iconography of the monster. The two are forever bound and intertwined to each other, as in this original narrative, they both drug each other to their level. Frankenstein by his creation of the monster, and the monster by his resolution to destroy his creator. And while Frankenstein and the monster, objectively, through knowledge, are two different entities, there's a piece about them forever being one. Alright, that was enough pseudo-intellectual ranting. Let's get back to the crazy murder monster story. Victor travels home to his father, and upon telling his father of what happened to Elizabeth, his father is overcome with emotion and passes out.
Hi, Dave.
To die a few days later. And now Victor has lost everyone. He's lost
So I don't
his
mean to be
mother,
rude, I'm just
he's lost his
finishing
brother,
my dessert.
He's lost Henry, he's lost
Just
Elizabeth,
got finished talking to a friend of mine,
his father.
and then,
His brother Ernest
started eating
also
dessert.
kind of just
Sorry.
disappears from the narrative, but that's okay. Pretend like he died too. And for several months, Victor doesn't know what to do until he finally decides he should tell someone. Again, something he should have done when Elizabeth and Henry and even William were still alive, but it seems it's too late for now. As when he goes to his magistrate and confesses everything, building the monster and the unrightful execution of Justine and the murder of Henry, the magistrate, as you could imagine, doesn't believe it, remarking that even if he did believe everything, there's not really a lot he could do for a giant 8-foot-tall giant demon thing in the countryside. If there ever was a time for Victor to confess, it's too late now. And as the magistrate tells Victor that he can't do anything about it, Victor says, "Man," I cried, "how ignorant art thou in thy pride and wisdom! Cease, you know not what it is you say." Who does that sound like? Now Victor's just outright accusing him and calling him a man and prideful. If this was the monster talking to Victor, it wouldn't seem out of place. Again, we see through the dialogue the effects and final product of the monster dragging Victor to his own level. So not knowing what else to do, Victor
Your
goes
skill
to the
has
graveside
increased.
of his family, and he sits there in mourning. When while mourning, he hears laughter and looks up to see the monster standing there mocking him. Enraged, Victor begins to chase the monster, and the monster begins to run off. And for the next several months, while on foot, Victor chases the monster. They go through mountains, cities, and deserts. All the while, anytime Victor is falling too far behind to catch up to the monster would leave behind a clue, like a torn remnant of clothes or a sign to point Victor in the right direction. Victor understands that the monster is messing with him and wants him to continue the chase, but Victor has no purpose left in life than to chase this beast. And it seems that perhaps the monster has no purpose than to be chased by Victor. And any time that Victor is near starvation or the point of death, food or water would appear, the monster literally taking care of him so that they can continue this game. The two continue this chase until eventually they end up on dog sleds treading across the Arctic, which leads us to the position they're in now, with Frankenstein aboard Walter's
Your skill
ship,
has increased.
talking of the monster who he was chasing days prior. And with that, Frankenstein rounds out his story in his telling of why Walton should be weary of chasing things he doesn't understand. At the end of his story, Frankenstein begins to beg Walton. He says, "If anything happens to me, you have to carry out this vengeance. Hunt the monster at all costs." We then transition back to Walton's letters sent to his sister. In the letters, Walton says that he believes Frankenstein's story, as Frankenstein spoke with a fervor, and he himself had seen the 8-foot-tall man on the sled, so it seemed to be the only way this all made sense. He writes to his sister that despite believing Frankenstein, he doesn't think the expedition can continue. Again, remember, the ship's becoming frozen in the water, and they're essentially stranded out there. The crew of the ship say that they want to turn around and head back home, but Walton still wants to carry out his studies, although a bit more hesitant given Frankenstein's tale. Walton tells Victor this and says that the men want to turn around as soon as the ship is freed, so Victor speaks to the men. He gives this rousing speech where he says, what are they going to be remembered as? The men who went home because they were scared, or the men who made history? And how they have to continue to press forward if they ever want to call themselves true men of science and adventure again. Now this is in stark contrast to what Frankenstein has said previously, whenever he told Walton not to chase his ambitions. That is because Victor is not speaking to these men because he wants them to carry out Walton's journey. It's because he wants to keep chasing the monster. And despite everything that's happened, to some degree, Victor is still that agent of pride. Yes, your journey, your experiences are not just of your own condemnation, but mine is righteous and must be continued. I must chase this monster until I and anyone else who gets in the way are dead, even if it means risking an entire crew in the Arctic to do so. Walton, realizing his discovery is not worth the lives of the crew, decides to turn around. Victor says that he understands, but as soon as he gets to feeling better, he will continue his travels across the ice. Walton says that he wishes he would remain, but Victor says he has nothing left in life than to chase this monster, and to eventually be reunited with Elizabeth and Henry. That night, after the ship begins to travel home, Victor dies in his sleep. As Walton is writing this letter to tell his sister of Frankenstein's death, he hears something come from the room where Frankenstein's body lay. Walton steps into the room and sees the monster crying over the body of Frankenstein. When the two see each other, they are surprised and taken back, and in a moment, Walton realizes this is the monster Frankenstein spoke of. The monster explains that he's in misery and anguish Because after Frankenstein had decided he was not going to create another one like him, the monster decided to make Frankenstein like him, to remove him from outside contact and damn him to the isolation that the monster existed in. And now here, he sees Frankenstein and considers him his last victim, as the monster understands it was his actions that led to the death of Frankenstein, but he no longer has a purpose in living. Walton, who had just heard stories of this guy killing wives and friends and children, isn't really in a, debating mood with the monster and calls him a devil monster. The monster begins to defend himself, saying he wasn't always like this. It was humanity who cursed him and spit on him and made him become this awful thing. He remarked and said, surely if Frankenstein told you the story of me, then you've also heard the story of Felix and the man whose daughter I saved who shot at me. Are those men not villains? Are they not responsible for my creation, just as Frankenstein is responsible for mine? The monster tells Walton that he himself has an understanding of human emotions and respect, and if there's anyone who hates the monster's form the most, it's the monster himself. And he says that now, since his creator is dead and his torment cannot continue, the monster is truly once again alone, and he has no further reason to exist, so he will simply end his own existence. He believes fire can do the trick, as fire has hurt him in the past, and he will construct a funeral pyre and cast himself on it. And with that, the novel ends with these lines from the monster. Farewell! I leave you, and in you the last of humankind whom these eyes will ever behold. Farewell, Frankenstein! If thou wert yet alive and yet cherished a desire of revenge against me, it would be better satiated in my life than in my destruction. But it was not so. Thou didst seek my extinction, that I might not cause greater wretchedness. And if yet, in some mode unknown to me, thou hast not ceased to think and feel, thou wouldst not desire against me a vengeance greater than that which I feel. Blasted,
Your skill has increased.
My agony was still superior to thine, for the bitter sting of remorse will not cease to rankle in my wounds until death shall close them forever. The monster says that Frankenstein has won. There is no misery that Frankenstein could ever give the monster more than what the monster feels right now. Finally, the monster says, but soon, he cried with sad and solemn enthusiasm, I shall die, and what I now feel be no longer felt. Soon these burning miseries will be extinct. I shall ascend my funeral pile triumphantly and exult in the agony of the torturing flames.
Your skill has
the life
increased.
Of that conflagration will fade away. My ashes will be swept into the sea by the winds. My spirit will sleep in peace. Or if it thinks, it will not surely think thus. Farewell. He sprang from the cabin window as he said this. Upon the ice raft which lay close to the vessel, he was soon borne away by the waves and lost in darkness and distance. And with that, the story of Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, comes to an end. With those final lines, the monster gives himself over to despair, which is the final reason I find the Paradise Lost comparison to be so useful. At the end of Paradise Lost, whenever Adam talks to Eve and has the realization that they can be greater than what Satan dragged them down to, because while Satan contains despair, they contain hope. And in this final scene of the story, we see that with the monster wanting to end it all, he is giving himself over to the final act of despair. And with that, he seals his fate as the Satan rather than the Adam of this story. He considers himself less than man and other creation around him, decides to drag his creator down to his level, and in the final moments of the story, throws it all away. While Frankenstein was his creator, he was certainly an imperfect creator, given over to feelings of pride and envy like that of Adam and Eve. And the monster, a form of creation who wanted others to suffer just as he had, was no better than Satan. And that's why, in my opinion, the novel Frankenstein is of a false god and a false devil who are both monsters.
Your skill has increased.
So, pretty cool book. Nah, I love Frankenstein a lot. I hate that the story is, well, I guess a lot of stories are, but this is just an example of something that's so watered down historically that eventually just becomes monster bad, monster kill people, the end. And I think it is phenomenal that Mary Shelley managed to make this story at a time when the majority of literature was dedicated towards ideas of propping humanity up and facing them against absolute evils like demons and the devil. And in this story, Mary managed to combine both concepts in a way that they're kind of mirrors of each other. And this isn't me like pulling all this pseudo-intellectual stuff, I mean maybe a little bit, but the majority of it isn't me just making stuff up to fit this greater idea of a story. These are ideas and concepts she directly referenced in the writing. And it's because of the story's contemplation of humanity, of life, of what evil is and what justice is in the face of evil, and if something that commits evil deserves it, or if it's a product of its environment, or what have you, that I feel Frankenstein is one of the greatest horror novels ever written. And hopefully, if you stuck around this long, you at least think it's kind of neat. But either way, you're still here and you're still watching, and I just want to say thank you for watching. At the beginning of this video, I said that my plan was to cover the adaptations of the story as well, which is true, as I took a bunch of notes on adaptations of the story in like the 1931 movie. But I've now been recording for I think 4.5 hours, so yeah, I definitely did the meme.
You're being talked about.
Where I went way too far and way too hard with it for too long. So I think this video will serve well as just an analysis of the original story. And hey, we're getting into Halloween. I could do a larger video, if you all are interested, of course, looking at the movies and the other books and adaptations of Frankenstein to see what works, what doesn't, what actually adds stuff to the story. I think that would be interesting, because believe it or not, I do like the 1931 version for reasons unrelated or unexpected to the original novel. And I like other like book adaptations as well. The Junji Ito version, which I read, which gave me the idea to do this video, because I'd already read Frankenstein previously and knew I liked it, but that gave me the inspiration to reread it and then make this. I like the Junji Ito version a lot. It changes some details of the story, especially near the ending. But honestly, if you don't want to read through the entire original novel and just want to check out Ito's version, you'll get the main concepts with a lot of really cool visuals. But that can be for another time. If you all are interested in that, check it out. I also don't mean to be doing stories that keep referencing previous stuff I've done. Like, I didn't mean to make a video about a book that relies so heavily on Paradise Lost imagery. That was just a happy accident that I'm happy to accept. But no, I love Frankenstein, I love Paradise Lost. I think they're both fantastic stories, and I like how they kind of had this duality with each other. And I didn't mention all the places where it's brought up, but there's several times, both in Victor's own monologue and, or self-thought, thinking, that's the word, self-thought, in Victor's own thoughts, whenever he is considering himself, am I more Adam, and am I more God? And the monster constantly mentions how he turned from Adam into Satan, because he read Paradise Lost whenever he was in the DeLacy cottage. But yeah, I really like the story, as you can obviously tell, considering the timestamp and me talking about it this long. And I think it's fantastic, and more people should check it out. So hopefully if you watch this, you enjoyed it, you check it out, you read the book that I just spoiled everything for, but it's been out for 200 years at this point, so grow up. No, thank you all so much for being here. It means a lot. I can't say this enough. Thank you guys for funding the Kickstarter for the Stalker film. So, y'all ready to get sacrilegious? And that is because today we are going to be talking about the lost books of the Bible. Also, how do you all like the get up? I thought it might help my case when the evangelicals come for me. Now, for those who may be unaware, the Bible is not a single person's account of historical events. Instead, it's a compilation of several different accounts taken by people throughout history who either witnessed the events firsthand or had the events told to them. The events depicted within the Bible span for thousands of years, and the book itself contains 66 different accounts. Well, 66 going by the Protestant Bible, 73 going by the Catholic Bible, and depending on which branch of Orthodox, up to 81 in the Orthodox Bible. But we'll talk about all that in a minute. Now, as you could probably imagine, whenever the most famous book in human history was being compiled, there was a lot of content that didn't make the cut. Now, throughout this video, I'm going to talk about why they didn't make the cut, but throughout history, there's been literally hundreds of different accounts, records, and letters that have either been considered scripture at one point, or at one point were being considered for scripture. And while I would have no problem making a 7-hour video talking about all, I think like 240 of them, I had to stop this video at some point. So today, we're going to be looking at 24. We're going to go through the stories and content of these 24 missing books of the Bible and talk about why they never made it into the Christian canon. Or in some cases, as we're going to see, were actually removed from the Christian canon. And that joke I made at the beginning about certain Christians coming for me for mentioning these is only kind of a joke, because it's believed by many that you're never supposed to mention these or the content in them for any reason. But I believe that there should be no closed doors when it comes to knowledge. And for those who may be new to the channel, I am a Christian, and studying this has only strengthened my faith in the Holy Bible. I, for one, believe that the Scripture is the holy and inspired Word of God, and that these are not for, well, you'll see. And to make this analysis of forbidden knowledge into a gimmicky game show, I have decided to describe these stories in a gimmicky tier list. The first of these categories, all of which I've made up and will accept no criticism on, is historical. Now, while I don't think any of these should be brought into the Bible, a lot of them were written by religious leaders and scholars of the time, so in order to better understand both Christianity and the world that was happening around several of the scriptures that are in the Bible, they have a high place value. You'll see what I'm talking about as we get into specific narratives, but some of them hold historical or spiritual significance. The next category is fan fiction, which is pretty self-explanatory. Like I mentioned, the Bible's kind of a big deal. So as you can imagine, there were a lot of people around the time that several of the church leaders were alive who wanted to piggyback off their success, or were just such big fans of them that they either wrote works and then falsely titled it as one of the church leaders, or just wrote about them because they thought they were really cool. In a lot of cases, it's harmless. It's just people who seem to be really big admirers of figures like Peter or Jesus Christ and wanted to write stories about them, and never really meant for those stories to be in conversation to be added to the Bible. But in other cases, it's people flat out pretending to be leaders of the church. But in either case, you can tell. And our final category is blasphemy. Some of these stories are really, really weird. Now, in some cases, they teeter the line with fan fiction, where it just seems to be someone who really liked the people they were talking about, including one particularly funny case that we'll talk about today. But other writings are straight up lies and intentionally try to mislead people of the time. And while the ones we're going to be looking at today are pretty ridiculous, if the concepts in them were to be believed, it would be not good. Now, as mentioned earlier, there's about a dozen books that are part of the Catholic or Orthodox Bible that are not a part of the Protestant Bible. These are often called the deuterocanonical books, or the Protestants may call them the apocryphal books. But we're not going to be looking at any of those today. 99.9% of all of Christianity does not follow these to any degree. Well, they kind of do some, but we'll talk about it. For those apocryphal works, I plan on one day making a video about the differences in different groups and branches of Christianity, and if I ever decide to do that, then I'll talk about the books that are debated between different members of Christianity. But for this video, and if I do any other videos about the lost books of the Bible, I'm just sticking to the ones that pretty much no one follows. And just to clarify, in case this turns into a series or something, again, aside from the Apocrypha, I am considering a book fair game as long as it is not Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1st and 2nd Thessalonians, 1st and 2nd Timothy, Titus, Philemon, Hebrews, James, 1st and 2nd Peter, 1st, 2nd, 3rd John, Jude, Revelation. So yeah, So if you're looking for forbidden knowledge, weird history, or just enjoy a good crisis of reality, stick around as we talk about the strange and bizarre lost books of the Bible. And now, you can have your own crisis of reality, thanks to today's sponsor, the home of audio entertainment, Audible. Audible offers a near endless selection of books, podcasts, stand-up shows, live shows, and anything else you like. And thanks to Audible's Plus membership, you can get access to a lot of this media for free, as well as one token a month that allows you to receive something from Audible's premium catalog for free as well. Meaning that once a month you can download your favorite bestseller and keep it forever. And on top of that, with Audible Plus you'll have access to their Plus catalog. Meaning you can eat your heart out with all kinds of true crime podcasts and mystery thrillers and other disturbing things I do to myself to keep me from sleeping at night. For example, in research for this video, I decided to see if Audible had anything of the Apocrypha or other missing texts from the Bible. And not only did they have it, they had a treasure trove of commentaries on it, all different versions of it, different narrators, and again, most of it's free through Audible Plus. So if at any point during this video you decide to terrorize yourself because you're weird like me for some reason, you can go to Audible and get all of the information firsthand. And furthermore, thanks to Audible Originals, you can listen to incredible stories that you literally can't find anywhere else. And with the Audible app, you can download your entertainment and listen to it on the go. So from education to entertainment and everything in between, Audible is the perfect way to listen wherever you are. And right now, you can get in on all of this for free. That is right, for free. You go to the link in the description at audible.com/Wendigoon or text Wendigoon to 500-500, you will be able to listen to Audible for free for an entire month. So you can try out Audible for free for 30 days, and if you don't like it, you can cancel, no cost to yourself, although I'm pretty sure you'll love it. Again, that's audible.com/Wendigoon or text Wendigoon to 500-500 to get in.
Your skill has
increased. Thank you all
increased.
so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Audible for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Also, the whole bit about the youth pastor outfit was funny and all, but it's way too hot in here for that. I have to change. Now, it would probably help if I gave some context as to what we'll be talking about today. The Christian Bible is divided into two main sections, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The focal point of Christianity is Jesus Christ. So the Old Testament was everything that led up to his arrival on earth, and the New Testament is his arrival and everything that happened after. When I mentioned that Protestants, Catholics, and Orthodox each have a different number of books in their Bible, that all applies to the Old Testament. All three universally agree on the New Testament. And the requirements needed to be qualified as a book in the New Testament are pretty strict. See, the Old Testament comes from Judaism. All of the historic kings and prophets would either write or have scribes write their story, and they would be recorded and logged in the palaces and temples. And while modern denominations debate over what's legitimate, what deserves
Your skill
to be
has
in the Bible,
increased.
that's all a topic for another day, but we have a clearly defined set of books to choose from. The New Testament is a little bit different. The New Testament is composed of personal accounts from people who were alive during the time of Christ. The majority of these accounts were personal recordings and letters. And as the first churches began to pop up around the world, a bunch of people tried to insert their own recordings and letters into circulation, in some cases because they thought it was correct, and in some cases they were just being mean. But like I said, the canon we follow today is pretty strict. As a matter of fact, as opposed to the Old Testament that was written by dozens of kings, scribes, and
Your
prophets,
skill has increased.
the New Testament, in the modern Christian canon, only has 8 authors. Those 8 authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, 4 of the disciples who lived with Jesus, and each gave an account
Your
of his
skill has
life,
increased.
and a couple of them went on to write other books as well. 2 of Jesus' brothers, James and Jude, who were also disciples, and again, probably a pretty good authority on the life of Christ. Peter, again another one of the disciples, who Jesus told before he left earth that Peter was to be the foundation of the church moving forward. And Paul. Now, Paul never met Jesus during his time on earth. However, Paul was joined to the disciples according to the book of Acts and went on to be the father of missions. And if there was ever any doubt that Paul shouldn't be one of the authors of the New Testament because he never met Christ directly, in 2 Peter 3:15, Peter specifically says, "And account that the long-suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul, also according to the wisdom given unto him, hath written unto you." So Peter, the guy who Jesus told specifically is to be the new foundation of the church, said that Paul's writings were divinely inspired. So again, they all have a pretty high bar for entry. All of the books in the New Testament have an explicit author, except for the book of Hebrews. But all of the churches in the area of the apostles had the book of Hebrews, and all of the church leaders said that they came from the apostles. So it's safe to say one of the previous writers or another one of the 12 wrote it, so same rules apply. Keep that in mind as we move through some of these. Even if some of them are correct and have good morals and teachings, that doesn't mean they are the directly inspired Word of God, like the 8 authors of the New Testament were.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we cover the Axeman Killer of New Orleans, one of the strangest serial killer cases I've ever read.
And you've read a lot.
Yeah, I read a lot in my time.
You're
and,
a sicko.
I'm not a sicko, I'm interested in Okay, maybe I'm a little weird, but this guy had a flair for the dramatic. I think you're going to enjoy it.
Okay, all right.
Let's get into it. Starting in 1918, over a period of roughly 18 months, the city of New Orleans and surrounding areas were rocked by a serial killer that would later go by the name the Axeman. The Axeman was the manifestation of the boogeyman, lurking in the shadows of New Orleans, almost exclusively attacking at night, and is possibly responsible for 12 attacks and 6 killings. In chilling fashion, he only seemed to strike people while they slept in their beds.
I love this right off the bat.
What do you love about it?
Well, I'll tell you what. I love it when serial killers have a fun little thing. I don't approve of serial killers, but I think if you're gonna kill a bunch of people, you might as well have some fun with it.
I feel like you have baseball cards of this guy.
I absolutely do not. They don't make serial killer baseball cards, though, do they?
If they did, you'd probably own them.
You would own them.
No, I think
in
you
a
would own them
heartbeat.
too.
You'd
I'd
be
own
like,
them.
I'll trade you a Gacy for a...
I'll trade you a Gacy for a Zodiac.
Yeah.
The Axeman eerily never used his own tools. He only used what he could find on hand in the victim's households. Usually an axe,
Your skill has
which he
increased.
typically left behind at the scene of the crime.
Everybody had an axe back in the day, huh?
Yeah, you know, my biggest takeaway from this case is why not just throw
your
your
axe
axe
away.
away? Yeah, literally the first thing I would do. But these
Your
people
skill
are
has
like,
increased.
leave the axe in
Hope
the
he doesn't
shed.
take my axe. I've got my porch axe, my shed axe, my kitchen axe.
His creepy tendencies now established. Let's get into the timeline. On May 23rd, 1918 at 4901 Magnolia Street, the first suspected Axeman attack occurred. Catherine and Joseph Maggio were struck violently by an axe, a straight razor used on their throats.
Wait, he hit him with the axe and then cut their throats?
I don't know.
It also could have been his, since it was his first one, he was figuring out if
he was
gonna
dabbling
be,
in,
he was
like,
like,
different
either
things.
I'll be the Axeman
Or I'll
or
be-
the Razor Boy. Razor Boy would be a good sidekick for him.
Razor Boy's nuts.
Axeman and Razor Boy?
Axeman, I think, strikes a little bit more fear into my heart than Razor Boy.
Lock your doors, Razor Boy's out tonight.
Catherine had been almost entirely decapitated, and Joseph had suffered many severe injuries. The bodies were discovered by Joseph's brothers, who lived in the same house. Nothing was heard or seen, and no valuables were taken. The bottom panel of the kitchen
Your
door
skill
was
has
knocked out.
increased.
All that was found was an axe.
So he probably went back here through the back door. That's usually how he did it.
I assume the only people who saw him were the ones who were killed.
Some of them survived, and they would just
Incoming
report like
count.
a large looming figure, like a dark figure.
So he really did become kind of like a boogeyman. It kind of gives me the creeps.
There are beads everywhere in this town.
I mean,
New Orleans. Fingerprinting was around at the time, but was allegedly not yet a standard procedure. A little over a month later, on June 28, 1918, near the corner of Dorgenois and La Harpe Streets, another attack occurred. A severely injured Louis Bessemer and Anna Lowe were discovered by a baker named John Zanka making morning deliveries.
That's sad for a baker.
They actually thought he did it.
They thought the baker did it?
Well, I mean, like anybody naturally. That's why if I ever found a dead body, I don't know if I'd call it in, man.
You wouldn't call it in?
I'd call it in anonymously. I would not want any part of it because that's the first person they look at.
But in today's surveillance state, you would be suspect number one because they'd be like, what? Why'd you call it anonymous?
Well, then maybe I'll just spend my whole life trying to avoid dead bodies. How about that? Also, this guy didn't know. He was just delivering bread. He opened the door.
He was probably like, good morning, I've got your menu. Oh, my God.
Louis would actually survive the attack, and Anna would survive for another 7 weeks before dying. Anna supposedly recounted to the police that a large white man with a hatchet had attacked them. The bottom panel of their bedroom door was missing, and once again, a bloody axe was left at the scene.
Another beautiful street, though.
It is a beautiful street. The trees in this area are just so nice.
Sometimes even the most beautiful places hold the darkest secrets, so
Profound. Okay.
Roughly a month later, on August 5th, 1918, in an undisclosed home location, Mrs. Ed Schneider was found by her husband in the afternoon at their home. Mrs. Schneider was still alive and rushed to Charity Hospital and would reportedly survive the attack. Upon investigation, it was discovered that their axe was missing from their shed. Mrs. Schneider was also pregnant, and I'm happy to report that in the week following the attack, she successfully gave birth.
good for her.
Yeah,
That's something.
That's a super mom right there.
Is that the only axe baby out of this whole story?
I think that's.
Can you imagine being an axe baby?
I don't know if that's a thing.
I'd go around telling everybody, one of one.
My mom took a
one of a kind, baby. Axe baby.
My mom took some hard steel to the noggin, and then I popped out.
Jesus.
5 days later, on August 10th, 1918, reportedly near Tonti and Gravier Street, 80-year-old Joseph Romano was found by his nieces Pauline and Mary after they heard him struggling. His head was bashed in. The two girls allegedly saw the attacker and described him as, quote, dark, tall, heavy-set, wearing a dark suit and a black slouch hat, end quote. Joseph Romano would die 2 days later.
This guy sounds like the villain from Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, he does. What's a slouch hat?
I think it's, I don't know. I was about to talk out of my ass. You gonna Google that?
I'm gonna look up a slouch hat, because that sounds like something I need.
Right now we're at the site of the fourth attack.
Think the yellow house?
It may be. We just know it was on this corner.
Honestly, this Axeman might just, like, be a fan of quaint houses.
He's a fan of corners, too.
Not that it's okay to kill anybody, but the elderly above all.
Yeah. Well, at least he lived a full life, right?
Oh, you're right, actually.
Well, he didn't. I'm sure that's not how he wanted to go out when he was picturing like,
Nobody does.
getting hit with an axe.
I rescind my statement. Maybe if you're gonna be a serial killer,
Maybe kill elderly people.
kill the elderly.
That's a weird thing to advocate, but
I mean, but they've lived a long life.
that's true.
Around this time, August 1918, the New Orleans State's newspaper allegedly recounted, quote, armed men are keeping watch over their sleeping families, while the police are seeking to solve the mysteries of the axe attacks. Extra police are being put to work daily, end quote. And when looking at the timeline, it apparently worked. For a while, that is. As nearly 7 months later, on March 10th, 1919, the Cortimiglia family was attacked. Rose Cortimiglia woke to her husband Charles fighting the Axeman, a fight that Charles would lose. Rose and their 2-year-old daughter Mary were also attacked. Rose and Charles would actually survive, but their daughter tragically did not. In typical Axeman fashion, the axe used belonged to the Cortimiglias.
Did they call it Axeman fever or Axemania?
Or did they call him Axie?
Or were they like, everybody in town's got Axeman fever as the terror continues to grip the community?
This just in. Throw away your axes.
This just in. More skulls crushed. Whoa, throw out your axes.
5 days later, a New Orleans newspaper called the Times-Picayune received a letter from the apparent Axeman. Quote, Hell, March 13th, 1919. Esteemed mortal, they have never caught me, and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether which surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit, and a fell demon from hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the Axeman. End quote.
This guy's a poet laureate.
No.
This is incredible. Is this Robert Frost?
He also goes on to insult and threaten the police. Quote, they have been so utterly stupid so as to amuse not only me, but his satanic majesty. But tell them to beware. Let them not try to discover what I am, for it were better that they never were born than for them to incur the wrath of the Axeman. End quote.
It is very Old Testament.
Like most serial killers just like to stroke themselves, and this is just...
He was right. Maybe
He's
he's like,
just...
the devil, his satanic majesty. That'll get him. Time to go murder again.
He also goes on to remind the people that he could be worse. Quote, undoubtedly, you Orleanians think of me as a most horrible murderer, which I am, but I could be much worse if I wanted to. At will, I could slay thousands of your best citizens, for I am in close relationship with the angel of death. End quote.
Not to discredit him, but he is killing people in their sleep with an axe. And what's his success rate?
I gotta say, your striking power and aim isn't Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, you should be batting 1,000 at that point.
You should be batting 1,000.
However, the most important clause is a specific threat that would terrify the entire New Orleans community. Quote, now, to be exact, at 12:15 o'clock earthly time, on next Tuesday night, I'm going to pass over New Orleans. In my infinite mercy, I'm going to make a little proposition to the people. Here it is. I am very fond of jazz music, and I swear by all the devils in the nether regions that every person shall be spared in whose house a jazz band is in full swing at the time I have just mentioned. If everyone has a jazz band going, well then, so much the better for the people. One thing is certain, and that is some of those persons who do not jazz it on Tuesday night, if there be any, will get the axe.
Jazz it! You better jazz it!
He turned jazz into
Honey,
a...
we gotta jazz it.
He turned jazz into a
I'm not
verb.
gonna throw out this axe, so we better jazz it. He's a bit like Santa Claus.
Okay, I'd like
First
to hear
of all, he
how...
says he's gonna pass over New Orleans. That's a bit magical.
Sure.
Just imagine him flying through the skies with his big axe, riding a crocodile or an alligator, whatever they call it.
Or a demon.
Traveling on demon's wings and just looking down at all the little houses, listening for jazz. It's like a good enough
He's
family.
like the Grinch trying to listen to the Whoville people sing.
Exactly right.
I still don't understand how he's Santa Claus. Santa Claus never bashed anyone's head in with a big sack of toys.
That's true. But he does give him coal.
What?
This letter would later spark the creation of a jazz song entitled Don't Scare Me Papa, also known as the Mysterious Axeman's Jazz. Tuesday night mentioned in the letter was March 19th, 1919. It is said that the city was truly alive that night, as people blasted jazz music in their homes, and those who did not have a record player poured into local jazz clubs to stay clear of the Axeman's wrath. It's worth mentioning that nobody was killed on March 19th, 1919.
So, he kept his word. Apparently everyone was jazzing it.
You know what? He was probably just going to be out of town.
He thought, wouldn't this be funny?
I've got a business trip that weekend.
Let's see how many smokers I can make dance.
Yeah.
On August 10th, 1919, Steve Boca was badly injured in his home after he awoke to a man next to his bed with an axe. Boca managed to survive the attack, reportedly staggering to a friend's home, who then called the police. Boca did not regain his memory, likely due to the blows to the head.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that usually does it.
Yeah.
I once fell into a pile of bricks when I was a kid.
What?
And I don't remember much of it after that.
What?
Yeah, I was climbing because we were playing hide and seek. I was trying to hide, and I thought I had the best hiding spot. Turns out I was wrong. The branch broke.
This explains a lot. You fell into
And after that, I could see ghosts.
I don't think it gave you the vision.
It gave me my eyes.
I think it put a hole in your brain.
Later that month, or in early September, on 2128 2nd Street, 19-year-old Sarah Lawman was reportedly attacked by someone who entered through an open window. When she regained consciousness, she could not recall details of the attack.
So this is the site of the second to last attack. And apparently the house is gone.
Yeah.
About 2 months later, on October 27th, 1919, at the corner of South Scott and Ulloa Street, the suspected Axeman attacked Esther
Your
and
skill
Mike
has increased.
Pepitone. Esther reportedly awoke around 1 a.m. to her husband screaming and ran to the bedroom. Her husband's head was struck 18 times and died 2 hours later. Esther saw 2 figures in the bedroom, but could not identify them as they fled the scene.
By the way, 2 figures.
Razor Boy.
Oh my God, no.
He's back.
No, we're not calling.
He's back from boarding school.
A bolt with a heavy nut, something used to secure a circus tent, was one of the apparent weapons. There was a circus on the nearby Tulane Avenue that weekend.
Was this the last one?
Yes.
If this guy survived for 2 hours after getting struck 18 times, the Axeman probably wasn't used to that kind of resilience. He probably hit him once, and the guy was like, "Oh boy, what a bump!" And he was like, "All right, I guess I'll hit you again." And he was like, "Oh my goodness, that didn't feel much better." I was like, 3, 4, 5.
This takes us to the supposed end of the Axeman's killing spree. And with that, let's get into the theories. The first theory is that perhaps not all of the killings were the work of the Axeman. Some speculate that the Axeman's presumed final killing of Mike Pepitone was actually a mafia killing, due to Mike Pepitone's father killing a man in the past. Another Axeman attack that is scrutinized is the second attack on Louis Bessemer and Anna Lowe. If you'll recall, Louis Bessemer was severely injured, and his partner Anna Lowe was killed in that same attack. However, Bessemer was charged with the murder of Anna in bizarre fashion. Police found that Bessemer had written letters back and forth in Yiddish and Russian. They eventually came to the conclusion that Bessemer was part of a German spy ring or spy master for the Kaiser, and the attack had nothing to do with the Axeman.
A spy's not gonna bash someone's head in with an axe.
And then bash his own head in.
Right. He's gonna lower a string from the ceiling and put a drop of poison on it and let that poison fall into a sleeping person's mouth. Right in there.
Well, if
They're
they're
dead.
sleeping, then why don't you just drop it into their mouth like a little droplet thing? Why the
I don't know. That's what spies do. That's just what they do.
The first time I've heard that, I think you just
Everybody does that.
I think you made it up.
I did not make it up. It
Okay.
happens in a James Bond film.
Which one?
The racist one, where he's in Japan.
Before dying, Anna Lowe allegedly blamed her partner Louis Bessemer and said that he was a Nazi spy. They also theorized that this case was a domestic dispute that ended with Louis attacking Anna. Nonetheless, Louis Bessemer was acquitted. There were definitely things that suggested this was the work of the Axeman, mainly the fact that it happened at home at night while they were sleeping with an axe.
That would take such an enormous amount of fortitude to be able to, really smash someone. And then also, like, I have a hard time pulling off a Band-Aid.
Though you are a wimp, and if anyone would have mental fortitude to do something that would be painful, it would be a spy, wouldn't they?
I just think it's very rich that you're calling me a wimp.
Yeah.
Because you hear a footstep and you go into,
Oh, I better hide under the bed.
In vain with this theory, it's also speculated on the internet that some of the killings of the Axeman could have been the work of a copycat. The second theory is that given the context of his bizarre letter, some believe the Axeman to be a supernatural figure that could slip through tiny entranceways and become the large man that witnesses describe the killer to be.
No.
It's just a theory.
That is, well, it's dumb. He shrunk down like a little mouse? Is that what you're saying? He's like Ant-Man? He's like, now I'm big, time to die.
At what point?
The last theory is actually a legitimate suspect, a man named Joseph Mumfree. To start on Mumfree, let's return to the Axeman's last crime, the attack on Esther and Mike Pepitone. If you recall, Esther survived the attack and her husband did not. Esther later moved to Los Angeles and remarried to a man named Angelo Albano. However, on the second anniversary of her former husband Mike's death by the Axeman, her current husband Angelo disappeared and was never found again. Esther recalled that before their marriage, Angelo had ended business relations with a man who went by many names, including Joseph Mumfree. On December 5th, 1921, Mumfree visited Esther's home at 554 East 36th Street in Los Angeles. He demanded $500 and Esther's jewelry, threatening that he would, quote, kill her the same way he had killed her husband, end quote. But, like a badass, Esther then killed him with a revolver.
Whoa, good for her.
We've had 2 badass ladies in the story. The girl who got whacked over the head still gave birth and survived, and then this girl who got threatened and was like, oh, fuck that.
Well, you know what I'll do is I'll shoot you.
This is the spot where Esther shot Joseph Mumfree to death. Kind of crazy to think that this may be the location where the Axeman actually was killed. Good for you, Esther. Shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do?
If he actually indeed killed 2 of her husbands, whether or not he's the Axeman, shoot him in the face.
Yeah, face full of bullets. You had it coming.
Give him a bullet sandwich.
Now, what does this have to do with the Axeman? Given the fact that Esther was present for the Axeman slaying of her husband Mike Pepitone, when Esther was arrested for shooting Joseph Mumphrey, she claimed that Mumphrey was the Axeman and had seen him run from her bedroom the night her husband was slain. The LAPD noted that there was evidence linking Mumphrey to the death of Mike Pepitone, and Esther was acquitted for Mumphrey's death. Here are some other things that seem to suggest Joseph Mumphrey was the Axeman. Upon investigation, the police found that Mumphrey led a blackmailing gang in New Orleans that preyed on Italians, and almost all of the Axeman's victims were Italians.
This guy's a racist?
Most of them were Italian grocers.
Whoa, fuck this guy.
This is what made you turn?
If there's already the basis that he's going to be killing, I do not approve of that, but if he's going to do it, then at least do it randomly.
I think just, how about don't kill people?
Look, Ryan, what are we here for? I thought we were here to get into the mind of a serial killer.
I know, I'm just saying, what if they all just happen to be Italian grocers?
Oh, that's rich. It all just happened to be... Yeah, that'll hold up in court.
Mumphrey was in and out of prison for the past 10 years, and his time outside of prison coincided with attacks by the Axeman. That being said, there was not enough evidence to directly link Mumphrey to the crimes, and eyewitnesses can be wrong. Only circumstantial evidence led people to believe Mumphrey was the killer. If you'll recall, Esther Pepitone originally said there were 2 men in her bedroom the night her first husband was killed. So either she's lying, or is the Axeman, perhaps multiple people.
What do you think?
I think
That's it, by the way.
it very well could be him. I know it says there's not a lot of evidence, but that was sort of the sweet spot for serial killers, right?
I think it may have been a series of copycat killers.
Yeah, that sounds likely.
Leading a blackmailing gang in New Orleans that preys on Italians. What a strange thing to
I've never
spearhead.
even heard of a blackmailing
What does a
gang.
blackmailing gang do?
They just get together and they're like, I saw this guy fucking a goat.
In the end, there aren't many leads on the identity of the notorious New Orleans Axeman. Was this the work of a series of copycats, or was this the result of one troubled individual? For now, the case remains unsolved.
If someone started bashing people's heads in Los Angeles, it was like, if you don't play Bruno Mars every Tuesday,
better play Bruno.
I'm going to be very angry.
You're not Brunoing on Tuesday night.
If we don't Bruno it.
Me and the devil are big fans of Bruno.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we covered the unfortunate murder of the unknown boy in the box. This case has been highly requested and is as bizarre as it is mysterious.
I love bizarre, and I love mysterious. So I am titillated.
Yeah, you look like you're excited to hear about this boy and his box.
Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Well, let's get into it.
On February 25th, 1957, the body of a boy was found in a box in an illegal dumping ground near Berry Road in Philadelphia. The boy was estimated to be around 4 to 6 years old, weighed 30 pounds, and stood
You've
3
been
feet
examined.
3 inches. He was found naked, but wrapped in a blanket. The boy's hair was cut, and his body was recently washed. There were small scars in several places, including his chin, groin, and left ankle, some of which suggested he underwent a medical procedure. Head injuries were determined to be the cause of death, and there were no witnesses.
Wait, so I was excited to hear about this boy who lived in a box.
I told you, it's not as magical as it
They
sounds.
just found a dead kid in a box? That's it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more weird details, but I thought it was going to be like, oh, and boy, did he not like his box. And he spent years in his box not liking his box.
I mean, this was the titular moment. We just went over why this boy was in the box, because he was dead. What else do you want?
Well, The Boy in the Bubble, the movie starring John Travolta, he spent so much time in that bubble.
You
We
have
see
a
a lot of bubble content.
You have a habit for citing movies as
I've
evidence.
never seen this movie. Well, I just know it's about John Travolta, and he can't go
That's
outside
even worse.
because germs will kill him, and he has to stay in plastic, and he kisses a girl.
We're moving.
Through the plastic.
We're moving on.
Okay.
The body was first found by a young man who was walking through the abandoned lot. Strangely, this man waited a full day before tipping off the police. And even stranger, it turns out that a second man had previously found the boy's body, but had not contacted the police because he claimed he did not want to get involved.
That's fair.
Yeah, I thought that was odd and maybe damning at first, but now that I think about it, if I found a boy in the box, you immediately make yourself a suspect when you say, I found this boy in this box.
I found a boy in a box. I had nothing to do with it.
And then the police sergeant on the other line's like, you're like, oh, tell me more about this boy in the box. Does he like his box? And he's like, no, he
hates it.
He was dead.
Because he's dead.
Exactly.
With the cold weather at the time of year and the delayed phone call from the person who found the body, it wasn't possible to accurately estimate when the boy had passed away. In hopes of finding his identity, the police kept the boy at the morgue while visitors from over 10 different states tried to identify the boy by looking for any significant marks, to no avail. Police sent out 400,000 flyers of images of the boy to police stations, post offices, and courthouses all over the country. Even the American Medical Association sent out a description of the boy, but it led nowhere.
What kind of description are they sending out? It's just, oh, it's a boy. He was in a box.
I mean, they have like
dead.
defining, you know, kids have faces.
I know, but they all kind of look the same. When babies are born, everyone goes, oh, what a cute baby. That's a baby. Either your baby's ugly or normal.
I mean, when you came out, I imagine they go, whoa, that's a huge noggin.
I was a very ugly baby.
I imagine your first steps were your head dragging along the floor like some kind of crab creature.
Okay. Well, that's not true.
That's the head joke for you?
Yeah, that's plenty.
Okay.
The police compared the child's footprints to hospital records in the area. Fingerprints were taken of the boy, but no record was found to prove the boy ever existed.
Blackberry
I mean, it's strange to just see that somebody's completely off the grid.
What kind of box are we talking? I know this isn't...
It's funny you would ask that because that's exactly what we're about to get into.
I have the mind of a detective.
Yeah, it's the first clue.
Good.
You don't have the mind of a detective. You just...
I think I do.
You stumbled upon a question for once that, actually pertained to the story. You could sip your tea all you want. I'm just saying it's clearly a coincidence.
Let's run through some of the key clues left at the scene of the crime. One promising clue came from the actual box itself. The box contained a serial number which allowed investigators to pinpoint the shipment, who were able to trace it back to a JCPenney store 15 miles away. Eerily, before the boy, the box was used to ship a bassinet. The store had shipped 12 of these boxes of bassinets. However, all of the purchasers paid in cash, leaving no record. 8 purchasers ended up contacting the police when they read about the story in newspapers to go on record that they either still had the boxes or had put the boxes out for trash collection. Though, the police were able to determine that the box was shipped to Upper Darby, Pennsylvania.
This all makes sense.
What do you have against Pennsylvania?
I don't know. It's quiet up there. People got too much free time. You know what happens next.
What do they even do? What's Pennsylvania known for?
Putting boys in boxes.
I don't think that. I wouldn't say that Pennsylvanians have a proclivity for boxes.
I think if you look at their state flag, you'll see a boy in a box.
False. No, okay, you know what?
The blanket was examined by the Philadelphia Textile Institute, which believed the blanket was made either in Granby, Quebec in Canada, or Swannanoa, North Carolina. But there was no way to tell where this particular blanket was purchased since thousands were made and sold. Ultimately, the blanket lead was a dead end.
Poor guy working on that lead.
Yeah.
You're gonna find something with these blankets if you just follow the trail. And you're like, all right, we're doing some work here.
It looks like it was made in the country of Canada.
They only made a few thousand of them.
Another propitious clue was a hat found 15 feet near the box, a blue corduroy Ivy League style cap, size 7 1/8. It was labeled Eagle Hat and Cap Company, and made by the small company owner, Mrs. Hannah Robbins, in South Philadelphia.
Dump a hat, dump a boy.
People dump things in lots. Yeah. There's a boy in a box in a lot.
Also, not always intentionally. You lose a hat in a lot.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the boy in the box was dumping.
That's probably intentional.
No one's like dragging a boy in the box and then like, after they get home, they're like, I'm getting something.
Janet, we left the box. Our boy was in that box.
Mrs. Robbins remembered the man who purchased the hat because she had customized it for him. The man, who was described as blonde between the ages 26 and 30, requested that a leather strap and buckle be added to the hat. He paid in cash, and she never saw him again. Detectives visited over 100 stores within the area, but nobody recognized the hat nor the boy. There was also strands of hair found on the boy's body. suggesting a hasty haircut, and one forensic artist named Frank Bender believes the boy was possibly raised as a girl. In fact, Bill Kelly, an original investigator of the case, recounts that in 1957 and 1958, a West Coast artist did circulate a rendition of the child as a girl, but it never produced any leads.
Wow, they're really going all out for this.
So it could have been a girl in the box, but it wasn't.
It was a boy.
Maybe he had like long hair.
Or maybe, like, I cut my hair throughout most of college, my own hair.
Huh.
I mean, it's cheap.
You did?
Yeah.
How did that turn out? Do we have any pictures
Pretty
of that?
good. People were actually pretty impressed when I told them.
With all these dead ends, let's get into the theories of what could have possibly happened to this boy and who he could be. The first theory comes from authors Lou Romano and Jim Hoffman, who came across a lead from a man in Philadelphia who said that his family once rented a place to a man who sold his son. Possibly the boy in the box.
Who sold his son?
Yeah, so he rented a place to this guy who sold his son.
He sold his son?
Which is weird because unless he was there to actually see the sale go down, that's not something you really tell somebody in passing.
No. Wow, the place is beautiful. I'm selling my son tomorrow. I'll take it. How much is it?
How many bedrooms? We'll need one of them.
$60. Can you believe it? How much is rent again?
A forensic pathologist looked at photos of the boy's potential father and possible brother and agreed that similarities would warrant further laboratory testing. He found similarities in the facial structure, the helix of the right ear, and the nose. A DNA sample was taken from the man they believed to be the brother. Oddly, investigators on Philadelphia police did not say whether they would test DNA to compare the potential brother to the DNA of the boy in the box. They only said they would, quote, investigate further, end quote. Okay, here's what I don't get about that. If we had a possible match on this boy in the box and you had an opportunity to compare it to DNA of a suspect or a person that's possibly a relative, why not just do it? How much does a DNA test cost?
That's true.
It doesn't make sense to me, but apparently nothing came of it. You know, maybe they did do it and nothing came of it and they just didn't report it.
Could be. Or it's just, you know, bureaucracy, man.
Or cover-up.
Or cover-up.
The second theory comes from medical examiner Remington Bristow, who investigated the case for over 36 years. Bristow gathered newspaper clippings of the boy and spent thousands of dollars of his own money and countless hours trying to identify the boy. He traveled all the way to Arizona and Texas for leads. Bristow even consulted with a psychic who held staples from the bassinet box, hoping he or she could gather some clues. Bristow went even as far as carrying a mask of the boy's face in his briefcase.
Okay. Let's think about some things here.
The last two went a little off the edge.
Yeah.
Especially the latter. That doesn't even seem helpful.
So would he wear it and go to people and be like, do you know me? Do you see my little boy face? Does this look familiar to you?
You know what's even weirder? Even if he didn't open with that, and he's like interrogating someone like, you seen this kid? No, no. All right, let me pull out one more thing. Click. Now. Now have you seen him? And they're just like, no. Could you please leave my home?
Can you please leave?
Bristow theorized that the boy died accidentally. His freshly cut hair and nails indicated that he was well taken care of. Perhaps the boy's family never came forward because they did not want to be charged with murder. Based off of a psychic's clue, Bristow looked into a foster family that lived nearby where the boy was found. The foster family had already been interviewed by the police. At this foster family's 1961 estate sale, Bristow found a bassinet that he believed could have previously been stowed in the box the boy was found in.
They don't know what the other bassinets looked like?
That's weird. Yeah, I guess nothing must have came of that because it's like it may have looked like it. Then again, keep in mind this is not an official investigation.
Yeah, I know. This is just a man with a passion.
A passion for justice.
Yeah.
Respectable. Bristow then began to theorize that the boy was an illegitimate child of the daughter of the foster family and was perhaps abandoned by the daughter so she would not be revealed as a single mother. Bristow would eventually pass away in 1993, but shortly after, Philadelphia detective Tom Augustine took up the case where Bristow left off. On February 23, 1998, Detective Augustine went to the home of Arthur Nicoletti, the man who led the former foster care home. Nicoletti's wife, Anna Marie, was the woman Bristow theorized to be the mother of the boy in the box. In addition to being Nicoletti's wife, Anna Marie was also Nicoletti's stepdaughter.
So, he married... Wait, hang on. What?
Your brain is imploding right now.
I need like a visual here. So his wife.
Well, when a man loves a woman.
And.
Yeah.
All right. But it's his wife.
Yeah, it's not incest technically because it's not.
Yeah. Anytime you have to say it's not incest technically, that's not great, Ryan.
True, but it isn't. It's not his blood.
Okay.
Anna Marie told Augustine that she did have a boy who passed away in bizarre fashion, with morgue records supporting her statement. His cause of death was electrocution from a nickel ride outside of a store, once again leading to a dead end.
That's pretty funny.
Do you think she was like, hey, here's a nickel, Timmy, I'm gonna go inside and get some groceries, I'll be right back? Or, the more horrifying version of that, do you think she made him ride the ride and sat there and watched as he was apparently having too much fun and got really excited and was like, yeah! And then,
you think he screamed like R2-D2?
See, that's kind of horrifying when you think about it that way.
Sure is.
But there was a moment where she was probably like, wow, he's really enjoying that ride.
Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
One of those unfortunate deaths where obviously it's a tragedy, but boy, oh boy, is that a laugh riot.
The third and final theory comes from a woman named Martha. A psychiatrist from Cincinnati contacted Augustine and said one of her patients insisted on speaking to the police. The patient went by the name of Martha and said that when she was 11 years old, her mother took her to a house where she handed an envelope over for a boy.
Did you just realize something? What just happened?
Well, remember in the first theory I said there was the guy who said he sold his son.
Yeah, did you just not realize that until now, though?
Yeah.
Because,
Your skill has increased.
Jesus, I've never seen you... Eureka! You could put a light bulb up. Can we play that back and put a light bulb over Ryan's head when that happens?
Was that clear? What the connection I made? There was a guy who they thought maybe sold his son.
Yeah.
And here's the purchase happening.
And you didn't make that until you read it just now.
I'm so in each theory.
Yeah, you didn't like them.
Martha said that she was sexually abused by her mother, and the mother wanted to do the same to the boy. Martha said her mother beat the boy to death after struggling to bathe him and drove Martha and the boy to Philadelphia to abandon him. Martha spoke with investigators Tom Augustine, Joseph McGillen, and William Kelly. McGillen and Kelly were one of the first on the boy-in-the-box crime scene. All three were allegedly convinced by Martha's story. According to Bill Fleischer, a retired FBI agent, details of Martha's story add up. The testimonies, addresses, and descriptions. It is a strong theory. But even with Martha's lead, the police were not able to verify if the boy was who Martha claimed he was.
Did I actually just solve something?
I think you did, to be honest.
I may have just solved something.
Oh my God, you've done it, Ryan.
But if that's the case, then the police would have just released it. So obviously this is not right.
Feels right.
Wow, doesn't take a lot to convince you.
Either way, to this day, the boy's identity remains a mystery. His grave is marked as America's unknown child at the Ivy Hill Cemetery in Philadelphia. To this day, people are mystified as to why nobody had come to claim him. Perhaps someday, we will learn who this boy was and what happened to him. But for now, the case remains unsolved.
I'm going to still say this is very unsolved.
Yeah.
But for a moment there, I thought I had solved something.
Yeah, you could see it in your expression. The day you solve something, I'll give you $500.
Oh, wow. 500 real dollars?
Yeah.
I could go to Disneyland with that kind of money. That'll last me a couple days, maybe. Thank you, Shane.
Let's make it 200.
$200?
That's still good.
Oh, my. You're so generous, Mr.
500
Madej.
is too much. I got groceries to buy.
Okay, well, but there you have it. Shane's gonna set me for life if I ever solve something with that 500 big one.
200 queens, baby.
200 shekels. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we covered the Trump family. This one happened recently, and believe me, I doesn't even begin to describe this one. It's very strange.
My interest is piqued.
Really?
Yeah.
You said that with a complete dead face, so I can never tell when you're being serious.
My interest is piqued.
Okay, don't do that.
That's better?
Nope, that wasn't better. Let's get into it.
On Monday, August 29th, 2016, in Sylvan, Australia, 51-year-old Mark Trump and 53-year-old Jacoba Trump, along with their 3 children, 29-year-old Rihanna, 25-year-old Mitchell, and 22-year-old Ella all inexplicably fled their farm. This strange family road trip would set into motion a hunt for the family that would captivate Australian media. Local police sergeant Mark Knight called it, quote, the most bizarre case in 30 years, end quote, as officials were baffled as to why the Tromp family simply ran away from their home. The seemingly healthy and stable Mark and Jacoba Tromp ran an earth-moving business, along with a berry farm, where all of their children worked 7 days a week.
They're making their kids work 7 days a week. My parents would maybe be like, empty the dishwasher on a Thursday, and I'd be like, this is bullshit.
It is excessive. I guess I'd run away from my parents if they made me work 7 days a week, especially if I was shoveling horse shit, moving dirt.
I'd fake my own death.
Oh man, okay, you took it a step further.
I'd set the barn on fire and throw a cadaver in there and flee this country.
Later, when police investigated their home, they found the following: mobile phones, passports, and credit cards. The trip, it appeared, was meant to be cash only, and, quote, off the grid, end quote.
I mean, I've gone on some spur-of-the-moment vacations.
You strike me as one of those idiots who likes to put their phone down and go walk into the woods and experience nature and all that bullshit.
Absolutely not.
Get eaten by a bear.
No, that's not me at all.
Either way, leaving your house at this day and age without your phone, without your credit card, that's already a death sentence. You can't do that.
It's not smart.
It's not smart. You can't even use Apple Pay on your phone.
I've been to places nowadays that don't even accept cash.
The family left in 22-year-old Ella's Peugeot SUV. They drove for the first day and night till they reached Bathurst, roughly 500 miles away from their home in Sylvan. Unlike the rest of his family, 25-year-old Mitchell Tromp brought his cell phone.
Mitchell, you traitor. You are a traitor to the Tromp clan.
It seems he didn't want to disconnect. Or he was thinking, maybe one of us needs to keep our sanity here.
My family's insane.
Exactly.
However, roughly 19 miles into their trip near Warburton, his parents forced him to throw his phone out the window because they were convinced it was being used to track them.
If your parents told you at age 25 to throw your phone out the window, would you do it?
No.
He did it.
This is what happens when you live on a farm.
Okay, so what wide generalization are you going to make about people on farms?
I just think you got to read some culture, watch some 2.5 Men, I don't care. Just connect to popular media and know what the world is thinking. Otherwise, you go nuts.
Yeah, because nothing says sanity and civilization like a Red Robin, right?
They have bottomless onion rings.
They do have bottomless fries there. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
The next day, on Tuesday, August 30th, Mitchell left the family around 7 a.m. The family later headed out from Bathurst toward the Jenolan Caves that Tuesday. At the Jenolan Caves, Rihanna and Ella broke off from the family by stealing a car. They drove this car to Goulburn, where they reported their parents as missing. But from there, Ella and Rihanna strangely split up. Rihanna Tromp was found in the back of Keith Whitaker's Ford F-250. He was driving when he felt a kick. When he came to a stop, Whitaker called the police. Rihanna was catatonic and did not know her name or location.
This actually happened. He was driving, he felt a little kick. He's like, oh, I must have not tied down the gear.
It was a girl who didn't know her own name. How scary is that?
You don't think you'd be scared if you went into your truck bed and you looked and there was a girl and she was just like...
I'd probably be like, get out of my truck bed, you
And if
weirdo.
she didn't respond, would you touch her? Would you think, oh, she's turning into a zombie? Is she...
No, because I'm not an idiot.
Ella Tromp actually made it back home by Tuesday night, and the police were already there. When police began to investigate the Tromp home, the place was unlocked and in disarray. According to the Daily Telegraph, police found evidence that the Tromps had gone through years of their farm's financial records shortly before leaving. There were several piles of documents throughout the home, including passports and credit cards of every family member as mentioned before. An officer is quoted saying, quote, the piles were very ordered, and they were clearly looking for something, end quote.
How much trouble could a family of farmers get into?
Oh, a pretty fair amount of trouble, my friend.
We hold $1,000 to the bear down the street.
The bear down the street?
That's their neighbors, right? Like a bear that lives in a little cave.
Farmers and bears don't mix. There's no bears on farms.
This is clearly a cartoonish example I was giving. Where
That's not
even
a good cartoon. I've never even seen a cartoon where a farm there's a bear on a farm.
There's Goldilocks and the three bears.
There's nothing in that story about the bears owning cows or chickens or going out and milking something.
Were you not picturing a farm in your head when you were thinking of it?
No, it's just bears in the woods.
That could be a farm.
It's not a farm. It's just bears that own a house. They're eating porridge.
One day later, on Wednesday, August 31st, Mitchell Tromp, the first Tromp sibling to break off from the family, arrived home via the train. Meanwhile, his parents Mark and Jacoba Tromp drove to Wangaratta and also separated. Jacoba headed north, while Mark remained in Wangaratta, where it is believed that Mark is linked to a case where a young couple was dangerously tailgated by a car of the same make and color that Mark was driving on Wednesday night around 10 p.m. The couple was playing Pokemon Go at the time. The young man driving is quoted saying, "I could barely see his headlights because he was that close to my car," end quote. I imagine this is a little bit more than they bargained for when they were trying to find that Pikachu, but some serious tailgate.
That's some shitty driving.
When the young man pulled the car over, the car tailgating them would also stop. They claimed that eventually, Mr. Tromp got out of the car and ran towards them, but he stopped in the middle of the road and stared at them. He then walked into Wangaratta's Marawa Park and disappeared. That's fucking terrifying.
How scary is it? You just lock your door. You're in a car, drive away. That's not that scary. And then, you know, if the doors don't work and he starts breaking a window, then guess what? Time to die.
Okay,
and that's a bummer. But see, at that point, it's like, I'm dead. I guess I don't have anything else to worry about.
So, at what point does the fear come in for you?
About when the life is draining out of my body.
Police searched the park, but no one was found. The car still had the keys in the ignition. In an effort to track down Mark Tromp, the police investigated Miller's Cottage Motel in Wangaratta, where a room had been broken into. They believed he might have stayed there for the night. On Thursday, September 1st, Mrs. Tromp took public transportation to Yass and tried to book a motel in the city. Allegedly, a member of the public helped escort her to a hospital in Yass, where the hospital staff recognized her and called the police.
If a woman comes up and is trying to rent a hotel room, and she doesn't have ID,
and you're at McDonald's,
and cash, and she's like, I don't know where I am or what my name is, I'd be like,
you're in a McDonald's.
Okay, why don't you just take a seat? Yeah. I'll make a phone call.
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
Very kind of them.
It's kind.
Look out for your fellow man. And
Your skill has
on
increased.
Saturday, September 3rd, 5 days after first leaving his home, Mark Tromp was found wandering down a road in Wangaratta around 5:50 p.m. He was promptly questioned by the police and given a mental health assessment. He spent 5 hours at the station before he was escorted out by a family member and gave the waiting media the finger. Though, Mark would later publicly apologize
Your
for,
skill
quote,
has
the
increased.
hurt and concern caused by these events, end quote.
Rude of him to act like it's no big deal. Of course people want to know what the hell's going on with you.
Oh yeah, excuse the public for wondering about your safety, sir.
It does make me realize I don't give people the middle finger enough. Like if someone's like, hey, you want to grab some salads for lunch today? Be like,
It's meaner without the noise.
oh, so it's just kind of be like, is that better?
That's better.
All right.
Yeah, that's like how Adam Sandler made his career.
Yeah, basically.
Basically, by making fart noises
Yeah.
and funny faces. The next day, Mitchell and Ella appear before media, thanking police and media for finding their father. They do not go into detail about what happened, and essentially state that they are still perplexed by it.
Weird that they just go along with it. I guess they're their parents, but, you know, it's a long road trip. Can you imagine them just in the back seat kind of exchanging glances with each other like, what's Dad doing?
Well, one of them seems like he was the only one who was not on board. So imagine his plight. Yeah. He's in the back. He's like, you know, when you're in a situation, you're like, this is dumb, and you try to give someone a look like what are we doing? And they don't give you anything, and you're like,
if you just turn to the sisters.
He's just like, and they're like, and you're just like, oh, I guess I'll go fuck myself then. What's weird to me is the fact that after the fact, they don't know what happened still. Yeah. They're still confused. Considering that the family had no history of mental illness, and also the fact that Sergeant Mark Knight, who worked on the investigation, says there was no sign of the family using drugs, having outstanding debts, or being part of a church or cult. Many have wondered what triggered the family to simply leave their home, and furthermore, what prompted each member to leave individually. That being said, let's get into the theories. The first theory is that the Tromps were poisoned by an environmental toxin on their farm, causing them to have bizarre delusions, but there doesn't seem to be anything else to back this theory up.
Mold. That's all I got.
Okay.
Some moldy Cheerios, maybe some bad cheese. I don't know what else.
Bad cheese. That's the thing. I don't know if it would do this.
The second theory is just internet speculation, that perhaps the mob had been involved. Maybe there was truly somebody after the Trump family, so they skipped town. At one point, the entire family had planned to flee the country if necessary. They had changed their minds because they decided it was possible that their passports would be tracked.
I just love that the only reason why they didn't leave the country was like, oh, we could do that, but they're going to track our passports. Not, do you think it's a little weird that we're just leaving our country?
They wanted to go somewhere where technology couldn't reach them. Credit cards and traceable items were clearly left behind. And
Your
if you
skill has
recall,
increased.
an officer did note that, quote, they were clearly looking for something, end quote. However, if they were truly fearful for their lives, it's a bit strange that Mark and Jacoba Tromp would allow their kids to leave
Your
the
skill
car,
has increased.
which in my opinion makes this theory unlikely.
Did they mean to let them leave, though, or did the kids bolt?
You would think that if your kids bolted, you wouldn't be like, gotta press on.
Well, unless the kids ran, like they stopped at a rest stop, the kids ran and hid somewhere and then proceeded to run away. Then guess, what are you going to do then?
You're gonna go find your kids.
Not if I'm trying to get off the grid. Off the grid, no more kids.
They would be very selfish parents at that point, in my opinion. If you thought your family was in danger enough to take them away from the home, why
Your
not
skill has
go after
increased.
them if you think you're truly being, tracked?
Well, they don't seem like they make good decisions, Ryan.
I'm just saying, that's why this theory doesn't make sense. I guess, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
The third theory is that the family collectively suffered from a delusion called folie à deux. It is a rare psychological condition that can affect close families. The term was coined after a French married couple that began exhibiting delusional and paranoid behavior. The couple believed that their home was targeted by people who would spread dust and lint throughout their home while wearing the couple's shoes as they slept.
How did this dust get here?
They must have been wearing our shoes and doing a little dance at night. I just think of all the delusions you could have. That's the most funny and harmless one.
Though doctors were unsure who first began the delusional behavior, it was clear that they were reinforcing each other's paranoia. Over 90% of cases of folie à deux have been couples, parents and children, and siblings. Media coverage later revealed that Jacoba and Mark Tromp had been showing increasing signs of mental stress. Allegedly, one of them believed that someone was out to rob them and kill them. When asked what had possibly triggered the trip, Ella stated, quote, "It is very confusing. I still
Your
feel
skill has
confused.
increased.
I think our state of minds wasn't in the best place, and there's no one reason for it. It's bizarre," end quote. In the end, the perplexing Trump excursion covered almost 1,000 miles with no definitive answer as to why, leaving the case, for now, unsolved.
Unsolved.
All right. Well, once again, we've solved nothing. That was fun.
Yeah, it was a good one. Good yarn.
It was a good yarn.
Fun to do a little story without so much
Death.
death.
So you know what's good about this one? It's unsolved, but the people are still walking around breathing.
Yeah, it's just some shenanigans.
Yeah. Do you think you could become part of a shared delusion, or do you think?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I think it creeps up on you, Ryan.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Anytime I've ever offered even a little bit of a delusional thought, you immediately shut it down.
No one thinks they're susceptible to shared delusions, and then it happens to them. The people who are, victim to that probably think they're fine. They don't know what's happening.
What if we're in a shared delusion right now? What if we think we're talking to cameras and we're doing an episode of BuzzFeed Unsolved, when in fact, we're actually not doing that at all?
What if no one's watching this? Is this all in our mind?
It could be. This could be the most elaborate delusion of all. And we're talking about shared delusions, which in turn is actually a weird delusional loop. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we discussed the death of JonBenet Ramsey, a case that to this day still captivates the nation. I gotta say, this one really gives me the creeps.
It's not fun.
No, it's not fun. A child died.
I'm not stoked here.
No, I'm not stoked, but everyone seems to want to hear about it, so here we go.
On the morning of December 26, 1996, in Boulder, Colorado, Patsy Ramsey claimed to discover a ransom note for her 6-year-old daughter, JonBenet Ramsey, on the back staircase inside the house. This prompted Patsy Ramsey to call the police at 5:52 a.m. to report JonBenet as missing. The people inside the house at the time were John Ramsey, her father, Patsy Ramsey, her mother, and Burke Ramsey, her 9-year-old brother. Bizarrely, the body of JonBenet Ramsey was found less than 8 hours later. And even stranger, the body was found inside the Ramsey residence, in the utility room in the basement. The body was found by JonBenet's father. She was found with duct tape over her mouth and a smooth cord around her neck. It is widely reported that the crime scene was heavily compromised by people arriving at the scene. The police later claimed that they had not searched the house after Patsy's call because there was no reason to believe from the ransom note that JonBenet was in the house. At the time of her death, JonBenet Ramsey was a well-decorated beauty pageant competitor, having won at least 5 high-profile competitions. Her death was ruled a homicide.
Strange, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Peculiar. I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, I've read a lot of these cases. I can't recall one case where the missing person was inside the house.
It's spooky.
It is spooky.
Have you checked the children?
The autopsy found that JonBenet was bludgeoned to death, while the county coroner ruled that JonBenet had died of asphyxiation caused by being strangled. A paintbrush from Patsy's hobby kit was used to tighten the rope that strangled JonBenet. There was DNA found on JonBenet's long johns and underwear, both belonging to a single unidentified man, who, when compared to the FBI's database of convicted violent offenders in 2004, was not found among 1.5 million samples.
When you say DNA.
Oh, it's not like that.
Okay.
No, not like that.
I just,
Yeah.
I want to be, you know, how gross we were getting here.
There were 2 sets of unidentified footprints found at the scene. There was a rope found close by JonBenet's bedroom that did not belong to the Ramseys. However, as of 2006, the rope had never been tested. If somebody broke into the house, they did so cleanly, as there was no footsteps in the snow outside the house, as well as no sign of forced entry.
This is Colorado, right?
It's snowing. I mean, conceivably, maybe the snow got covered up.
No.
But there's also...
I know snow. You don't know snow because you're a Southern California
Oh, you're going to
Lily,
pull this
but
card now from your Chicago, from the Windy City, and I don't know anything about weather.
We know snow out there. We know
so
snow.
nice. It's not that hard. It falls from the sky and it hits the ground.
There's some nuance to it. There's some intricacy, and if...
Such as what?
Oh, you don't even know.
Let's move on to the contents of the ransom note. The note requested $118,000 in exchange for JonBenet Ramsey.
Strange.
Why is that strange?
Weird number.
Oh, I guess it is very specific. Actually, we're going to touch on why that may be so specific.
My detective brain, this is what I'm telling you about.
I think it is.
Did that number stick out to you the first time?
It did, but I think you're tooting your own horn a little bit too much.
Shame the brain.
Okay.
With the exchange to take place the next day between 8 and 10 a.m., the highly scrutinized note starts with, quote, Mr. Ramsey, listen carefully. We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. We respect your business, but not the country that it serves, end quote. A strange declaration that would ultimately lead nowhere.
If you're sending someone a ransom note, I would imagine you would want to put in as little detail as possible. I'm not going to say, Dear Mr. Ramsey, it's me, a tall fellow.
It almost seems cartoony. Almost as if it was fake. Let's move on.
Here's another excerpt. Quote, the 2 gentlemen watching over your daughter do not particularly like you, so I advise you not to provoke them. Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police or FBI, will result in your daughter being beheaded.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what? It's a fucking ransom note.
You can try to deceive us, but be warned that we are familiar with law enforcement countermeasures and tactics. You stand a 99% chance of killing your daughter if you try to outsmart us. Follow our instructions, and you stand a 100% chance of getting her back.
Fucking mathematician over here.
I know, this guy is a smug piece
I've
of
crunched the numbers.
I've run the permutations through my little computer, and all of them say, you're fucked.
My murder laptop.
Murder laptop.
The letter was signed SBTC, initials that still remain a mystery. One curious fact is that the sum of $118,000 was close to the amount that John Ramsey received for a bonus that year.
That's when you ask the question about the specificity of the number.
Yeah.
There it is.
I've connected the 2 dots.
You didn't connect shit, but...
I've connected them.
However, the most chilling fact about the ransom note was that it was determined that the note was written using pen and paper from inside the house. While this detail is absolutely horrifying, It also brought a lot of suspicion into the integrity of the note. This suggests that the killer somehow entered the house, wrote the note inside, and for some reason then killed JonBenet Ramsey after writing a ransom note. All of this occurring while the other 3 Ramsey family members were inside the house.
I feel like I've been in some big houses where you could be at one end, someone in the other end could be straight up murdering a human being and you wouldn't even know.
Would you take that kind of a risk as a killer to do all these weird little things inside the house?
Yes.
Analysis of the notepad used suggested that a practice letter was written, and part of a practice note was found. There were spelling errors in the letter on words thought to be easy, like possession, yet some wonder how words such as attaché, with an accent on the E, were spelled correctly. Some believe this adds up to the letter being a hoax, and when combined with the lack of evidence of an intruder, this case becomes even more puzzling.
Maybe the practice letter was just sort of, you know when you write like a banner and you write with a big marker and then
when you're making the
you've got like 3 letters to squeeze in at the end and it looks all shitty?
Are you under the impression he wrote this in bubbly letters?
No, I'm just saying maybe he was spacing it out.
It's a notepad. He doesn't need to space it out.
Okay, then I don't understand the practice.
No, neither do I. That's the point.
Jesus. I don't understand the beheading. What is that all about?
With that, let's get into the suspects, starting with the Ramseys themselves. In the early goings of the case, the Ramsey family was under heavy scrutiny, given the suspicions of the ransom note's authenticity and the little evidence to suggest an intruder. The actual person responsible for the murder varies depending on who is theorizing. A recent television program claims that police theorized that Patsy accidentally killed JonBenet. That same program also posited that Burke Ramsey, JonBenet's 9-year-old little brother, accidentally killed JonBenet as well. However, for Patsy or Burke to be the culprit, not only would the note have to be staged, but so would the strangulation. And that doesn't add up when you consider the evidence suggests that JonBenet was still alive as she was being strangled. Furthermore, handwriting analysis also ruled out John Ramsey and ruled Patsy Ramsey as inconclusive. Experts believe the signs are more consistent with child abduction and murder done by an intruder. Fascinatingly, in 2013, it came to light that in 1999, a grand jury had voted to indict JonBenet's parents on charges of child abuse resulting in death. However, the Boulder District Attorney at the time, Alex Hunter, did not sign the indictment, believing that there was not enough evidence to support the charges. Casting further doubt on this theory is the fact that the DNA evidence procured from the crime scene officially exonerated the entire Ramsey family.
You could see why people would think it may be one of them in the family, though, because if it was indeed an accident, you would have to cover it up, you would have to write a note.
Which brings us to our first non-Ramsey suspect, a local man named Bill McReynolds who had visited the Ramsey house 2 days before JonBenet's murder. He sometimes dressed up as Santa Claus. His own daughter had been kidnapped 22 years before the JonBenet murder. His wife had written a play about a child getting molested and then murdered in a basement. According to the Denver Post, this man felt close to JonBenet. Here's a quote from him. Quote, her murder...
Yeah, the JonBenet case, yeah. Here in America, the JonBenet case, there's only about, I would say, 4 big cases that have been world history, Dave. This is one of them. There was the O.J. Simpson's case, of course. There was the JonBenet Ramsey case, which was just, you know, about, as usual, about 10 miles down the road from where I lived. Like Columbine and like Century 16, it was all about 10 miles down the road from where I lived in Colorado. There was the Menendez brothers, which was the 2 Asian kids who killed their parents, and then there was the Lorena Bobbitt trial. That was the one where she chopped off her husband's penis. And then there was the one, of course, with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Also, I would say there was quite a bit of drama around the Timothy McNichols I wouldn't say it was the big one though. It wasn't a big one like that. It was. I mean, it was not like that. Those are the main ones. There was about 5 of them, but there was 5 of them. The reason it comes up is because these fucking cases were like hemorrhoids. They would happen, and then for like 5 years afterwards, the only thing on any television channel or even some of the television shows, like Married with Children and shit like that, the only thing that any of them could talk about was what the water cooler bullshit was around these fucking court trials. There was about 5 of them. We had this one recently with Johnny Depp. That was exactly like that. Even I engaged in that one. Oh, and then there was also another big trial that I remember, a big one. It wasn't just a trial. It was not only a trial. It was also a disaster. Was the Rodney King case in L.A. when we had the L.A. court riot, the L.A. Riots and stuff. Los Angeles riots, because that was a big court case. When they exonerated those cops, they burned down L.A. There was a couple of other big ones lately, like there's the Eric Garner case, the Ahmaud Arbery, the I Can't Breathe stuff, through the BLM. No, they never solved this one. The particular one with JonBenet Ramsey, no. The American belief, right? There was a few other ones, like there was another one where the Condit case was another really big one, where supposedly the mother drowned her. Supposedly some Puerto Rican guy, is what South Park used to say, because they all blame, all of these cases, they blame some Puerto Rican guy. It's the one, all of these cases, including the JonBenet Ramsey people, they all accuse some random fucking Puerto Rican guy. And that's how we know that they're all liars, and probably the families did the murders, right? So the American belief, Dave, and I don't want to say that all Americans believe this way, I'll just tell you what is generally the consensus, right? It is sad, but O.J. Simpson walked free, but the majority, not all of us, I'd say about 30% of us believe that O.J. Simpson was innocent, and about 70% of us believe that he was guilty. And that was a big fucking case, and he went free, right? The same was true of the JonBenet Ramsey case. This was big in Denver. This is where I grew up and stuff. We all believed that the family did it, but the DNA evidence did not support that. So they probably didn't. But I mean, it was so fishy. They thought the family did that one. They thought Lorena Bobbitt chopped off her husband's dick. They thought that the Menendez brothers had killed their parents. They thought that, that the Rodney King cops had killed Rodney King. They thought that the Ahmaud Arbery guy had been killed. The public's always, the whole reason why these cases were so crazy is not only were the cases and the details in the case really nuts, but almost always the public condemned them about 5 years before the court case exonerated them. And so all of these cases were a mess, right? So the court cases exonerated almost all of them, including the JonBenet Ramsey one. But yeah, Dave, the reason that we're looking at these cases in particular is specifically because these are unsolved. This is a show called BuzzFeed, and they do a show called Unsolved. This is the marathon season 2 for BuzzFeed's Unsolved. And BuzzFeed, I would say, is a fairly good, reputable AP press source that I would say actually probably has some information that even like CNN and Fox News doesn't have. I would say BuzzFeed is a pretty reputable source. They've got a lot of good information about this stuff. A lot of the times they say that sometimes the families, like sometimes the murder, supposedly a lot of the time the murderer sends some letter to somebody like BuzzFeed or somebody who's in the counterculture. A lot of the times we hear about this. Sometimes somebody like Edward Snowden will reach out to somebody like WikiLeaks because they believe in the integrity of those sources more. BuzzFeed is one of those sources where I believe these BuzzFeed guys about the conspiracy theory shit a lot more than the left or the right. And I believe the BuzzFeed to actually be, I mean, the execution and the delivery is entirely leftist, liberal, woke, which you can see evidenced by the 2 gay journalists, the witty banter, the light, sort of like very, very light delivery of this dark material and stuff. BuzzFeed's good like that. I trust them, right? The previous guy, Wendigoon, he's got a nefarious sort of QAnon, like conspiracy theory wacko vibe to him that I don't like that much. Although I think Wendigoon himself is a genius. So I went looking for, like, I didn't go, so YouTube realized this about me, and the algorithm suggested this video, and I'm glad it popped it. We're about an hour in. This video is 6.5 hours long, which is also sort of my you know, that's my vibe, you know, that's my jam, is long videos and stuff. But yeah, these cases, like there's three interesting things about these cases, Dave, that you will see throughout all of these cases, right? The families were probably guilty, though the DNA did not support it. This is why O.J. Simpson walked. This is why JonBenet Ramsey walked. So the Benet Ramsey parents walked. This is why Gary Condit walked. A lot of the time, the DNA does not support the family being the murderer. But the problem with the case is almost always the family are the only people who had the agency to actually do it, because they're all extremely rich, right? So one of the big problems about all of these, the Menendez brothers, you know, all the Lorena Bobbitts, the JonBenet Ramseys, the O.J. Simpsons, all those people, right? They're all rich, right? So one of the things about rich people is they tend to have bodyguards, they tend to have security, they tend to have security cams, they tend to have people around them like maids and servants and people that hang around them, sycophants and shit like that, you know, like, I don't know what else to call them, they're basically sycophants. Rich people gather their family and their people around, like they're Jesus Christ at the Last Supper or something like that. So it's very difficult for somebody like O.J. Simpson or the JonBenet Ramsey people, parents, to actually get away with murder, because they're almost always on camera. They always have like a Kato Kalin sitting in the background who narcs on them or whatever, and they almost always have like the DNA evidence almost always never supports that they're the murderer. But the problem is the public believes that they're the only one that has the agency to do it because of stuff like the bloody glove or the DNA evidence on JonBenet Ramsey's panties. That was a disgusting one that warped us all when we were a kid, because in the background when we were a kid, Dave, the fucking media wouldn't shut the fuck up about how there was semen all over poor little 6-year-old JonBenet Ramsey's fucking panties. And they wouldn't shut the fuck up about it for 5 fucking years. Pretty much the most disgusting thing that I could fucking think of as a fucking child. The fucking media parade circus just ran with it for like 5 fucking years. And it was so disgusting like that. With the O.J. Simpson case, it was like he bathed in the blood of 49 stab wounds or whatever. And that one haunted all of us. The JonBenet Ramsey one was, after he strangled her to death, they found the semen on the little girl's panties. And all this nasty ass shit that'll get me fucking, you know, that'll get me fucking demonetized. But I mean, so I didn't come up with this shit. This is history. They can get on the Wikipedia. One of the reasons why they won't ban me for even talking about it, really, is they can go Wikipedia. Everything I'm saying is exactly what fucking happened. I'm not talking about it because I get some kind of relish out of it. I'm talking about it because the media wouldn't shut the fuck up about any of this shit. For like 20 years, the Gary Condit case, the fucking, the JonBenet race, case, the O.J. Simpson case, the L.A. riots, the Menendez brothers, the Lorena Bobbitts, all of that shit, the Tanya Harding case, you know, all of that shit, all of it, like that media shit warped our lives, because it was always this dark ass shit that when we were a child, that we just couldn't believe that people were even really capable of, and our parents had to explain us what semen on the little girl's panties actually meant. My mom had to tell me what that meant. Because I was like, why do they keep talking about DNA evidence on the little girl's panties, Mommy? And she was like, well, son, there's a terrible thing that happens, you know, and I'm not going to go into the horrible, sick conversation, but I mean, like, that's what it was like for a lot of Americans. We were like, why the fuck are we talking about Columbine all the fucking time, and Century 16, and JonBenet Ramsey, all these, like, you know, these fucking, like, you know, sensational cases that swept the media. For, like, 5 fucking years, they wouldn't shut the fuck up about O.J. Simpson. Around year 4, every comedian, every television star, every movie star, and every water cooler conversation in America was pretty much all of America wanted the media to shut the fuck up about O.J. Simpson. All of us were interested in the case. We all watched the Bronco chase. We all wanted to know what happened and all this crap, but we were sick of it at that fucking point. There was this point where the media and the court and all these people began to realize that the public was not happy with this shit, and that they needed to shut the fuck up and keep the fucking sensationalist shit out of the press. Otherwise, all the housewives fixate, then all the house husbands fixate, and all this other stupid shit. And that's all anybody can talk about is semen on fucking Monica Lewinsky's fucking, like, dress, you know? Like, what, you know, you're trying to talk about, like family dinner on a Sunday, and you're trying to talk about prom, and the semen on the little girl's panties comes up in the polite conversation about prom, because that's all anybody can talk about for 5 fucking years. And I hated this about America when I grew up. So I know a lot more than I ever wanted to know about the layout of the JonBenet house, and what occurred in the laundry room, and where they slept at night, and what they ate for dinner, and who their friends were, and who their family was, and where they got their money from, what cars they drove, what led them to do this, the semen on the little girl's panties, and all this terrible ass fucking shit that I couldn't fucking stand. It was like, and I was like 7 years old when this happened. I didn't want to hear it when I was 7. Now I'm 40 and I'm still sick of it. This shit sucked, and it sucked for the family. It sucked for the baby. She was dead. It sucked for the entire nation. It sucked for everybody. Like, this shit sucked. It sucked, like, entirely. The entire thing sucked. And you know what, Dave? The murder itself sucked. But the murder itself was nowhere near what the press debacle ended up being in the end. The feeding frenzy of it. The interruptions of our like, you know, our Saturday night movies so they could tell us they found more semen on the panties. Or they found that the steel girders in 9/11 had been actually a shape charge and shit like this. So we're interrupting Batman that you waited for all week to tell you that they found, you know, et cetera, that there was many 911 calls 6 weeks before 9/11 happened, you know, and shit like that. And you're like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about 9/11 anymore. It's tragic. We caused it. We crashed those planes, but they wouldn't shut the fuck up for like 7 years. It's all of the media, all of the television, all of the music, and all of the people in the country. That's all they can fucking talk about. And sure, I get it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful for the victims. If we don't learn about shit, we're doomed to repeat it. But it sucked. It was a fucking debacle, and it harmed our nation. It Americanized us. It turned our media into a weapon. It weaponized us a bit. The Eastern cultures and the people like the Shiites and the Muslims and stuff began to dislike us more because we had all this sensationalist murder in the press that reached places like, you know, like Afghanistan. Even Afghanistan knows about JonBenet Ramsey. It wasn't a good look. It made us look like these soulless, godless, fucking murderers. These stupid rich people that like to rape and murder their own kids. Or their own wives or whatever. It made everybody in America look bad, like we're a bunch of gangbanger, wife-murdering, child-raping fucking assholes, you know? And our media was the reason that was so bad. The media is why that got so bad. It was just like, they wouldn't shut up. Just like I can't shut up now, you know?
Murder was harder on me than my operation. She made a profound change in me. End quote. McReynolds even brought a vial of glitter gifted to him by JonBenet into heart surgery. The gift had been meaningful to him since no child had ever given him a gift while playing Santa. He even asked his wife to mix the glitter with his ashes if he were to die.
I don't like this man.
I don't like this
also
man.
Could
it's
be
creepy.
Just the acts of a kind old man.
It is up until
It's the acts of a
him
rich
wanting
murderer trying to hide
the
his
glitter mixed with his ashes.
degenerate
Fair.
debauchery,
I tell you what, did he
murder,
murder her?
rape of
Maybe
his own
not.
child.
Is the glitter with
I'm
your ashes
sorry,
a
did
weird
I
thing
say
to
it
ask
out
for?
loud?
Absolutely, that's very weird. I don't like that at all.
No.
I wish I didn't know it, but now it's in my brain. And now it's in all your brains, whoever's watching this.
Deal with it.
However, beyond these sensationalized details, which can also be interpreted as the acts of a friendly old man, there is nothing to suggest
Bullshit.
McReynolds as the murderer. The next suspect is Gary
The other problem
Olima.
is that this is what the media, and this is how the court trial went, is there was all this reasonable doubt, Dave, but I swear to God, I never in my life met an American who didn't believe that the parents murdered this child. I've never in my fucking life met an American who even remotely was like a fucking, like a believer in the way that court trial went. Nobody in America, not even the press or the media, believed it when it happened. Nobody in America, like every single American was extremely surprised when O.J. Simpson walked free. Every single one. Some of us wanted it, but we were still surprised when it happened. And it was surprising when it happened in this case, too. And it was just surprising and surprising. And we began to find out that the more that the media and the more that the people talked about it around the water cooler, the worse it was for the judge and the prosecution and the people trying to bring justice for these acts and stuff. The more we talked about it, the worse it was for the people actually on the front lines down there at the court case. The lawyers, the people, the whole debacle made it impossible for them to find justice for these murders at all. That was the other really twisted side effect of this. These unsolved ones are more about what were the details of the case that were unsolved and why, but the media debacle was actually why they were exonerated. The media debacle set them free. The amount of doubt that the media traced into the consciousness of, like, I'm talking pounded into the fucking consciousness of the entirety of the American public, immediately got them completely convicted in 100% of the public's mind. 100%. And so they skated. They skated in the fucking court case, no problem. The jury found it impossible. They all deadlocked. Every single last one of these court cases, right? The jury fucking deadlocked because they just couldn't, like, reconcile with what the media and all of America was telling them to do with what the evidence had actually, the evidence had actually indicated, which was nothing. There's, like, the DNA evidence never stands up for the prosecution. It always like lets the defendant skate. And so this is, here we go. So these are all the details of the JonBenet case, but I would posit that the more interesting side of the JonBenet Ramsey case is that these people are convicted in the court of public opinion in the first 6 weeks. As the court case begins, the public makes up their fucking minds about what happened, and it doesn't matter what happens in the fucking court case. Whatever the public thought happened is exactly what opposite happens on the conviction side of it. So if the government and the public thought that O.J. Simpson was a murderer, he escaped. He walked on it. And the same with JonBenet, same with Condit, same with all of them. All of them walked on it because the public had actually convicted them in the court of public opinion. The public had declared them guilty, and in that they secured their innocence, secured it. The more the public wanted O.J. Simpson and who's the guy in Florida who killed the poor black kid, that whole case, the recent case with the guy who just shot the poor black kid. I can't think of that whole mess anymore because I've been trying to erase these cases out of my fucking memory since they started, But that whole case was all fucked up. The public yearned and burned for his fucking gas chamber murder, on that one. And so he walked away scot-free. Oh no. I better worry about my own self here. I don't know. What was that? I don't know what that was. Sorry, I'll play the video. I had quite a bad link problem there that totally pulled me away from this, guys. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to pull us away from this. Here we go.
A man who lived a few blocks away from the Ramsey home at the time of the murder. In 2016, Oliva was arrested on charges of child pornography.
And the cases themselves were worthy of 5 years of press coverage. They were like these whodunits that were they were almost like Machiavellian in their like really evil nature, like the soul crushing, soul blackening nature of these crimes and stuff. And on top of it, it was like the public convicted in their mind long before the court case even happened. So it was like a debacle that caused a bad outcome there. And on top of it, the like I don't know, it's hard to describe, but like the whodunits that these cases were, they're like that show Sherlock. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that show where like this Asperger's guy plays Sherlock. I mean, it's that show Sherlock. It's like the most famous television show ever made almost. It's like so it's this really famous British show. It's exactly like fucking Doctor Who, or not like it, but I mean it's famous like Doctor Who. It's big. You guys have that show. And yeah, the I would say that the Law and Order CI or Law and Order SVU couldn't write them as deep and as twisted as these actual cases were. They were whodunits the like of which Sherlock couldn't have solved. At the end of it, everybody threw their hands up and they were like, Lord knows what happened in this case. Marsha Hardin was the lawyer on the O.J. Simpson case. Like, I swear to God, we could all tell she wanted to toss her hands in the air. Who the fuck knows what happened in these cases? The forensics go against itself so much. You find a bloody glove, but no bloody footprints. And blood here, but not blood there. Or DNA on the panties, but no DNA anywhere else in the house. Which is like, what? You know? So he came on her panties, but he didn't but he didn't touch anything else in the house. That was always really fucky. There was like the Cato ties hanging around in the background that should have prevented murder, but didn't. There was all this other shitty shit that was going on in the background that like all of us were obsessed with these because we were all. It was also like a good game of Clue. It was like America wanted to play a reality game with itself of Clue, where there was the most famous murder in American history, who done it? And everybody sat down exactly like that movie, what's it called? Exactly like that movie, Really good movie. The one that they were talking about earlier, it's the Zodiac, right? Everybody sits down and they try to figure out the puzzle that the Zodiac left. Everybody sits down, they try to figure out why the DNA was on JonBenet's panties. Everybody tries to figure out what Kato Kalin was doing. Everybody wants to figure out what text Gary Condit sent. Why do they always accuse and that's why these videos are so entertaining. Why do they always accuse some Puerto Rican guy? It's always some 33-year-old swarmy Puerto Rican guy, short and skinny, and that was what the JonBenet said. O.J. Simpson wasn't like that, but a lot of the other ones were. There's always this accusation that some creepy, like swarmy, greasy Puerto Rican guy murdered their kid or their wife or whatever. And that one really irked a lot of us, because it was like, motherfucker, why do all these rich white people keep accusing poor Puerto Rican, like, tree trimmer guys of killing their children when obviously there was no DNA in the house except for the family? You know? Shit like that. And here we go. We're going to get back to it.
Pornography. In December of 2000, Oliva was arrested on unrelated drug charges and was found to be carrying a photo of JonBenet in his backpack.
So why was this, so all these, see the whodunit nature of this shit? Was it a drifter who was passing through, who was a creeper who had a picture of a 7-year-old beauty pageant child? Why would a creeper have a picture of a 7-year-old girl in his backpack and shit like that? And you're like, oh man, did the family set that up? Was it a Puerto Rican guy? Was it a drifter? Was it O.J. Simpson? Like all of the whodunit shit is really dumb. It's always so dumb in cases like this. It's always like really like a Law and Order CSI fucking mess, you know.
He explained why he had the photo to the Denver Post.
Yeah, explain to the Denver Post why you had a picture of a 7-year-old beauty pageant contestant. It's creepy.
Quote, JonBenet's murder.
Now, I don't know, like, is it against the law for that guy to have a picture of a 7-year-old girl? No, especially if she's wearing clothes. It's just really fucking weird. I've never had, in my whole life, and I don't know any adult male who has, unless it's their own child, I've never had a picture of a 7-year-old girl. Do you see how it starts to be really dumb? The cases get really dumb, you know? You're like, what's going on here? What happened, you know? What happened here? Some weird break of reality. The aliens came in and abducted the evidence, so there was no DNA in the house. You know, it was that kind of weirdness. It was like, what? Like, apparently, aliens... aliens... Am I gonna live? Yeah, I'm gonna live, but it's gonna suck. You better fucking heal me, motherfuckers. Sorry, we had another, like, bad hateful there. I don't know what that was about. I don't know. Whatever, though. Oh, oops. dizzy from spinning my
touched me
camera.
very deeply. I felt she was an exceptional girl whose death was an exceptional loss. I felt the need to build a monument, a shrine, to remember this little girl.
Oh, I don't like
End quote.
Ryan.
Just stop talking at that point. Don't talk to the press. You got a disaster. It's happened in my personal life twice. Not because of me or any of my family or anything. It just happened to people close to us. You know, a bad rape of a really good friend of mine and a bad murder of a really good friend of mine. Not me, of course. And I've seen the crisis set off, and I've seen the explosions and the implosions and the humans fall. Like, you know, I had one of my best friends shot his father and then himself a second later. And, you know, in the face. And I just, I don't, you know, I've seen the rise and fall. I've seen the collapse of the humans around me due to tragedy and such. And I, you know, my advice to anything is the minute that the shit sets off, the best thing that you can do is stoicism. It's to shut the fuck up and just stop talking. Don't talk to the lawyers, don't talk to the family, don't talk to the friends, don't talk to the public, don't talk to the social media, just clam the fuck up, be a man about it, shut up, be stoic about it, you know? And, you know, you'll be good, I would say. But these guys, these rich guys, they won't shut the fuck up. They never shut the fuck up. They just talk, you know. This guy in particular was not rich, but I'm talking about like everybody around this case, the first thing that you realize about these things is as soon as the case happens, everybody around them, from the family to the friends to the people who know them, their co-workers, all that, they can't shut the fuck up. And they just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. Like it's going to produce the murderer somehow. And it doesn't. And my whole... I'm not saying don't talk about it. We definitely need to talk about it. Like, the best way to get closure is getting closure, talking about it, you know, talking it through, figuring out what the trauma was and getting better. But that's not what this is. This shit is about bandying about the forensics for 5 fucking years about some offshoot of some guy who happened to knock on their door 4 days before and then continue on his journey in his life. And so they traced that guy because they figured he might be it, you know, and that kind of stuff. And so then the fucking media and the people talk about that for 6 weeks, and it sucks. All of it sucks.
I know everybody.
It's all conjecture. It's all hyperbole. It's all mountains out of molehills. It's all full of fallacy. It's almost never evidence that ever gets used in a court of law or any of that other horse shit. You know, it's just dumb.
About this case, but I don't want to anymore. I'm done.
Touching on the suspect, this guy's very suspicious.
Yeah, Ryan, he is.
And it's going to get worse.
Why?
A high school friend of Aliva named Michael Vale revealed in an interview with In Touch magazine that Aliva called him a day after the murder occurred.
This goes out to any BuzzFeed people that might be in my channel. I like your video. I have liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you so much for the excellent content for my stream.
And said, quote, "I heard a little girl. I heard a little girl." End quote. According to Vale, Aliva also revealed the location of where he had hurt this girl, Boulder, Colorado, after which Aliva hung up the phone. interesting if true because records show that no other girl other than John Bonet was harmed in that area that night. Vale also revealed that the strangulation method used on John Bonet was also allegedly used by Oliva when Oliva attempted to strangle his own mother with a telephone cord.
Why would someone make that up?
I don't know. You got to imagine these people, since the story's so sensationalized, they would get paid to give an interview, right? An exclusive, because it is an exclusive with In Touch, which we all know is the major true crime publication of the United States.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Gary Oliva was also not a match to the DNA evidence. The final suspect is John Mark Carr,
A divorced. You don't even like his name? Do you not like him with his name?
I remember this fucking guy.
Okay. A divorced father and elementary school teacher, Carr did not become a suspect until nearly 10 years after the murder, when he confessed to the murder via email to a journalism professor named Michael Tracy. Tracy had emailed back and forth with Carr for 4 years in order to gain his trust.
That's good journalism.
It's good journalism, but I mean, you got to imagine it takes a toll on you emotionally.
Yeah, to have a weird pen pal like that.
A weird pen pal, yeah, that's a good way to say it.
I just don't know what you say to someone for 4 years.
Hey, do you know anything about that kid that got killed in Colorado?
No one's ever asked me if I murdered anyone.
Maybe they're not asking the right questions.
Tracy said this of the experience, quote, "You are reading and hearing a truly dark side of the human psyche, and having to pretend it's okay that I wasn't going to sit in judgment, because otherwise the communication would have stopped. This is the worst experience of my life by far. It was horrible." End quote.
Was he also pretending to be a weirdo?
He had to have been, right?
Was he like, yeah, man, I'm a journalist, but I'm a sicko, trust me. Trust me, I'm a sicko.
That's all he said over and over again. That's
For 4 years, trust me, I'm a sicko. Write me back.
Judging from the character of this guy that you'll learn later, John Mark Carr, I don't think it's going to take a lot to outfox him, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember this dum-dum.
In his emails, Carr used similar wording as the ransom note. At one point, he used Patsy's mother's nickname in an email, Nettie, and it was bizarre that he would even know that. Carr would eventually write that he was in love with John Bonet.
What are they on about
and would
with
later
this?
confess to hitting John Bonet in the head with a flat.
Like, listen to this shit. Like, there's somebody confesses. Somebody's like, oh, some drifter comes through. Someone lives in the guest house. Somebody does this and that. Somebody's sleeping with his wife. Somebody's doing this and that. You know, it's always like some fucking television show. It's just retarded. It's like basically a television show. It's like, man, why does it have to be so weird and dramatic like this? It always is, these dumb cases. That's exactly how the Johnny Depp trial was. It was like...
Here's some of the email. Quote, "She of course was asleep from the time that I took her from her bed."
Like, my whole problem with the fucking... after some months of thinking about what I thought about the Johnny Depp case, I will say that I think we all kind of thought it was sad that a billionaire can't buy his way out of an abusive relationship. Like, for instance, if I'm going to get so angry that I ever lay hands on my wife in any way or form, at that point, if I have $1 billion like Johnny Depp, I'm hiring her ass a bodyguard to teach my own ass a lesson about how I don't hurt my wife or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, like, I don't know, that whole Johnny Depp case, it was about basically, like, how comfortable do you get with yourself being so high all the time that you aren't really aware that you might have sexually abused your wife trying to find dope up her panties or whatever. It's, like, really weird. It's just, like, pay some money to have somebody come in and provide some structure for you guys at that point. I'm sure there's tons of counselors who would wet their fucking panties in glee, finding out that they could counsel, you know, fucking, you know, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp and get them not to beat the shit out of each other. But instead we have $1 billion court trial. And I'm like, was this really necessary? Fucking dumb. Like, this whole shit with John Bonet Ramsey or whatever, where the parents killed her or whatever. Whatever happened here, why didn't you just take $500,000 and go out to some fucking casino out on some oil rig and have the time of your life for like three years and just don't kill your daughter or whatever it is that you seem to be acting out or whatever, you know? It's sort of weird.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, that was a big alpha strike.
Bed and took her into the basement. Her first reaction was, "Where am I?" And I said, "You're in your basement." She wasn't in that little room to be disgraced, and I would never disgrace her or dishonor her. She was there temporarily, and what really hurts me is that she stayed there, and that's where her father found her, and it's just a horrible thing. End quote.
I'm just getting kind of bummed out and sad, but we'll keep going here.
On August 16, 2008, with the help of British intelligence, the Royal Thai authorities, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, they were able to track down Carr in Bangkok, Thailand, where he had traveled to from the U.S. to escape child pornography charges in California. A few months after this confession, Boulder County District Attorney Mary Lacy issued a formal apology to John Ramsey for the suspicion his family had lived with, and said that no one in the Ramsey family is considered a suspect. Carr's DNA did not match the DNA found on the scene, and he was not charged with the murder. However, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security continued to investigate John Mark Carr. He had always maintained
Like, so there was this whole thing about, like, the whole public thought it was the parents, and I never knew. I never figured it out. But what I will say is this, is it's weird because, like, no matter what it's kind of funny, no matter what the public thinks or says, the cops and the judges and the prosecutors still have to step with the evidence that a crime happened and who committed it. Which is a beautiful thing, but the problem is when the public convicts in the public's eye, it's basically impossible it becomes impossible for them to do that.
That he had not acted
and it's hard to verbalize why, but we all know it. The minute that the media sensationalizes this shit, they lose control over the court case, and they lose it. And I've never understood it. Nobody can really verbalize why. We can't figure out why they keep losing these cases that they have slam dunks on. You know,
alone.
I mean, they didn't have slam dunk on some of these cases. They didn't, but I mean, it's still, it sort of feels like some of them, like they had them dead to rights, like the bloody glove and all this. You know. Oh, I'm getting up. I cannot target. Why can I not target?
Two sets of unidentified footprints found at the scene. It's worth mentioning that former Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner, the lead investigator on the JonBenet Ramsey case for a time, said in a Reddit AMA in regards to John Mark Carr that, quote, his confession, once they shared it with us, did not match the evidence at the scene. We knew in about 18 hours he was not the guy. We were able to confirm he was not even in Colorado at the time by just doing some routine checking and then obtained photos of him in Georgia at the time. End quote.
I think in all these cases, you just want justice to be served so badly that you just kind of want to just plug in the holes.
On this one, though, I don't want him, you know, if he's just lying, I don't want him to get what he wants.
Yeah, it's true. If you are the kind of person that wants to take credit for a child murder,
yeah,
I don't know if we want to give him that satisfaction if he didn't do it.
No, you don't get prison, you weirdo.
Now that we've looked at the suspects, I'd like to point out that in a recent CBS program, DNA expert Dr. Henry Lee, best known from the O.J. Simpson case, studied the DNA from the JonBenet scene. Dr. Lee found that JonBenet's underwear may have held transfer DNA from the manufacture process, and proved this by testing an unopened bag of underwear, which also had foreign DNA on them. The CBS program concluded that the DNA from the crime scene was therefore fallacious, meaning that conceivably, any of the listed suspects could possibly be the killer.
Oh, shit.
So basically, it's just making the case even more open-ended than we already thought it was.
Yeah, because DNA was ruling out a bunch of other people.
Yeah, so it could conceivably be anyone.
Well, what the fuck are we doing here,
well,
man?
That's why it's unsolved.
Why?
There's a reason why it's unsolved.
In the end, nobody truly knows what happened to JonBenet Ramsey. The odd details of the case will likely forever cloud the truth, and the case tragically remains unsolved.
Say who I think did it. Our legal team has informed me that I can't chime in on that, so. But I will now blink to you in Morse code who I think did it.
You don't know Morse code. He doesn't know Morse code.
Well, everyone who knows Morse code knows who I thought did it. So, it's unsolved. Okay.
All right.
Well, we did nothing here once again.
No, this was the worst.
Yeah, this was great.
Thanks, Ryan.
Same time next week?
No,
Okay. That's my chair.
that's mine now.
One way to treat people. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we discussed the enduring mystery behind the disappearance of famed pilot Amelia Earhart. This one has been the topic of wide speculation for about 80 years now. There's a lot of interesting theories out there.
I don't know any of them.
It seems cut and
loud
dry, but
enough.
Oh no? There's more to it?
there may be more than meets the eye here.
Oh.
Oh, it is that. There we go. I'm like, why is this so quiet? Here's my headphones.
On July 2nd, 1937, Amelia Earhart, the first woman to cross the Atlantic and one of the most famous women in the world, disappeared along with her navigator, Fred Noonan, while attempting to circumnavigate the globe at the equator. Before we get into the incident, let's quickly provide some context into how accomplished Earhart truly was.
The Babe of the Sky.
Is that what they called her?
I've heard that, yeah.
That's dope.
It's pretty sick.
Babe of the sky. Yeah, there goes Amelia Earhart, Babe of the sky.
Amelia Earhart was born on July 24, 1897, in Atchison, Kansas. In 1928, Earhart became the first woman to cross the Atlantic, albeit as a passenger in a plane with 2 other pilots. However, on May 20th to the 21st of 1932, Earhart would make the trip again, this time alone, flying from Newfoundland to Ireland for about 15 hours. She was the second person to ever complete this flight. During this trip, she demonstrated her resourcefulness in times of peril, as her plane suffered a leak in the fuel tank, ice on the wings, and a cracked manifold, which caused the engine to spew flames at one point. Yet, she still completed the flight. On August 24th, 1932, Earhart flew from LA to Newark, setting a record at that time for longest distance flown without refueling. She also became the first female pilot to complete a non-stop transcontinental flight.
She's got some salt in the game.
She's the Michael Jordan of flying.
Well, Michael Jordan
skill
never
has
disappeared
increased.
on a basketball court forever.
Well, I meant
so.
in terms of accomplishments. Michael Jordan never went up for a dunk and then just disappeared. I'm like, whoa, where'd he go? Where'd the air go?
This takes us to 1937, when Earhart set her sights on circling the globe, zigzagging along the equator, requiring long hauls over water. If successful, she would have been the first female pilot to fly around the world. Her journey would have taken her about 29,000 miles over roughly 40 days, starting and ending in California, and would have included 20 stops, including San Juan, Calcutta, and Bangkok.
Hope she's bringing some chewy bars.
One time, I went on a flight to Asia, and I felt like I wanted to die.
How long was it?
It was, like 19 hours.
This was 40
This
days?
was 40 days.
Ay, ay, ay.
That's a month.
Yeah, that's more than a
Could you
month.
imagine doing one thing for a month? Like eating popcorn, our favorite thing to do in the world. Imagine sitting in a chair and all you did was eat popcorn. Okay, that sounds pretty good. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
That's a bad example.
Earhart flew in a twin-engine Lockheed 10 Electra, a 10-passenger high-performance airliner, specifically outfitted with special tanks that allowed it to carry over 1,000 pounds of fuel, rather than the usual 200.
So when they built this one, they specifically said, let's make a plane that won't catch on fire.
I mean, that's the goal with every plane, isn't it?
Seems like they're not doing a great job at that.
I'm just saying, do you imagine there's someone who's like, oh, it would be funny if this plane caught on fire halfway through?
Could be.
Your skill has increased.
If there's some misogynist pieces of shit on there, on that team, he's screwing the little bolts on, and they're like, well, you know what they're gonna use this for? No. Well, they're that babe of the sky. She's gonna fly around the globe. Oh, is that so? Is that what she thinks she's gonna do?
Oopsie. Oops, there goes a screw.
Yeah.
The sky belongs to men.
On May 21st, Earhart and her navigator Noonan started their journey from Oakland, California. On the morning of July 2nd, 1937, 42 days into their journey, Earhart and Noonan prepared to leave Lae, New Guinea. Leaving Lae, the Electra was carrying the most fuel it had on this expedition, about 1,000 pounds worth. They were already roughly 22,000 miles into the trip and had about another 7,000 to go before returning to California. She planned to stop 2,556 miles away on Howland Island to refuel. It was about an 18-hour flight. Harry Belfort, the radio operator for Guinea Airways in Lae, set up a schedule for he and Earhart to send transmissions to each other once every hour. Soon after Earhart's plane took off, Balfour noted that the headwinds were stronger than anybody had thought. He sent transmissions of this information to Earhart 3 times over the course of 2 hours. However, Earhart Earhart did not seem to get these transmissions. Headwind speed could affect plane speed, gas consumption, and length of flight. Around 2:18 p.m., Earhart's transmissions, which had been blocked earlier, were finally received by Belfour in La Haye. She gave her speed, 140 knots, and altitude, 7,000 feet, and things seemed to be okay. A little over an hour later, her next transmission stated that she had climbed to 10,000 feet. This may have been uneconomical in terms of fuel usage. It's unclear why Earhart made this climb, but author Elgin Long, a veteran pilot, guesses it may have been to avoid clouds or mountains.
You think she just went vert? Just like...
I don't know.
What do you think of this, Noonan?
Maybe there was something she had to avoid that was coming at her.
Okay. If this is a preview of what's to come.
Maybe. You never know.
This transmission also seemed to be delayed, though they were still on course, and it's believed that the experienced pilot Earhart would have realized the problem with the headwinds by this point. As they neared Howland Island, the plane was likely down to a last 97-gallon tank of fuel. The Coast Guard's Itasca, a 250-foot boat off the coast
Your
of
skill
Howland
has
Island,
increased.
was to provide communications and weather for Earhart upon her arrival to the island. It is thought that Earhart's plane must have gotten fairly close to the island.
Your
because the
skill has
Itasca
increased.
did hear her transmissions, which grew stronger as sunrise came and went. In fact, they thought Earhart was close enough that the radio operator on board the Itasca went outside to look for her plane. In one of her last transmissions, Earhart told the Itasca, quote, "We must be on you.
Your skill has increased.
End quote. She radioed, quote, "Gas is running low," end quote. Earhart's last transmission at 8:43 a.m. was, quote, "We are on the line 157.
Your skill has increased.
37. We will repeat message. We will repeat this on 6,210 kilocycles. Wait." End quote. While there are conflicting reports, the transmission may have also included, quote, "We are running north and south," end quote. In her final transmissions, Earhart's voice was described as, quote, "frantic," end quote.
Did Fred chime in during any of these?
Not really. I think Fred was too busy white-knuckling it in the passenger seat.
This is a bad idea. My wife told me not to do it.
Exactly.
After that, Earhart was never officially heard from again. When Earhart's plane never arrived, the Itasca searched the waters northwest of Howland Island. On July 7th, 5 days later, the U.S. battleship Colorado began to search the waters to the southeast. An aircraft carrier, the Lexington, arrived soon after from its base in San Diego and stayed searching the region until July 18th. To this day, neither Earhart, Noonan, or their plane were ever found. But that hasn't stopped the world from speculating about what happened. Let's go over the theories. The first theory is perhaps the most widely accepted theory, that Earhart's plane ran out of gas, and she and Noonan died when they crashed into the ocean northwest of their destination. Although skeptics have pointed out that an Electra with that amount of fuel should have lasted 24 hours in flight rather than 20, as Earhart's plane did. Analysis by the Jet Propulsion Center at Caltech concluded that with the headwinds and the 10,000-foot climb Earhart was forced to take early in the flight, her plane would have been out of fuel when she disappeared. Near Howland Island, the ocean is about 18,000 feet deep. From 2002 until March 2017, a company called Nauticos teamed up with other groups to search a nearly 2,000 square nautical mile area of the Pacific Ocean floor where Earhart's Electra may have sunk. They used sonar mapping to search the seafloor, but have not found evidence of the aircraft.
Open and shut. I don't get this. It's all there.
Is this going to be your Occam's razor thing that you always cite?
I think perhaps they slammed into the ocean and sank to the bottom of the sea.
They're going to comb that ocean, baby. And when they do...
No one can comb the ocean.
They're gonna
drag the ocean.
They're going to comb the shit out of it.
No, the ocean... No.
That ocean's going to have nicely groomed hair.
The second theory is that Earhart became a castaway on Gardner Island, now called Nikumaroro, roughly 350 nautical miles south of Howland Island. Nikumaroro is along the 157-337 line Earhart last reported flying along. As her plane lost fuel, it is thought she spotted the coral atoll of Nikumaroro that at low tide could have worked as an emergency landing strip. Roughly 2 to 3 years later, in 1939 or 1940, a British colonial officer named Gerald Gallagher found the remains of a campsite on the island, along with a box for a sextant, a tool used to determine latitude and longitude via celestial bodies.
I think that's interesting. I do think it would be interesting if they did end up on an island.
Yeah, if they were running out of gas, which still is in line with your, whatever you want to call it.
For sure.
Your calculations, they could have landed.
Yeah, they could have. She was an expert aviator.
She was. And she was good at problem solving under pressure.
She flew a fire plane.
She flew a fire plane.
However, the most provocative thing discovered on the island by Gallagher was a partial human skeleton, as well as 12 other bones. The bones were analyzed by a physician named D.W. Hoodless, who was working in a medical school in Fiji. But Hoodless determined that the bones belonged to a man who was short, stocky, and of European descent, and could not be Earhart or Noonan. Unfortunately, after this conclusion, Hoodless discarded the bones, thereby preventing anyone from DNA analyzing them in the future.
I think that this guy may have jumped to conclusions a little bit, and maybe, just maybe, should have not thrown out the fucking bones.
He threw out the bones?
I just said that. He said, it ain't them, trash them. That's him.
These bones don't belong to anybody. Put them back in the ocean.
Yeah, this guy wanted to go home early that day.
Just throwing the bones out.
What scientist does that?
I feel like the majority of these true crime cases that you do are plagued with people who don't want to do their jobs.
And they're not thorough.
Yeah, half the reason half of these cases are unsolved is because people got evidence and were like, too much work, burn it.
However, the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, aka TIGAR, used Hoodless's original measurements of the bones and today's updated databases to determine the bones could have also belonged to a taller than average woman of European descent. And Earhart was said to be 5'7" or 5'8".
That's like a foot taller than you.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm 5'10", by the way, so. No, there's no quotes there.
Well, when you wear your special shoes.
No, that's from the doctor.
Yes, your shoes are from the doctor.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
I'm
are.
5'10", damn it.
According to TIGAR director Rick Gillespie, the reason for there being only partial bones on the island was because of the coconut crabs that live there. He suggests the coconut crabs carried the bones off into burrows, and that they may have eaten her. Coconut crabs grow up to 3 feet long, can break open coconuts with their pincers, and are the largest arthropods living on land.
These are majestic.
They're kind of horrifying looking. Anytime you think something's majestic, just imagine it was like 10 times bigger.
Or if it was the last thing you saw before you died.
Looking into those little beady eyes.
Yeah.
TIGAR director Rick Gillespie has also said that a photo taken in 1937 by a British expedition to Nikumaroro shows what he believes to be landing gear from a plane sticking up out of the water. He also believes that Earhart would have used her plane's radio to signal for help for up to a week following the crash, but that if the radio had been in water, it would not work. Interestingly, according to Gillespie,
Your skill has increased.
possible radio transmissions from Earhart were heard throughout the week after her disappearance, all of which coincided with the low tide on that island, a time when the plane radio was perhaps not underwater and possibly functional. A teenager named Betty Clank claims that via her shortwave radio, she heard a female voice saying, quote, "This is Amelia Earhart, help me," end quote, and also heard the female voice arguing with a disoriented male's voice. She also claimed to hear, quote, "Water's knee deep, let me out," end quote.
Well.
A little on the nose there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if your radio's malfunctioning, you want to get straight to the point. You're not going to say, the story is 1937, I landed on an island.
Let me spin you a yarn that you shan't soon forget. I'm being eaten alive by crabs right now.
Clank listened to the voice coming in clips for 3 hours and recorded what she heard in a notebook. Clank's father reported his daughter's findings to the Coast Guard, who did not seem to take the claim seriously, as there were reports of dozens of messages supposedly from Earhart heard in all parts of the world in the days after her disappearance. In 1991, Gillespie found a partial rubber shoe sole on the island, stamped with the words Cat's Paw Rubber Company USA. The sole was from the same type of shoe Earhart is seen wearing in a photograph taken in Indonesia shortly before her disappearance. Though, the sole belongs to a size 9 shoe, which would have been too big for Earhart.
What the fuck? Man, come on.
That's gotcha.
That's stupid.
For a second there, I saw you perk up.
Yeah.
Gillespie also found a roughly 19-inch by 23-inch piece of riveted aircraft aluminum on Nikumaroro. TIGAR believes it to be from Earhart's Electra, specifically from a shiny patch near the tail. Though Elgin Long, the first aviator to fly around the globe over both poles and an Earhart researcher/author, says the piece in question is definitively not from Earhart's plane. Other experts, including a Lockheed employee who had worked on Earhart's plane, concluded the same according to Long. Further damning to the theory that Earhart was marooned on this island was the fact that Navy planes flew over the island Nikumaroro on July 9th, 1 week after Earhart's disappearance. and saw nothing.
Personally, I love the island theory. I would love it to be true because I like the peril of it. I like
think
the
you
drama.
just like her getting eaten by crabs.
I love the thought of someone getting eaten by crabs.
There it is. I like how you tried to sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
And I went immediately to the core of what I knew you would find interesting
There's just
about it.
something truly gross about it and horrifying.
The third theory, championed by Roland C. Rainick, a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, is that Earhart was in cahoots with the U.S. government and was indeed a spy. Rainick posits that Earhart had a plan B, where if she couldn't find Howland Island, she was to ditch her plane near the Marshall Islands, which are only 800 miles away from Howland Island. That way, the U.S. government would be able to perform reconnaissance in the Marshall Islands, which were at the time occupied by Japan, under the guise of searching for Earhart. Corroborating this notion are Marshallese locals, who for decades have said they witnessed Earhart's plane crash on their island. However, the plan went awry when the Japanese intercepted Earhart and Noonan and captured them, releasing them years later, after the war. Then, Earhart and Noonan returned to live out their lives in the United States under assumed names. Some believe Amelia Earhart moved to New Jersey and changed her name to Irene Craigmile, though she married and became Irene Bolam. Though, this theory seems improbable, at least to the thought that Earhart is actually Irene Bolam, since Bolam sued the publisher of a book that shared this speculation. Also, according to Tygar, the resemblance is not that strong, and comparing photos of Earhart to photos of Bolam taken 4 decades apart proved nothing. Regardless, Irene Bolam passed away in 1982.
This is dumb. And if someone just accused you of being Amelia Earhart, you're her. I know you are.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell the world.
I do love the idea that the government tells her, land in this area so we can do the little reconnaissance.
Another version of this theory is that after being captured in the Marshall Islands, Earhart and Noonan were eventually executed. An Army sergeant by the name of Thomas E. Devine claimed that in July 1944, he met a group of U.S. Marines guarding a hangar containing Earhart's Electra on the formerly Japanese-settled island of Saipan, which had recently been liberated. Devine also claims the soldiers destroyed the plane. Furthermore, a photo believed to show an obscured Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan on a dock in the Marshall Islands was found in the National Archives by a retired government investigator named Les Kinney.
It sounds like he's very accomplished and distinguished and probably knows what he's talking about. That photo looks like shit. So I don't care what he thinks of it. He might as well be looking at like a Rorschach blot, being like, that's your mother. I don't care what he thinks. The expert is only as good as the material he has in front of him.
The photo was analyzed by various experts who were optimistic that it was indeed the missing aviators. Unfortunately, this photo was promptly and apparently debunked when 2 bloggers found the photo in a Japanese book published in 1935, which is 2 years before Earhart even disappeared.
So that this photo might as well have been taken in front of the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
No.
It's like, hey, here's a lady who looks like Amelia Earhart in Idaho in 1946.
Photo aside, skeptics have pointed out that Earhart, given her fuel situation, would not have made it to the Marshall Islands regardless. Among those skeptics are Elgin Long, a former pilot, and Fred Patterson, a pilot for World Airways, and an expert on Electras.
So you're wasting my time. You're wasting everybody's time right now.
Okay, all I'm saying is it's not impossible that they overshot the island, went down, and then wherever they landed, even if it wasn't on the Marshall Islands, they got picked up by some freight boat, or they floated close enough that they got picked up by a freight boat. That does not seem crazy to me.
Sounds like a fairy tale to me.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I like this theory quite a bit.
All right, glad you like it.
Which brings us to our fourth and final theory, that Earhart may have made contact with alien life forms, either by accident or knowingly and in collusion with the U.S. government.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Why?
Because it's stupid.
Is it completely impossible that it happened?
No, because I actually do, look, aliens are a lot more probable than ghosts.
Admittedly, this alien theory is a bit tinfoil hat, but an episode of Star Trek Voyager from 1995 capitalized on the idea, so that's kind of cool.
Okay.
I just love that every time I ask you, can you definitively say no? What's the answer? Can you definitively?
We don't need to get into
No, what do
that.
you think? Answer the question. Definitively.
It's crabs.
Definitively,
It's
can you
crabs.
say that aliens did not have a part in the abduction of Amelia Earhart?
No, I can't.
There you go.
In the end, many believe that Earhart simply crashed and died on impact. But still, there's no way of telling if any of these alternate theories may have transpired until a plane or body is discovered. The case of Amelia Earhart will likely remain unsolved.
You know what? I may be with you here. I think Crabs 1, Aliens 2, Crash 3.
I bet the Crabs built a little restaurant on the island called Joe's Amelia Shack. They ate for weeks, probably.
Do you think they ate her with butter as well?
Oh, yeah.
That's delicious. And one of them was like, oh, a little too humany for me. I don't really like it when it tastes too humany. I like it meatier. And they were like, shut up, Fred.
She's a bit too bold.
Sorry you have no culture. Was that morbid?
Mm-hmm. You know all of this is morbid, right?
True. Whatever. I'm sure human with butter would taste pretty good. Where are you going?
I don't know.
To sleep? Okay. Well, it was aliens. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we covered the creepy death of Roland T. Owen. I gotta say, this one really gives me the willies.
Gives you a little goose pimple?
Yeah, I don't like it. I read about this one at night, much like some of you watched this at night, and I was not a fan of some of the small details. There's things in this that just...
Ruffles your jimmies?
Rustles my feathers, yeah.
Ruffles your feathers.
Ruffles or rustles, it could be either.
I don't think so.
I think it could be rustles.
All right.
Well, rustling, you could like rustle through the brush.
Agree to disagree.
Sure, whatever.
On Wednesday, January 2nd, 1935, around 1:20 p.m., a man calling himself Roland T. Owen checked into the Hotel President in Kansas City in room 1046. Witnesses said he was aged anywhere from 20 to 35, with brown hair, a scar on his scalp visible above his ear, and a cauliflower ear. He was nicely dressed in a black coat. The bellboy, Randolph Probst, helped Owen to his room, where he reported that Owen seemed to have only packed a brush, comb, and toothpaste. The maid, Mary Soapdick.
What's her name?
Oh, God, I know she's a maid. Her name is Soapdick.
I'm trying to move.
What a really funny big laugh you got out of that. Look how happy you are. Oh, man. What a gem of comedy we've mined here today.
The maid, Mary Soapdick, said Owen allowed her to clean while he was in the room, but asked that she not lock the door on her way out because his friend was about to visit the room very soon. Soapdick said that Owen kept the shades tightly drawn and the lights off, with the exception of one dim lamp. Other staff members who entered the room also mentioned this detail.
I don't want to be in the room when they're in there. That's scary.
Yeah.
I imagine him just sitting in a chair in the corner, just a shadow man. Clean it. Clean the room.
I think you're getting Anton Chigurh vibes from this guy.
Fluff the pillow.
According to the maid Soapdick's statement to the police, she felt that Owen was, quote, either worried about something or afraid, end quote, and that, quote, he always wanted to kind of keep in the dark, end quote. At 4 p.m., Soapdick returned with new towels, finding Owen laying on the bed, completely dressed, in the dark, with the door unlocked. She also saw a note that read, quote, Dawn, I will be back in 15 minutes. Wait, end quote.
It's weird, right?
Yeah. I would not go back into that room.
If you were the maid?
No.
Yeah, I think that's a good instinct to have. If you see a guy laying on a bed in the dark, awake, just like looking at you, I think that's your cue to leave.
The next day, on January 3rd, Soapdick came back to clean the room at 10:30 a.m. She noticed that the door had been locked from the outside and assumed that Owen locked it as he was leaving the room. However, Owen was sitting inside, again with the lights off, which meant that someone else had locked the door from outside the room. While Soapdick was still in the room, Owen answered a phone call and said, quote, no, Dawn, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. I just had breakfast, end quote. Repeating, quote, no, I am not hungry, end quote.
What hotels allow you to lock a room from the outside?
This hotel did.
Weird. I would imagine you could just call the front desk and say, hey,
I'm locked in my room.
Let me out of here.
It's just my thought is, who is this person that's locking him in the room, or who is he waiting for that he's sitting in obedience in the dark?
Well, if this guy's a weirdo to begin with, he's got weird friends.
Okay, I guess that's fair.
Weird attracts weird.
You've been
Sophie
examined.
came back around 4 p.m. to deliver fresh towels. She heard two male voices from inside the room. When she knocked, she heard a rough voice say, quote, who is it, end quote. When she explained that she had fresh towels, the man said, quote, we don't need any, end quote. Even though there were no towels left in the room. During the night, a woman staying in room 1048 would report hearing loud voices, both male and female, cursing on the same floor. Though, there was apparently a party going on that night in room 1055. Now things begin to get very strange. The next morning, on January 4th, around 7 a.m., the hotel phone operator noticed that Owen's hotel room phone had been off the hook for a while without being in use. So, she sent the bellboy Probst upstairs to 1046. Despite the locked door having a don't disturb sign, Probst knocked a few times and heard a low voice say, quote, "Come in, turn on the lights," end quote. However, the door was locked, and no one was getting up to let him in. So after knocking repeatedly, Probst said, quote, "Put the phone back on the hook," end quote, assuming that Owen was drunk. Around 8:30 a.m., about an hour and a half later, the phone was still off the hook, and another bellboy, Harold Pike, let himself into the room with a passkey. Using only the light from the hall, the bellboy Pike observed that Owen was in bed, naked, and seemingly drunk. He also noticed that the bedding was darkened around Owen. The phone stand was kicked over, so he fixed it and put the phone back in the receiver.
They went in there and they saw this person on the bed, dark stains all around them, and were like, chill. Those are your sheets.
He's obviously making himself into a Sunday. Nothing to see here.
Right.
Let's go back down to the front desk.
Okay, good night. Sleep well, Dave. Always good to see you, buddy. Hope you sleep well.
Stupid.
At approximately 10:30 to 10:45 a.m., the phone was once again out of the receiver. They sent the original bellboy Probst to resolve the situation. When he opened the door, he stumbled upon a truly horrific scene. Here's his statement to the police. Quote, "When I entered the room, this man was within 2 feet of the door on his knees and elbows, holding his head in his hands. I noticed blood on his head. I then turned the light on. I looked around and saw blood on the walls, on the bed, and in the bathroom. This frightened me, and I immediately left the room and went downstairs," end quote.
And it seems like everyone kept checking in to be like, let's make sure nothing horrible is happening here. Oh, seems like it might be. We'll give it another hour. And then an hour later, okay, yep.
This murder's not ripe yet. It's not ripe yet for the plucking.
Yeah.
Also, the way they found him.
Imagining that is truly horrifying.
He said he was within 2 feet of the door on his knees and his elbows, holding his head in his hands. No, not like that. He's not taking glamour shots.
Nice of you to come in. I'm dying.
Just blood.
Owen was discovered with extensive injuries. He had been tied up with a cord around his neck, wrists, and ankles. It appeared he had been tortured. Blood had even gotten on the wall and ceiling above the bed.
I'm a little tired of people being so aghast that blood is on the walls and the ceilings. Of course blood's going to get everywhere. There's a person is beating the shit out of someone and stabbing them.
It's also, I mean, come on, it's a visceral thing to imagine that someone's getting beat so heavily that blood is splattering everywhere like a Tarantino flick.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. If you put your finger in a cup of blood and just went...
Okay, wait a
There's
second.
blood on the ceiling.
Wait, what?
He had been hit repeatedly on the head and his skull was fractured. He'd also been stabbed in the chest several times. His lung was punctured. There was bruising around his neck that could mean he was strangled. Remarkably, Owen was somehow still alive though. One of the detectives to arrive on the scene would ask Owen about anyone else who had been inside the room. Owen responded, quote, "Nobody," end quote. Although he was hardly capable of talking and not fully conscious. He explained, quote, "I fell against the bathtub," end quote.
Hell of a fall.
I know. So in this scenario, he falls against the bathtub, rolls over into the bed, and then starts bouncing up and down so the blood splatter goes onto the ceiling and walls.
Yeah. And probably bouncing on the bed so hard that he hits the ceiling a few times and breaks all his bones.
And fractured his skull.
Yeah.
You know, I bounced my head off the bathtub and I thought I'd go for a little bounce in the bed.
Jesus Christ. And tied himself up somehow?
After this brief exchange, he was completely unconscious and was taken to the hospital. According to a doctor, the injuries on Owen's body had occurred 6 to 7 hours prior to Owen being discovered.
It's a long time to bleed.
That means that by the time when they first went to go check on him, when the phone was first off the hook, he was already injured at that point. He was already bleeding out. And still said, "Come in, turn on the lights. Unless, of course, it wasn't him. It was Don waiting to do more murdering.
Detectives found no weapon, nor any of Owen's belongings in the room, therefore removing suicide from the equation. 4 fingerprints were found on the phone stand, potentially from a female. Owen would die after midnight on January 5th at the hospital. When Owen initially checked into the hotel, he mentioned he was from Los Angeles, but Los Angeles authorities were unable to find any record of a Roland T. Owen, bringing into question whether that was the victim's real name. His body was placed for viewing at Melody McGilly Funeral Home. As the story spread, more and more people began reaching out to Kansas City authorities to see if their missing loved one could be Owen, to no avail. Next, police focused on the mysterious Don, that Owen referred to several times while at the hotel. Don was also conceivably the man with the deep voice that the maid heard through the hotel door. Nevertheless, the police's search returned no results. Owen's upcoming burial was announced by the Journal-Post on March 3rd to be in a potter's field. However, the Melody McGilly Funeral Home received a call from an anonymous individual who said they would send the money necessary for providing Owen with a proper funeral.
Somebody knows who he is, and my suspicion, what if it's Don? Here, because
Don is a very tough love kind of guy.
I suppose, I mean, there's 2 reasons why he would not give up his killer, right? Love, or maybe he was being entrapped somehow. Like maybe there was some kind of leverage against him.
You think this was a lover's quarrel?
It could have been.
Oh.
Why would he pay for his funeral if he killed him? Or, like, if it wasn't the killer who's paying for the funeral, why wouldn't that person just step forward and be like, yeah, that's fucking Jerry?
Right. The plot thickens.
It does indeed.
This is a thick-ass plot.
This one's thick.
Plot is thick as hell.
Juicy.
Sure enough, on March 23rd, money, bundled in a newspaper, was delivered to the funeral home from an anonymous sender. Funeral flowers were anonymously arranged with the Rock Flower Company, along with a card that said, quote, "Love forever, Luis," end quote, placed on Owen's grave.
Yeah, I'm just going to start sending flowers to people's funerals and say, "Love forever, Luis."
You should just say, "Love forever, Shane," and a picture of yourself. Like that.
But then people are going to ask me questions like, "Why'd you do that?" And I'd say, "It's a funny joke." And they'd say, "This is a funeral, you know."
Skipping forward about a year and a half later, in 1936, a friend of Ruby Ogletree found an American Weekly piece chronicling the Owen case. Upon looking at the magazine, Ruby would correctly identify Owen as her son, who left Birmingham in 1934. Owen's actual name was Artemis Ogletree, and he was only 17 years old.
Sounds like a Harry Potter boy.
What?
That sounds like a little Hogwarts student. Artemis Ogletree?
Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to the context of the case. It sounds like the story of Harry Potter.
No, things turned out better for him.
Yeah, I think he went on to have great adventures.
Yeah, he wasn't brutally murdered in a hotel room. That would be a rough end to that tale.
Ruby Ogletree, his mother, had actually received 3 letters from her son in the spring of 1935. However, these letters were delivered after Owen's death and were typed. According to a sensational newspaper account of the murder case, this was especially suspicious because Artemis didn't know how to type. This article also reported that the letter's tone was, quote, slangy and unfamiliar, end quote, to Ruby Ogletree.
Is it weird back then that you could just pretend to be someone?
You could still do that today.
Nah.
I bet you I could check into a hotel right now and say, my name is Ricky Goldsworth.
But then they're going to say, "Oh, do you have a credit card, sir?"
And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, this is my my friend. I'm just putting it's just a deposit,
That's
right?
not going to fly. They're going to put handcuffs on you right away. Where'd you grow up, Ricky Goldsworth?
Oh, I grew up down the road.
Where? No. What city?
Oh, New York City.
You grew up in New York City.
This is happening in New York now.
What's your mother's name, Ricky Goldsworth?
Lucy Goldsworth.
What's her maiden name?
Lucy Gold.
See, crumbling.
Well, I wouldn't stumble like that. I'd have a prepared response.
You'd be firing them off?
I'd be firing them off, and I'd be like, "What's the fucking holdup? I'm trying to check into a room, and you're giving me a goddamn inquisition? Is this how you treat all your customers?
All right.
Who do you think you are?"
That's fair.
Huh?
Okay,
and I
that's
poke
fair.
him in the chest like this. Huh?
At this point, I'm giving you a room. All right? You did it. You win. You win, Ricky.
After some time, it was revealed that Artemis Ogletree had also stayed at the St. Regis in Kansas City with another man, possibly Don. In the early 2000s, Dr. John Horner, the author of an exhaustive account of the murder case published by the Kansas City Public Library, received an out-of-state call about Artemis Ogletree. The caller claimed to find a box containing newspaper articles about the Ogletree murder in a deceased elderly person's belongings. According to the caller, there was something else in the box, something else that had apparently been referenced in the newspaper articles. Unfortunately, the caller did not say what that item was. After that, the case would have no further revelations and would disappear into obscurity. And with that, let's get into the theories. The first theory is rather simple, that the man referred to as Don beat Artemis Ogletree to death in room 1046 and acted alone. As mentioned before, it came to light that shortly before his death, Ogletree had stayed in a different Kansas City hotel with another man, possibly Don. Don was also conceivably the man with the deep voice that the maid heard through the hotel door. But even if this theory is true, the police were never able to figure out who Don actually was. The second theory is that the unknown Don didn't act alone. This theory relates to an observation by Charles Blocker, the elevator operator the night of the murder. His observation also perhaps sheds a little light onto who Don could be. The night of the murder, Blocker saw a, quote, commercial woman, end quote, going to the 10th floor. The elevator operator estimated that the woman was 135 pounds and about 5.5 feet tall. She had dark hair and was wearing a, quote, coat of black Hudson seal or imitation Hudson seal, end quote.
What a commercial woman?
She would look like she was dressed in very nice clothing, so they called her commercial woman.
What?
Anyways, I didn't make up the name. That's what they called her.
She looked like the Pine Sol lady.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she was hanging out with the Brawny guy.
She was next to a big, tall, bald man in a white T-shirt.
Yeah, it was her, Brawny, and Mr. Clean. Yeah. They all went and they just went off on little adventures. Sure. Blocker claimed this woman was looking for room 1026 to meet a man she was unable to find. It's possible that this woman was looking for Ogletree and had mistaken room 1046 for 1026. This commercial woman was also seen with a man from the 9th floor, a man that the elevator operator said was the same height and weight as the woman. Some speculate that this man could have been Don. If you'll recall, there were fingerprints, potentially from a female, found on the phone stand, and a woman staying next door in room 1048 reported hearing loud female and male voices cursing, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to suspect that this commercial woman and the man from the 9th floor could have been responsible for what happened to Artemis Ogletree. However, there is nothing official on the woman or the man beyond what little is on the internet and my own personal speculation. The third theory comes from many sensational articles published in the following years that suggested Ogletree was killed for being unfaithful to his fiancée. I'd like to call to mind the announcement in the Journal Post that Ogletree would be buried in a potter's field. The announcement that appeared to prompt an anonymous caller to fund Ogletree's funeral. According to a sensational article published in the Newcastle Sun called Mystery Murder in Room 1046, that sequence of events went a little differently. The article states that a woman called the local paper to say, quote, "You have a story in your paper that is wrong. Roland Owen will not be buried in a pauper's grave. Arrangements have been made for his funeral," end quote.
I'm going to start using it.
A pauper's grave?
Well, just a pauper's as sort of a descriptor. Like if I get a subpar salad.
Oh, this is a pauper salad.
I will not eat this pauper salad.
Or if you get like a hotel room that just has a view of the parking lot or the freeway, I'm not going to sit in this pauper's hotel room.
Front desk? Yes. I will not accept this pauper's view.
This is Ricky Goldsworth. You know what the deal is. Do you want me to come down there again? Didn't think so.
Man, that guy's scary.
Yeah, he's really scary.
When asked to identify herself and what actually happened to the man still known as Owen at the time, she replied, quote, "Never mind. I know what I'm talking about. He got into a jam," end quote, before hanging up the phone. At the same time, a man called the funeral parlor where Owen was held and said, quote, "Don't bury Owen in a pauper's grave. I want you to bury him in Memorial Park Cemetery. Then he will be near my sister. I'll send funds to cover the funeral expenses," end quote.
These people hate paupers.
I think maybe that may have just been slang for the time.
Was it?
I mean, it seems, unless these two people just love saying paupers. Either way, the more important detail to mine from that is
Sister's
the fact
grave.
Sister's grave.
Did they look into the cemetery and see?
We're going to get into that
Great.
later. Well, kinda.
The man apparently explained that Owen had jilted a girl he was engaged to, and that in room 1046, Owen the man and the jilted girl had a, quote, little meeting, end quote. Before hanging up, he said, quote, cheaters usually get what's coming to them, end quote. Shortly after, the Rock Floral Company received a call asking for, quote, 13 American Beauty roses sent to Roland Owen's funeral, end quote. The voice added, quote, I'm doing this for my sister, end quote.
These poor people at this funeral home are just trying to make a nice little occasion for this brutally murdered man, and they have just this cartoonish cast of characters calling them up to deliver these grisly, grim messages. If I'm working at that home, I'm getting fed up.
You want to come do the job? You want to do my job? How about I be you and you be me?
Show up! Why don't you bury them, asshole? Stop just calling me, I'm busy.
It's fucking annoying.
You know how hard it is to reconstruct this man's skull?
Other than that, the mysterious death of Artemis Ogletree has been left to collect dust on the shelves of investigators, with no other possible leads or clues. To this day, it is unknown what truly happened in hotel room 1046. Was Ogletree held prisoner? Was he actually punished for cheating on his fiancée? The case will unfortunately remain unsolved.
After I read about this case, I was in a weird headspace, so I watched clips of people falling on YouTube to go to sleep.
You watched people falling down?
Yeah, like a compilation of people falling down. That's what I did. And then
a weird way to make yourself feel
Well, you
good.
know what? Better to think about that than think about a guy in prayer hands bloodied on the floor. On his hands and knees bleeding to death. All right, well, that's that.
You think they cleaned that hotel after?
I'm sure. Oh, that maid probably had to clean it.
Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
Anyways, get out of my house. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we discussed the highly controversial drowning of Natalie Wood. Get your sunglasses ready because this one is packed full of bright stars. Wow, he had them ready. He didn't even know I was going to say that.
Had them good to go. I'm always ready, baby.
I'd like to say that this story is going to be chocked full of terrible Christopher Walken impressions, but I can't say that.
Watch out.
Boys.
2 mice. Wow.
All right, let's get into it.
On November 29th, 1981, at about 7:30 a.m., Natalie Wood's body was found floating face down in the Pacific Ocean around 200 yards off Catalina Island's Blue Cavern Point. She was wearing only a flannel nightgown, blue wool socks, and a red down jacket. Before we get into the details of the scene, let's establish what led up to that point. Natalie Wood was one of the biggest stars in Hollywood up until her untimely death, with roles that include the classic Christmas film Miracle on 34th Street, which she starred in only at age 11, Rebel Without a Cause in her teenage years, West Side Story, and Gypsy.
Gypsy?
Yeah, that...
Oh, the famous Gypsy.
Admittedly, I was like, oh, Miracle on 34th Street, cool. Rebel Without a Cause, great. West Side Story,
classic.
And of course, Gypsy. Eerily, from her early childhood, Wood's mother was said to have filled her with a fear of dark water, as a fortune teller had once prophesied that she would die of drowning.
Jesus Christ. Did her mother bring her to a fortune teller?
I imagine it was like one of those like fortune tellers you see at like a carnival. And like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if you tell my fortune with little playing cards?
Oh, maybe she'll tell you you're going to marry a rich man. She would.
You're going to drown one day.
Water's going to fill your lungs.
And I was like, all right, we've had enough of this, thank you.
Let's go get funnel cakes.
In a chilling incident from when Wood was 10 years old and filming The Green Promise, a bridge rigged to collapse threw her into the water, despite her mother assuring her it would be safe. Wood broke her wrist and left the incident even more terrified of the water than when she began. As a child, she had such a phobia of water, it is said she was afraid to wash her hair and had recurring nightmares about drowning.
It's brutal.
I know. It came true, so she was actually warranted in all these fears.
This would be like if you were eaten by a shark.
Or a bear.
Oh, I'm sorry. This would be like if you were eaten by a bear.
I thought for a second we were talking about things that are actually scary.
I made the mistake of thinking of the most apex predator, and I forgot that you're afraid of one of the lesser predators. So yes.
No, I'm going to let this slide because I know you're just trying to get a rise out of me, and you truly do believe that the bear is the most dominant animal.
I truly believe that.
Yeah, it's the most dominant all-terrain animal in the world. And it's a killing machine.
Yeah, pop that thing in the ocean, see how it does.
On Wood's 18th birthday, she went on a date with actor Robert Wagner, later star of television series Heart to Heart, who was 26 at the time. They married in 1957, but divorced just a few years after. Wood married and divorced another man later in her life, only to marry Robert Wagner once again in 1972. Wood herself had said that she believed her feelings of torment were rooted in a feeling that she did not truly know herself, as people had told her what to do her whole life,
including her mother.
Jesus.
Yeah, she seems a lot more tortured than I originally anticipated.
Wagner must, does that man have a magical penis or something? They got divorced and then she...
You think the only reason someone would go back to someone is because they have a magical penis?
I feel like divorce is probably a lot of work.
Do you not know how love works?
Maybe I don't.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Pushing forward to more recent history of the incident, it was the weekend just after Thanksgiving of 1981. Wood had been working on the science fiction film Brainstorm with Christopher Walken at the time, and he was invited to join her and Wagner on their yacht named the Splendor that weekend. According to the captain of the boat, Dennis Davern, who had worked with the couple for years and considered himself a family friend, Wood had become infatuated with Walken during filming, and Wagner had even flown out to where they were filming to make sure he wasn't going to, quote, make a fool of himself over this, end quote.
This is rough.
To be fair, can you blame her?
I'm actually a little curious about that. I have a hard time imagining someone going gaga over Walken.
You go gaga over Walken.
I go gaga over Walken. You know, he's probably magnetic. I bet when you get in a room with him, he commands the space.
Yeah, no one's like, oh, Chris Walken's here. Everyone's like, you see who just fucking walked in? Chris Walken.
What a Walken.
Boys, the party's here.
I brought some cocktail weenies.
Though, Wagner was not the only one with a jealous streak, as around the same time, reports say Wood was suffering from jealousy over Wagner's on-screen romance with his heart-to-heart co-star Stephanie Powers. The group left on the yacht around noon on Friday, November 27th, about 2 days before Wood would be found dead. Everyone on the boat, including the ship's captain Davern, had been drinking for much of the weekend. On that Friday night, Wagner and Wood argued, to the point that Davern was concerned and asked Walken to get involved. Walken is known to have refused to intervene, saying, quote, never get involved in an argument between a man and a wife, end quote. Davern ended up taking Wood ashore that night in the yacht's 13-foot inflatable dinghy named the Prince Valiant, and they slept at the Pavilion Lodge Hotel in Avalon. The first time Davern was questioned about this night, he lied, saying that all 4 of them had stayed on the yacht. The police, however, already had evidence that they had not been on the boat the first night, so Davern was prompted to tell the truth. He went on to say that he and Wood spent the night in the same room, but they just drank wine and went to sleep. Davern also claims that in their relationship, he felt very protective of her, and she was very comfortable with him.
He seems like a good influence here, maybe.
You could spin it that way, you could spin it the other way. You could see both sides of the coin here.
I mean, if he's removing her from a volatile situation.
Yeah, but the intentions behind that perhaps weren't the most valiant.
The next morning, on Saturday, November 28th, they returned to the Splendor, where Wood apparently decided to stay for the remainder of the weekend based upon Walken's expressed desire to stay. Walken and Wood went ashore that afternoon to begin drinking at Doug's Harbor Reef, where they were later joined by Wagner and Davern. The party's waitress recalls that at dinner, they consumed 2 bottles of wine, 2 bottles of champagne, and one of the men was also drinking daiquiris.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
The 80s are great.
Yeah, it's just going to town. I'd like to imagine it was Walken, but...
Just throwing back the daiquiris?
He seems like a daiquiri guy. I don't know.
5 daiquiris.
She also recalls that Wood did not eat much of her dinner, and that she did not seem to be in a good mood, and when she left the restaurant, appeared to be stumbling. In one moment, Wood was said to have thrown a glass down onto the floor, though Walken later explained the incident, saying that it was his fault, because he threw his glass on the floor after making a toast, and Wood had just followed suit.
So fucking Walken is essentially Thor.
Yeah.
I like this drink. Another.
Davern has said Walken and Wood seemed very flirty throughout the dinner. They boarded the dinghy the Valiant to return to their yacht for the night at about 10 p.m. As they were boarding, a witness from the Harbor Patrol office said they heard Wood scream about something, which he assumed was just because she was drunk. Witnesses sleeping aboard a nearby boat, John Payne and his girlfriend Marilyn Wayne, reported hearing shouts at around midnight. However, there was a party going on somewhere nearby, so he figured it was from that and did not respond. Payne claimed to hear a woman yelling, quote, "Help me, someone please help me," end quote, coming from the near stern of the Splendor and potentially from someone in a dinghy. He also believed to hear a man who sounded very drunk respond, quote, "Okay, honey, we'll get you," end quote. But his tone was so mocking, he claims this is why he believed the cries were associated with the party.
Mocking tone. When you say mocking tone, you mean like, "Okay, honey, we'll go get you. We'll help you." Like intimidating, scary, spooky.
Oh, well, you went a little darker with it. Maybe that's what he said. Or maybe he was just joking around like, "Oh, go get you." Or maybe this didn't happen at all. Maybe this guy didn't hear what he thought he heard.
Dude, he just like parked next to them? Is it like binoculars, like a creep?
A star watcher.
Oh, what's going on
Natalie
there?
Wood's up on that boat.
Oh, she's screaming.
Holy shit.
Better take a note about that.
Reports say there was a nonviolent argument aboard the yacht soon before Wood disappeared. Wagner has said that he and Walken did have a political debate that he began at dinner, that they continued while aboard the yacht. He describes the event saying, quote, "There was no fight, no anger, just a lot of words thrown around like you hear in most political discussions. Natalie sat there not saying much of anything and looking bored. She left us after about a half hour, and we sat there talking for almost another hour. Then I went to kiss her goodnight and found her missing," end quote.
What are you on to here? Are you just holding the pen and saying,
He didn't notice she was missing till he went to go kiss her goodnight.
Yes.
So that doesn't really line up with the whole screaming woman.
It doesn't. That's what I'm
Aspect.
saying. You kind of don't really know who to believe here.
Okay.
Okay.
At 1:30 a.m. that night, Wagner and Sea Captain Davern made a distress call to the Coast Guard, saying that Natalie Wood had disappeared from the couple's yacht, the Splendor. And about 6 hours later, taking us back to the start, the body of Wood was found floating about a mile away from the yacht. The Prince Valiant, the inflatable dinghy, which she had presumably left the boat on, was found washed up on the rocks just a little further south. The ignition was off, the gear shift was set to neutral, and the oars were locked, which implies she may have never started the vessel. The coroner reported that she had drunk 7 or 8 glasses of wine before the incident. Her blood alcohol level was at least 0.14, and the police ultimately ruled her death as accidental. She also had superficial bruises on her arms and lower legs, as well as a cut on her cheek, though at the time, these were all attributed to what might have naturally occurred as she fell in the water.
She was a little drunk. I don't know how many, I'm not a big wine guy, so I don't know if...
Well, you know what blood alcohol is, 0.14.
0.14 is pretty high?
That's
0.08 is...
You're
drunk.
You're drunk, you shouldn't be driving. 0.14 is you should be laying down. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is going to be tricky. I'm interested to hear the theories because it does sound like it could be a case of accidental drowning.
With that, let's get into the theories. The first theory is that Natalie accidentally fell into the water and drowned. The conclusion drawn by the chief medical examiner in the LA County Coroner's Office, Thomas Noguchi, was that Wood had fallen into the water while trying to board the Valiant. Noguchi hypothesized that her down jacket had likely become heavy and soaked, but she never thought to remove it due to her inebriated state. Fingernail scratches found on the side of the Valiant show she tried to climb back aboard the dinghy. Eventually, she likely finally drowned due to hypothermia and exhaustion. Ultimately, it's likely she clung to its side as it drifted away from the Splendor. However, Wood's sister, Lana Wood, had this to say on the notion. Quote, "My sister was not a swimmer and did not know how to swim, and she would never go to another boat or to shore dressed in a nightgown and socks." End quote.
I guess if she's spent her whole life being afraid of water and she can't swim.
Probably put on a life vest.
Well, why would she even attempt to
or
do
even
this?
attempt. In her nightgown, no less.
Yeah.
In her nightgown, no less.
That's why it's strange. I guess when I'm drunk,
I've done some stupid things.
I guess I would attempt to do things that I'm scared of, but going back to my fear of bears, I would never go, hey, let me go pet this bear.
No, I wouldn't. One of my greatest fears, I think I've said this before, is that someone will trick me into doing heroin.
Which is the dumbest fear I've ever heard in my life.
It would be against my will.
How many situations could even put you up to that potential danger?
I don't know. All it takes.
How many parties are you going to with heroin?
None, but
It
someone.
seems like a lot.
It's not the fear that I'm at a party. It's a fear that someone would come up to me on the street and put heroin in me, and then I'm hooked forever.
What the fuck?
Speaking of the nightgown and socks, Robert Wagner also said in a 1986 biography, quote, "It was only after I was told that she was dressed in a sleeping gown, heavy socks, and a parka that it dawned on me what had really occurred. Natalie obviously had trouble with that dinghy slamming up against the boat. It happened many, many times before, and I had always gone out and pulled the ropes tighter to keep the dinghy flush against the yacht. She probably skidded on one of the steps after untying the ropes. The steps are slick as ice because of the algae and seaweed that's always clinging to them. After slipping on the steps, she hit her head against the boat. I only hope she was unconscious when she hit the water." End quote.
Maybe she did just slip. Wagner sounds like he's putting forth a pretty solid theory.
Anytime someone has a very hyper-detailed account of what happened, that makes them
Here's what
free to
must
go.
have happened.
Here's what must have
These
happened.
40 things in succession.
Exactly.
However, some have criticized this theory, as the Valiant was a rubber dinghy, which according to Noguchi would make very little noise when they bump a yacht. Additionally, Noguchi reported forensic evidence, including the untouched algae on the swim step. It appeared that Wood may have been attempting to board the dinghy rather than adjust the rope. Police investigators also found broken glass in the Splendor's main salon, which Wagner attributed to the rough seas, a possible factor in why Wood may have fallen into the water. However, it's here that the testimony of Captain Davern differs. He claimed that Wagner grabbed and smashed a wine bottle after going into a jealous rage over Wood and Watkins' interactions. He claims Wagner exclaimed, quote, "Jesus Christ, what are you trying to do? Fuck my wife?" End quote.
So you could see where the two accounts of what happened are drastically different.
I just don't understand what the captain would have. Why would he make this up?
True, unless he was, here's another turn, unless he was in love with Wood and jealous of Wagner. See what you can spin anything you want, how you want it.
Damn it, Ryan.
What do you think Christopher Walken said when he said that?
No! Oh, Bobby. Bobby. Two mice.
Strangely, despite blaming the rough seas at first, Wagner admitted to having broken the wine bottle that night in the salon in his autobiography in 2009.
Yeah, weird.
So,
weird that his memory got clearer almost 30 years later.
And with that, let's get into the next theory, that there was foul play involving Robert Wagner. Before we move forward, it's worth noting that Davern is an unreliable witness for a variety of factors, including that it took years for him to come forward with what he says is the truth. Additionally, he seemed to release bits of information to the tabloids in the years following the incident in a relatively unsavory way. That being said, on the whole, many factors of his story ring more consistent with testimony of other witnesses and other evidence. In fact, Walken's description of what happened when they returned to the boat is also closer to Davern's than Wagner's. Walken claims an argument broke out between Wood and Wagner over Wood's time spent away from family, to which Walken defended Wood at first, but then stepped outside rather than get further involved. When he returned, the two had made amends. Davern also describes events this way, but instead of Wood and Wagner making up, he states he also heard the two continue to argue from where he was on the bridge of the boat, and even claims he heard the dinghy being untied. He claims there was then silence, until Wagner returned at about 11:30 p.m., looking, quote, tousled and sweating profusely, as if he had been in a terrible fight, an ordeal of some kind, end quote. Davern also says that Wagner discouraged him from turning on the floodlights or starting up the engine in any attempt to search for her, saying that Wagner said he didn't want to alert the people nearby.
Yeah, I would not want to be this captain.
I gotta say though, after hearing this account, the one person who I didn't expect to just be very innocent, fucking Walken, seems like he was just chilling.
He was just, he was just trying to fuck somebody's wife.
Davern has since said that he has always believed something malicious may have occurred to Wood, as he believes she would have never tried to go to shore alone, and feels sure if she did want to return, she would have had him take her, as she had the night before. Based on new information, including the information from Davern, the case was reopened in 2011. In 2012, the LA County Coroner's Office changes the cause of death from, quote, accidental drowning, end quote, to, quote, drowning and other undetermined factors, end quote. The new report casts more questions on the nature of the bruises and abrasions on Wood's body, positing that they likely had to have been on her body before she fell into the water. Dr. Lakshmanan Satyapajeshwaran, the chief medical examiner, said in the report, quote, the location of the bruises, the multiplicity of the bruises, lack of head trauma or facial bruising support bruising having occurred prior to entry in the water. Since there are unanswered questions and limited additional evidence available for evaluation, it is opined by this medical examiner that the manner of death should be left as undetermined." End quote.
Well, it's good to re-examine these cases like this every now and then because the investigators nowadays aren't big Heart-to-Heart fans.
Was Heart-to-Heart that big of a thing? Was Wagner that big of a star?
I feel like I'd have watched it. It was about a husband and wife detective team?
I honestly don't even know.
I'm going to check it out.
Okay, well you do that and you report back to me how it is.
Heart-to-Heart and Gypsy.
Gypsy, you gotta see Gypsy.
My watch
Those
list.
two.
I hope these are on Netflix.
As of 2013, the LA County Sheriff's Department spokesman Steve Whitmore had described the case as, quote, "open and ongoing. Nothing definitive has closed it," end quote. However, he had also previously stated that Wagner is not a suspect. Natalie's sister said, quote, "I can't imagine that he, being Wagner, purposely would have done anything to hurt Natalie. However, I know things happen when there is too much drinking and fighting," end quote.
I'm surprised her sister defends Wagner.
Does she though? She
Well, the thing that she said is very interesting about how, you know, when everybody's drunk, I can't imagine ever murdering someone.
But
even
when you drink, you can't imagine murdering
No,
someone?
I'm saying even drunk. But I ate a pumpkin once when I was drunk. I just took a bite out of a pumpkin.
You're a weird dude.
Why is that
Eating
just coming
pumpkins,
from-
afraid of people sticking you with heroin needles. These are
That's
weird.
a rational fear.
That is not a rational fear.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What are we talking about? Natalie Wood?
I don't know. These are the musings of a paranoid man.
Whether or not he was responsible, Wagner claims to feel responsible in part for her death, in that he did not notice she was gone sooner. Christopher Walken has spoken on the incident as a whole, officially saying, quote, "The people who are convinced that there was something more to it than what came out in the investigation will never be satisfied with the truth, because the truth is, there's nothing more to it. It was an accident," end quote. Dwayne Rasher, the former lead police investigator on the case, still says, quote, "I can't tell you exactly how she got in the water," end quote. In the end, the tragic passing of Natalie Wood will continue to confound the world. The familiar faces involved only add to the mystery, and unfortunately, we may never know what truly happened to Natalie that night, as the case of Natalie Wood will remain unsolved.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we covered the Chicago Tylenol murders, a case unlike anything we've seen on this show before. At the time, the case was the center of a national media circus. Some may even say frenzy.
Okay, you're welcome to.
It's an interesting case. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Illinois is known for soybeans and poison medicine.
And Shane Madej,
And me.
the nation's greatest tragedy.
Uh-huh.
Let's get into it.
Okay.
On September 29, 1982, 7 people in the Chicago area ingested poison Tylenol pills, consequently collapsing and dying shortly after. The victims included 12-year-old Mary Kellerman, 27-year-old Mary Reiner, 31-year-old Mary McFarland, 35-year-old Paula Prince, 27-year-old Adam Janus, 25-year-old Stanley Janus, and 19-year-old Teresa Janus. The last 3 were unfortunately all from the same family. Adam Janus collapsed after ingesting extra-strength Tylenol. He was rushed to the hospital where he died. When the family returned home to mourn, both Adam's brother Stanley and Stanley's wife Teresa took a Tylenol, resulting in both of their deaths, making it 3 deaths in the same family on the same day.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's so much worse than you would think.
The fact that all 3 of the Januses died in the same house would eventually lead to investigators connecting the dots. On the night of the 29th, Cook County investigator Nick Pishos compared the Janus' Tylenol bottle to the bottle from another victim named Mary Kellerman. Once Pishos had both bottles, he noticed that they shared one similarity, a control number, MC2880. Deputy Medical Examiner Donahue says he told Pishos to smell the bottles, and Pishos remembers that they both smelled like almonds, and cyanide is said to smell like bitter almonds. Exposure to a large dose of cyanide by any method can lead to seizures, cardiac arrest, and respiratory failure. Blood test results would show that the victims had taken a dose that was 100 or even 1,000 times the lethal amount.
This boogeyman is very thorough.
Perhaps too thorough, maybe even careless. You think he got lazy? It was like, I'm gonna make like thousands of these pills. And he got through like 5 of them. He's like, this is fucking hard.
Yeah.
I think I'm just, just put them all in one.
Could have been 7,000, I guess.
It could have been 7,000. I guess we're lucky he got lazy.
Yeah.
Deputy Medical Examiner Donahue says he spoke with an attorney for Johnson & Johnson, Tylenol's manufacturer parent company. By the evening of October 1st, after all 7 victims had died, authorities were fairly certain the Tylenol had intentionally been poisoned with potassium cyanide by someone. Late that night, it was announced that all Tylenol would be pulled from the shelves. Immediately, McNeil Consumer Products, the subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson that manufactured Tylenol, recalled over 31 million bottles of Tylenol and issued warnings. They also offered to replace recalled bottles with new bottles and put up a $100,000 reward for anybody with information about the person who had done this. These precautions were estimated to have cost the company roughly $100 million.
I mean, because before this point, they did not have seals on the bottles, right?
This case was the reason why tamper-proof seals were created.
The greatest safety precautions of our time are written in blood.
That's pretty true. It's accurate. I can't think of one instance where we were smart enough to take the precedent.
No, it's usually just, scrub off all the guts over there, and I guess
let's put a cross guard there.
By Tuesday, October 5th, the U.S. Attorney General as well as the FBI were on the case, in addition to local authorities. Tyrone Fauner, Illinois State Attorney General, says he believes in the initial stages there were about 1,200 actual leads. It's estimated that U.S. newspapers ran over 100,000 separate articles about the incident. A nationwide panic ensued. People who believed they might have been poisoned overwhelmed hospitals and poison control call centers. CPD actually went throughout the city giving warnings about Tylenol through loudspeakers.
Whoa!
So this is like straight up like end of days shit going on in Chicago.
That's pretty good.
Actually, not Chicago, the whole world. Not the whole, or at least America.
Yeah.
I'd quarantine myself, I think.
I don't think you would have to do. Oh, you mean so that you weren't affected by anything?
Yeah, you don't know if it's airborne. You don't know this could be the beginning of the zombie apocalypse in my mind. Though I have daydreamed about having an amazing bunker that has like satellite TV.
Yeah, that'd be pretty baller.
I guess satellite TV wouldn't really matter.
Get some.
If there was an apocalypse.
No.
There were a slew of copycat product tampering incidents according to the FDA, about 270 of them just in the month after the Tylenol murders. Some copycats of them also poisoned pills with things like rat poison and hydrochloric acid. One fact that baffled police initially was that all of the victims bought their Tylenol from different stores, and those stores got their Tylenol from different production plants.
Spooky. How could that even be possible? I could see why they were baffled by that.
Labs were set up and capsules began to come through for testing. Over 10 million recalled pills were tested. In total, 50 capsules were found to contain cyanide across 8 bottles. 5 of these bottles belonged to the victims. 2 of these bottles were sent back in the recall, and chillingly, 1 bottle was found sitting on a shelf, still unsold. No fingerprints or other physical evidence was found. There was also no evidence clearly showing the killer's trail in the stores, as surveillance cameras were not as common then. Investigators explored the possibility of this being a white-collar crime syndicate, intent on tanking Johnson & Johnson's stock. In fact, Tylenol's share of the non-prescription pain reliever market plummeted from 35% to 8% after the murders. Investigators also looked into every disgruntled employee who worked or had worked where the tainted Tylenol was made, stored, or sold.
Do you think Advil was behind this?
No, I don't think Advil was.
Is this Big Advil?
No, I don't think Big Advil.
I'm not slandering the company of Advil.
Big Advil sounds like a shitty indie band.
The latest release from Big Advil.
You see the Big Advils in the new Coachella lineup?
Any shoplifters who had been caught at the drugstores where the poisoned Tylenol was found were reevaluated. Those who had just been released from prison or psychiatric hospitals around Chicago were interrogated. The police publicized the victims' funerals, hoping the killer would show up at one of them. Eventually, the police reached the theory that whoever did this visited the various stores, purchased the Tylenol, planted the potassium cyanide in the capsules, placed those pills back in the bottle, and then returned the bottles around September 28th. This would be 1 day before the first deaths occurred. Their reasoning was that the cyanide would eventually eat through the capsules, so whoever committed the crime would have to do it close to when the capsules were purchased and consumed, and would therefore have to have done it in Chicago.
We always refer to the Wild West as, you know, just being this crazy time of crime. You could actually get away with a lot of shit in
Wild West was the 80s.
Essentially, it's a couple decades ago. You could get away with a bunch of shit.
Walk into a store, pocket a cola.
You could pocket a cola, punch the guy in the face,
yeah, and
then be like, see you later.
My name's Shane Madej. Fuck you. Cops wouldn't get to your door for weeks.
Yeah, fingerprinting wasn't really around that much.
No.
There was no surveillance cameras. They'd have to go off a description, and for you, it'd be tall white guy with a large head, and that's a lot of people in Chicago.
That's a lot of people in Chicago.
Let's get into the suspects. The first suspect is 48-year-old dock worker Roger Arnold, who said some suspicious things about the Tylenol murders at a bar one night. The police questioned him and searched his home. They turned up several interesting connections. Roger Arnold worked at a jewel warehouse with the father of one of the victims named Mary Reiner. Adam Janus, another victim, had purchased his Tylenol from a jewel convenience store. According to the New York Times, the store where Mary Reiner bought her fatal pills was actually across the street from where Roger Arnold's wife's psychiatric ward was located. How-to crime manuals were found in Arnold's home. Police also found evidence of chemistry in Arnold's home, such as beakers and other equipment, as well as a bag of powder. Though, the powder was tested and it turned out to be potassium carbonate, not cyanide. Roger Arnold also refused to take a lie detector test, and the police never found enough to prosecute him. In June of 1983, the following year, Arnold shot an innocent man named John Stanisha outside of a bar late one night. Arnold did so under the impression that Stanisha had turned Arnold into the police for his suspicious comments at the bar, which he hadn't. Stanisha died, and Arnold was sentenced to 30 years, but got out early on parole.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of his connections to the case seem circumstantial. I mean, there's how-to crime manuals in his house. There's chemistry there.
It just said how to crime?
No, like, I don't think it was titled How to Crime.
Oh.
There were manuals of how to.
If he had a book called How to Crime.
How to Crime.
Then there's your guy.
Yeah, it was written in crayon.
The second suspect is Theodore J. Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber. A once brilliant mathematician, Kaczynski is currently serving life in prison for killing 3 people and wounding 23 others with bombs sent through the mail.
Oh, hey, yeah. This guy's, he's crazy. Yeah, he's out there in the character universe. Everybody knows who he is.
Here's the thing, this goes back to what we've talked about in the past, that people seem to think that serial killers are all like in this character universe.
Yeah, he's for sure in the serial killers Avengers. Even though he's not a serial killer, he's just sort of a terrorist.
There's no serial killer character universe.
Well.
Alright, anyways, here are some things that match up with the Tylenol killings. Kaczynski is an Illinois native, and his first bomb was found in Chicago, where he lived at the time. As you already know, all 7 killings occurred within Illinois. However, one Tylenol death that is not official is the cyanide poisoning via extra-strength Tylenol of J. Adam Mitchell in Sheridan, Wyoming, that occurred a little over 2 months before the Illinois Tylenol killings. This is noteworthy because Sheridan, Wyoming is a town on the way to Kaczynski's cabin in Montana, where he lived at the time of the killings. Kaczynski's victims also had connections to Wood. For instance, one of the surviving victims was named Percy Woods, who resided in Lake Forest, Illinois. Another victim was Gilbert Murray, president of the California Forestry Association. Furthermore, Kaczynski's bombs were partially made of wood, and he often used return addresses and pseudonyms involving types of wood in the past. One example was Frederick Benjamin Isaac Wood, with an address of 549 Wood Street in Woodlake, California.
Not super creative.
Yeah, I'll tell you why this is all relevant. Why I'm talking about wood so much. I'm about to spill that.
Oh.
Your inventory is
Drop
full.
a bomb right now.
Drop that bomb. Oh, I see.
Get
You're
it.
on brand here with the bombing.
What?
Bomb. Unabomber.
No, I didn't.
No, it was very good.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'll take it.
This is relevant because 2 of the 3 founders of Johnson & Johnson have the middle name Wood.
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
A bit of a reach.
Not really. It's his calling card. He's the wood guy.
Admittedly, those seem like thin connections, but in February 2009, the FBI office in Chicago announced that it would use advancements in forensic technology in a review of all evidence relevant to the Tylenol killings. The FBI requested a DNA sample from Kaczynski. Here's Kaczynski in his own words. Quote, "The officer said the FBI was prepared to get a court order to compel me to provide the DNA sample, but wanted to know whether I would provide the sample voluntarily." End quote. Kaczynski wrote that he was willing to provide the sample on one condition, that the courts not allow the United States Marshal Service to conduct an auction of Kaczynski's belongings. Here's his reason why. Quote, "Even on the assumption that the FBI is entirely honest, an assumption I'm unwilling to make. Partial DNA profiles can throw suspicion on persons who are entirely innocent. For example, such profiles can show that 5% or 3% or 1% of Americans have the same partial profile as the person who committed a certain crime." End quote. He then goes on to say that if a match were to occur, quote, "Some of the evidence seized from my cabin in 1996 may turn out to be important." End quote. In summation, Kaczynski believed that the items up for auction may be crucial in proving he never owned potassium cyanide. Regardless, the auction went forward as planned, and Kaczynski declined to give his DNA voluntarily.
I'm trying to think of how I'm going to phrase this where I don't sound like a psychopath.
Good luck.
If they're going to conduct an investigation of him as an official suspect for the Tylenol killings, it makes sense that they wouldn't auction off all of his shit so they could actually conduct a thorough investigation. Otherwise, they're going to be like, oh, you know what, we'll just have to cross-reference this with the typewriter he used. Oh, wait, we sold it to some old lady in Florida. Fuck.
Some old lady in Florida bought the Unabomber's typewriter?
I don't know.
Oh.
It could be anybody.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, if they wanted to cross-reference evidence and go back and look at things, they wouldn't be able to do that if they fucking sold all of his shit.
The third and prime suspect was tax accountant James Lewis. On Wednesday, October 6th, 1 week after the first
Your
death,
inventory is full.
Johnson & Johnson received a photocopy of a handwritten, unsigned letter. On this letter, the FBI found fingerprints of James Lewis. The letter reads, quote, "Johnson & Johnson, parent of McNeil Laboratories. Gentlemen, as you can see, it is easy to place cyanide, both potassium and sodium, into capsules sitting on store shelves. And since the cyanide is inside the gelatin, it is easy to get buyers to swallow the bitter pill.
Your
Another
inventory is
beauty
full.
is that cyanide operates quickly. It takes so very little, and there will be no time to take countermeasures. If you don't mind the publicity of these little capsules, then do nothing. So far, I've spent less than $50, and it takes me less than 10 minutes per bottle. If you want to stop the killing, then wire $1 million to bank account number 8449597 at Continental Illinois Bank, Chicago, Illinois. Don't attempt to involve the FBI or local Chicago authorities with this letter. A couple of phone calls by me will undo anything you can possibly do." End quote. As mentioned before, James Lewis's fingerprints were found on this letter. A warrant for his arrest was issued, and the ensuing manhunt would end on December 13th, after Lewis was spotted at a New York Public Library annex.
So James Lewis, by the way, he's the guy whose fingerprints were found on this letter, who wrote this letter.
And they spotted him at the library reading How to Crime?
Strangely, the bank account number listed in Lewis's letter did not belong to Lewis, but instead belonged to a man named Frederick Miller McCahey, a man who Lewis believed had stiffed his wife Leanne out of $511 in change. Basically, Lewis only included McCahey's bank account number in hopes that it would expose this $511 theft, and ultimately had nothing to do with the murders and was as petty as it was idiotic.
Seems like a long way to go for a gag.
That's a lot to do. You can't, he doesn't even think like, oh, maybe the feds will be angry at me on this one. You think this was like an anniversary gift for his wife?
I don't know. I don't know what he could have done to
He's
make...
like, I did a real sweet thing for you, honey.
Maybe he was really in the doghouse and he was just desperate for any kind of turn of affection from her, so he
I know what I'll do.
I know what I'll do. I'll write the FBI.
That being said, Lewis's past did lead investigators to suspect that he could be the Tylenol killer. He allegedly chased his mother with an axe when he was 19.
Not great.
No, off to a bad start.
I've never done that. You didn't do that, did you?
No, I didn't. What? Is there anything to suggest that I would chase my mom with an axe?
Not outright. I feel like if you
Not
peel the
outright.
layers back.
You think you peel the layers back from this onion, you'll see something you don't want to see?
Yeah, I think you wear a mask sometimes.
I think you should keep digging and maybe see what happens.
Oh, No, I'm good.
In 1966, he was committed to the Missouri State Mental Hospital after taking 36 Anacin pills. There he was diagnosed with catatonic schizophrenia. Later, he tried to explain that both of these events were attempts to avoid the Vietnam draft. Later in his life, Lewis was charged and acquitted for the murder of a man named Raymond West, who had been found dismembered in his own home in the summer of 1978. After that, Lewis and his wife launched a short-lived business venture attempting to import pill-making machines made in India. In 1981, Lewis was suspected for falsifying credit card applications using fake addresses and mailboxes. In a search of Lewis's home on December 4th, 1981, the police did find plenty of evidence to arrest Lewis for these particular crimes. As a result, Lewis and his wife fled to Chicago, where they lived under assumed names for almost a year, bringing us to the timeline of the Tylenol murders. However, the Lewises bought Amtrak tickets from Chicago to New York City on September 4th, 1982, which was 25 days before the Tylenol deaths began. And if you recall, the Tylenol killer would have to plant the cyanide within close proximity of the consumption date, and 25 days was too long. But some investigators on the original case believed it would have been possible for the perpetrator to fly into O'Hare Airport, rent a car, plant the poison, and leave Chicago.
Can you imagine just going home to your wife and being like, hey, I've got an idea. It's a little weird. And she just goes, well, sounds good.
Yeah, I know.
Like, these are two messed up weirdos who have found each other, and it's almost a shockingly beautiful love story.
Surveillance video from one of the drugstores did show a bearded man who some thought looked a lot like Lewis, but there was no positive ID, and nobody could place Lewis in Chicago shortly before the deaths.
He's got just a bag full of mailboxes and beards. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's a regular criminal carrot top.
Yeah.
He's got a whole little case full of things and like little intricacies.
A little horn.
Yeah, horn, Elmer's glue, we're good to go.
I just cut up an old man.
Ultimately, authorities never even had enough to prosecute Lewis, let alone convict him of the murders. However, Lewis's letter writing fiasco did lead to him being convicted of extortion. Lewis was sentenced to 20 years in prison, but served a little less than 13. While in prison, Lewis bizarrely offered his help and explained and drew in detail how someone might go about injecting the capsules with lethal amounts of cyanide. Lewis was released in 1995, and he and his wife now live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In 2010, James Lewis published a book titled Poison, The Doctor's Dilemma. Lewis would insist that the book had nothing to do with the Tylenol murders, and also stated that he regretted sending the police the ransom note. The fictional plot of the book is about death by water poisoned with lead in southern Missouri. When he went on public access television in January 2010 to promote his book, he ended up giving a 48-minute interview in which many of the questions were directed at his role in the 1982 Tylenol murders. Lewis referred everyone to his lawyer and refused to comment further.
I just want to talk about my book about poison, not about...
I don't get it. I just want to talk about my work, and everyone just keeps seeming to bring up all my past of all the shitty stuff I've done.
No, we're good. Ugh, this guy's gross.
One positive thing to come of the case came from the FDA and Johnson & Johnson, who together created the tamper-proof foil seal that we now use to determine if containers have been tampered with.
I do think it's possible that someone could have flown in, did a little day trip, plant some pills, and go back home. I mean, it's not that crazy to me. Obviously, this person has a way with fooling the police.
It must have been fun to be a criminal in the 80s. Everything before the 80s, just lawless.
Yeah, it's true. My takeaway is people from Chicago are weird.
This does not represent Chicago. This is people who go, hey, Chicago, Tylenol murders.
Home of the Bean, the Cubs, and the Chicago Tylenol murders. And of course, our nation's greatest tragedy, Shane Madej.
That's not me.
I read it somewhere.
You didn't read. You probably wrote it.
Yeah.
In the end, nobody really knows who the Tylenol killer was, or why he or she did it. What truly transpired on that one fateful day in Chicago continues to baffle, and the case remains unsolved.
What do you suppose is in here?
I'm not looking in there.
Want me to look in there? What is it?
I don't know what the fuck that is. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we discussed the horrifying Keddy Cabin murders. We're actually going to go visit the former site of the Keddy Cabin, which is Cabin 28. It's been since demolished. Strap in, because this one is rough. Yeah, this is gross.
I'm aware of some details of this, and it's yucky.
That's something like a toddler says when they don't want to eat, like if they have like squash on their plate.
It's also something an adult says about a gruesome, gruesome murder.
I guess so. Let's get into it.
On April 12, 1981, in Keddy, California, the Sharp family and some friends went to sleep in Cabin 28 in the Keddy Resort Lodge. What occurred next would shock the county and is a crime that is still actively being worked on today. 4 people sleeping in the house were brutally murdered.
So right now we're approaching Keddy, the site of this horrible murder. Worth noting, it's a town of 66 people. I'm not a gambling man, but I don't really like those odds.
Because they've never caught this person? Is that the...
Yeah, so we could conceivably run into this guy, you know, taking a dump in the woods or something.
Are we going to stop into town and tell them what we're doing?
No, I'm not going to stop into town and tell them what we're doing. Are you fucking out of your mind? I'm starting to think you want to die. Which way do I go? Left. Oh boy.
Your skill has increased.
I can't imagine this is debris from the house. The house was demolished around 10 years ago because there were squatters and people like us that would come inside the house and try and stay overnight. Shit, maybe this is from the house. It looks like the bottoms of the foundation. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Look at that. It's like tile from the bathroom right there, it looks like.
You really turned a corner on that one pretty quick.
Yeah, but I didn't see it up close until... Oh, my God. It's fucking horrifying.
There's an elk, though. There's a deer over there.
There's the remains and rubble of one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of all time, and you're looking at the fucking deer in the forest.
As mentioned before, 4 people were killed in Keddy, 3 of which were found dead inside Cabin 28. Their bodies were found by Sheila Sharp, who, unlike the rest of her family, had slept at a friend's cabin next door. Sheila found the bodies of her mother, Sue Sharp, her 15-year-old brother, Johnny Sharp, and Johnny's 17-year-old friend, Dana Wingate. Sheila's 12-year-old sister, Tina, was missing from the scene, but her remains would be found at a different time, a fact that we'll touch on later.
The sister of the people who got murdered here, the next morning she walks in, finds most of her family brutally murdered. She was staying next door at a friend's house.
Yeah.
Cabin 28 was right here, and that's where she found the bodies of her mom, her brother's friend, and they couldn't find her sister.
Are you spooked knowing that there were just, you know, right around here?
Strangely, Sheila's 2 younger brothers, Greg, age 5, and Rick, age 10, were found in the cabin, in a bedroom, asleep and safe. In the same room, also found asleep and safe, was the boy's friend, Justin Smart. When you look at the scene of the crime, it's tough to fathom how they could have slept through such a tragedy.
Incoming towel.
It's very hard for me to believe that 3 people could have been asleep while it was happening in the same fucking house.
The woods get loud, though, is my only thing.
But you're in a cabin.
In a cabin. Were they in the same cabin in the room next door?
So maybe they were in there telling ghost stories or something.
I don't think they were. They were probably asleep.
They could have. I mean, they could have been in there telling ghost. You know how kids do. Pillow talk.
That's not what pillow talk is.
Incoming party invite.
Telling ghost stories. Pillow talk
Like,
could either mean something you do after sex, or it could mean...
Yeah, I think that's
it
what
could
that
mean
is.
like a sleepover.
Do you tell
talk.
ghost stories after sex?
That's for me and my girlfriend to know. Maybe.
You just spark up a cigarette. Let me tell you about the Keddy Cabin murder.
Johnny, Dana, and Sue were all bound to some degree
You've
by
been
electrical
examined.
wiring. These weapons were found at the scene. A bent steak knife found on the floor, a bloodied butcher knife and claw hammer, both found on a small wooden table near the entryway to the kitchen. Blood splatters were found on the walls and ceiling, suggesting the kind of force used.
All very effective for
They stabbed
murdering.
them so hard the knife bent.
I think people get a little too hung up on that. It's not hard to bend a knife, right? You ever dip into a thing of ice cream with a spoon?
All I'm saying is there was a considerable amount of force. I have dipped a spoon into ice cream when it's not.
Ice cream can bend a spoon. Why are we so...
Normally I dip the spoon in hot water, though, and then I put it in the ice cream so I could get a nice clean scoop.
That's just smart.
It does look like this is pretty central to all the houses. So you would think that there'd be at least one witness. There was so much blood everywhere, and there was such force within the murders themselves. There was blood splattered on the ceilings, the walls. So whoever did this had to be covered in blood.
Yeah.
Maybe he went down that way, but it looks like...
That's the forest.
You can't imagine that.
You see someone running through the forest covered in blood, you're not going to bat an eye. You'll probably just be like, oh, as you were.
That's not how the forest works.
You see someone in the forest covered in blood, you're going to be like, excuse me, sir. Why are you covered in blood?
Well, I'm not going to stop him, but maybe I'll, like, take a good look at what he looks like. Call the police, that sort of thing.
I'll just let them mind their own.
Okay, good. I'm glad to know that if you would be the worst crime scene witness of all time.
Here's some background on Sue Sharp and her children. Sue Sharp had left a broken and abusive marriage and was described as a quiet woman who loved her kids. In 1980, Sue moved her kids to the Keddie area, where they lived in relative poverty. Let's return to the body of Tina Sharp, the one Sharp sibling missing from the cabin. Tina's skull would eventually be found due to an anonymous tip called into the police on the 3rd anniversary of the murders. The skull was found about 50 miles away in a whole other county. Aside from the timing, which is undoubtedly suspicious, what's truly dubious is the fact that the caller identified the skull as Tina's. But how could the caller have known that based on the skull alone?
Because the caller was the murderer.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
Oh, you were phrasing it in a dramatic way.
Yeah, it's creepy. What is it about killers that they want to get caught so badly? Or, like, they want to get as close to being caught without being caught? I guess I can't put my mind to the mind of a criminal, but, like...
I can. I think some of them want to get caught. I think they do.
Or do you think they just want the notoriety?
It's maybe a little bit of both.
Oh, looks like you're not good enough detective to figure out what I've done. Here, let me throw you a bone.
Literally.
Oh.
Let's go over the suspects, of which there were really only 2 examined by the police at the time. Marty Smart and his roommate, Bo Bobetti, who lived 2 cabins down from the Sharps. Let's go over a possible motive. Marty Smart was married to Marilyn Smart, the mother of Justin Smart, who was one of the kids that was found alive and well in the cabin. Marty was reportedly an abusive husband, and there are reports that Sue Sharp had been counseling Marilyn on her marriage. When finding out about Sue's interference with his marriage, Marty reportedly went ballistic about it. Marty reportedly left for Reno, Nevada soon after the murders. Law enforcement at the time felt that the killer was, quote, more than one person, end quote. Hence them throwing Marty's roommate Bo, who was an ex-con, into the case as an accomplice.
Because 3 people's a lot for one person to kill silently all at once.
What do you think about his kid being in there and not dying?
Weird. So they're all just pals?
So yeah, they were all pals, and they were friends with this boy named Justin Smart. They were all sleeping in the same room in this cabin, and they were the ones left alone.
Interesting.
And this dad is the suspect. Marty Smart, dad of Justin Smart, does not kill his own son, and the other 2 Sharp boys were sleeping in the same room as his son.
Ah.
That's why it makes sense.
So they may have only lived, if Marty's the killer, because they were in the room with his son.
Exactly.
Despite there being much more to this case, at the time, the investigation strangely stopped there. There was evidence that seemingly went unnoticed, and people of interest that may have not been vetted properly. The father of Dana Wingate, the friend of the Sharps that was also killed, said in 2001 that the police had, quote, stumbled over each other and fouled up the case, and he isn't alone in that line of thinking, as many suspect the police on the case may have been involved in a cover-up.
At this point, the entire town is a suspect. You would imagine they're all closely knit friends.
Well, I don't think they're great friends.
Well, obviously, because someone murdered the other.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's what
I'm
getting at.
Some of them must be friends.
Yeah.
Others would like to plunge knives into each other.
If I can imagine any of my friends murdering me.
I could imagine one friend of yours murdering you.
Is it you?
No.
Oh.
Former Sheriff Doug Thomas, who was sheriff at the time of the murder, is accused of a cover-up in many online theories, which allege that he was a close friend to Marty Smart at the time. Sheriff Thomas did say that he gave one session of advice to the Smart couple, which took place before the murders. However, Marilyn Smart does not recall the meeting with her husband Marty and the sheriff, but said that the two were not friends to her knowledge, though some consider Marilyn Smart a conspirator as well.
The scariest thing about this is I'm pretty sure that there was a cover-up by the police department.
Police in the 70s, like 70s and 80s police were always just like, oh, you murdered someone? You got $40.
Former Sheriff Doug Thomas recently addressed these accusations. Quote, "There was no shortage of suspects, but suddenly now everybody 35 years or so later have all figured out what happened and that all of the investigating officers were corrupt. It's laughable is what it is. Martin Smart was not a friend of mine. At one point, he and his wife were having marital problems, and they came to my office when I was sheriff and wanted me to counsel them." End quote.
Was he like a relationship counselor?
No, he was just it's a small town. I can't imagine there was a practicing psychiatrist in the area.
That just seems like a weird decision if you're having marital troubles.
Well,
Let's take this to the police.
I guess.
Maybe they'll help us. Mend us, Sheriff.
In 2013, the case was reopened by current Sheriff Greg Hagwood and Mike Gamberg, both of whom had personal connections to the victims of the case. Here's what Sheriff Hagwood had to say about the police cover-up theory. Quote, "It has brought to light some amazing timelines, histories, and what some may call coincidence. Others may look at it more accusingly. I don't put anything outside the realm of possibility. Let's go over some interesting new developments brought on by the reopening of the case. The first development happened when Gamberg organized boxes of case reports and evidence from the case that had been shoved aside. What he found was a letter written by Marty Smart to his wife Marilyn, reportedly written soon after the murders. It reads, quote, "I've paid the price for your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through? Great. What else do you want?"
So why would she want him to murder people?
The theory before had mentioned that they were going through problems. Sue Sharp had tried to counsel them, and he saw it as her meddling with his marriage, and maybe she got annoyed by it too. There must be something else here, because that seems like pretty strong evidence that he did this. I guess he never really went out and said, "I killed them."
Right.
He could be speaking in it like metaphorically.
I do sort of love the language here, though. You tell me we're through. Great. What else do you want? I murdered people for you.
I know.
And now what?
Clearly she's the jerk in this one.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Oh, so I'm the psycho because I murdered 4 people.
Oh, because I murdered 4 people. Ruined that perfectly good knife.
Marilyn doesn't recall receiving the letter. However, she did recognize her ex-husband Marty's handwriting.
So this must be why he's not indicted, because maybe they can't make it absolute that it is his handwriting indeed.
What, the police were just writing fanfic?
Yeah, what the fuck is this? It was maybe, unless someone wanted to implicate him in the murders. Also, but it was in an evidence box. It was official evidence. So
And if she recognizes his handwriting,
there's something weird going on in this little town.
something doesn't add up. Something stinks.
The second development was something also found in those boxes of case files. Gamberg found the taped anonymous phone call that tipped off the location of the remains of Tina Sharp. The audio of that 911 call is now being compared with audio of suspects looking for a match, though it's worth mentioning that the tape was never voice analyzed at the time. Here's current investigator Sheriff Hagwood on that tape. Quote, "Why that sat in a sealed evidence envelope never opened, I don't have the answer to that, but we have it now." End quote.
This is just baffling to me.
Yeah.
It looks like they solved anything that was remotely possible of helping them solve the case. They're like, box it up.
Yeah.
Put it in the corner.
Shove it in a closet.
That requires
put some
real
coats
work.
over it. They have to put this thing to rest and probably, right the wrongs, bring people to justice. I guess that's technically their job.
Yeah, that's what they get
Can you
paid to do.
imagine how much goddamn paperwork is involved in that?
Holy shit.
So much.
You gotta do your job, man.
You gotta do your job. 10% of your population was just murdered.
Yeah.
Time to look into that one.
The third development came from Gamberg speaking to Marty Smart's former therapist in Reno, Nevada. Apparently, Marty had confessed to the murders in a session. The therapist reportedly told Gamberg that even he was surprised that the investigators at the time of the murders hadn't used that confession against Marty.
Here's a question. The therapist. So you're a therapist. Someone comes to you. Oh, I got some troubles. Oh, yeah? Like what? Well, I murdered 4 people. Okay, well, I'll see you next week. Take a little drive, go to the police station. Hey, quick note, this guy said he murdered 4 people in your town. Police go, okay. You drive back to Reno, and then you don't hear anything else about it. You're done? That's it?
Think of it this way. If you told someone so point blank that happened, and they did nothing, do you really think you're gonna go back to follow up? Because if the police don't give a shit, in my mind, oh hey, maybe the police were involved.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't go back and be like, hey, you boys should start doing your jobs.
I want to talk to that
You
therapist.
should start going.
The fourth development was the discovery that a man had found a steel blue-handled claw hammer using a metal detector near a pond near Ketty. The hammer matched the description of one that Marty had told investigators he'd lost. As of late November 2016, it was being tested for DNA or blood residue as a possible additional murder weapon.
Dude, what in the world? Why is there so much just stuff dumped around here?
Because it's a shanty town, Ryan.
It's a ghost town, yeah, that makes sense. You hear that?
Yeah, it's a car.
Oh. But maybe he dumped some stuff in the river down here.
The river's rather full. I think on account of the monsoon.
I don't know if this is the actual pond that Marty Smart dumped his claw hammer in, but weird that he would dump a murder weapon when he left the other 3 in the house if it was him, in fact, who did it.
Here's Sheriff Hagwood on the current status of the case. Quote, "There are people locally who know more than they've said, and I believe we've identified some of them, and we know who they are, and we know where they are, and I have every confidence that they either participated after the fact or they have first-hand information," end quote. It's worth mentioning that Hagwood said that there are at least 6 of these people of interest, all of which are alive.
It does chill me that they don't know who did it.
No. They could be looking at us through a window right now. There's smoke coming from over there. What do you suppose is in here?
I'm not looking in there.
Want me to look in there?
Wait. It's probably just...
What is it?
I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe it's like an old part of the chimney.
Looks like a Black Widow bike.
In regards to the killers being Marty Smart and Bobo Betty, Hagwood said this, quote, "It's a theory that we are working, to the degree possible, to conclude or dismiss. There's a disproportionate amount of evidence and information that tends to point in that direction," end quote.
Yeah, we have a confession letter.
A therapist?
You have a therapist who said that he confessed.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Gosh, that is pretty disproportionate.
how many more forms do you need that in?
As of now, nobody has been charged, though you can rest easy knowing that Hagwood and Gamberg continue to dig deeper on what really happened that one night in Cabin 28. Here's one final thought from Sheriff Hagwood. Quote, "There is not an expiration date on homicides, and to the extent that we have surviving siblings and family members, it is our fundamental obligation to them to understand who did this and why," end quote.
And I'm pretty sure we're being watched, so I kind of want to leave, to be honest. I think I've had enough of Ketty, and I haven't even been here that long.
No.
I hate this place.
Sheila Sharp, one of the surviving members of the Sharp family, said this of Hagwood, quote, "Finally, I have somebody who cares. In the last 3 years, he's done more than the Plumas County Sheriff's Office has done in the previous 32 years.
Major shade being thrown appropriately, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, her family was murdered, so...
And no one seemed to give a shit.
Right.
Collectively, the whole town went,
Sheila personally believes that the murders of her family were carried out by Marty Smart and Bobo Betty.
Final verdict, what do you think?
I'm leaning toward Marty. I'm interested to see where this goes. I hope the boys hit a break in the case.
Perhaps one day, Hagwood and Gamberg will finally confirm those suspicions. But for now, the devastating case of the Ketty Cabin murders remains unsolved. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we cover the assassination of John F. Kennedy, a topic of controversy for over 5 decades. Was there actually a conspiracy? What do you think? I'm sure you are well versed in this one already.
I know the broad
You've been
strokes.
examined.
I haven't really gotten into details. I figure I'll read like a 1,600-page book when I'm like 60.
Yeah, you don't strike me as a detail guy.
I am a detail guy.
Let's get into it.
Okay.
On Friday, November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was publicly assassinated while sitting in a car in a motorcade through Dallas, Texas. Kennedy was struck by 2 bullets, with the second being a fatal headshot. Governor John B. Connally Jr., who was in the car with JFK, was also hit in the shooting, but survived. Officially, there were 3 bullets fired by the gunman. The horrifying act was caught on film by a man named Abraham Zapruder with his 8mm film camera. The film, now referred to as the Zapruder film, would later go on to be integral into the investigation, as it allowed for frame-by-frame analysis. The shooting occurred from the 6th floor window at the southeast corner of the Texas School Book Depository, a building along the motorcade route. The official ruling was that the gunman was a man named Lee Harvey Oswald. 2 days after the assassination, Oswald was killed by a man named Jack Ruby at the Dallas Police Department. In fact, that shooting was broadcast on live television. I gotta say, kudos to that camera guy for holding that shot. Because if a gunshot went off, all bets are off.
I would throw the camera at the ceiling, scream, and just run.
Oh, I wouldn't think about anything.
I'd go,
Returning to JFK, there are many who have criticized the motorcade route, believing it to have an unusual amount of turns, which would have caused the motorcade to have to slow down. The route was chosen by Secret Service agents Winston G. Lawson and Forrest V. Sorrells. Secret Servicemen sent in advance to check out the route noted that there were over 20,000 windows overlooking the route, but since they didn't have enough men to station at every window, they opted to inspect none of the windows along the route.
Not a good alternative.
You know, there's far too many. Fuck it. You know, just call it a day. Well,
we don't have enough guys to look at all these windows. What if we just don't do shit? But sounds like a good idea.
But sir, the president's going to be coming to town. He won't care.
What are they going to do? Shoot him?
1 week after the assassination, newly sworn-in president and former vice president Lyndon B. Johnson created a commission to investigate the circumstances of the JFK assassination and subsequent killing of Lee Harvey Oswald. This commission was to be headed by Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren and staffed with other esteemed officials. And while the official findings of the commission believes there was only one shooter, it does have one thing in common with numerous conspiracy theories, that the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald. And with that, let's get into the main theory, which is the official ruling by the Warren Commission, that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated JFK alone, with no conspiracy involved. Let's get into the background of Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald had been in Russia in 1959 and had tried to renounce his American citizenship. Oswald had a history of violence from a young age. He once chased a half-brother with a knife, and while in the Marine Corps, where he spent 3 years, he became qualified as a sharpshooter with the M1 rifle. Oswald, a Dallas resident, was actually under active surveillance by the FBI office in Dallas. However, the local FBI, strangely, did not inform the Secret Service about Oswald. This is especially shocking, considering the fact that Oswald was employed at the Texas School Book Depository, a location right along the motorcade route, from where Oswald would eventually fire the fatal shots from the southeast corner of the 6th floor window. However, to be fair, the Secret Service did not inform the local FBI office of the motorcade route either. So, this was a mishandling on both of their parts. They didn't clue the Secret Service in, hey, there's kind of like a guy who's kind of crazy, hates America, sharpshooter, right along, you know, where you're going to be. But then again, I guess they wouldn't know that because the Secret Service didn't let the FBI know of the motorcade route, which would be the first thing, or one of the first things I would do.
Communication is important in all fields, right?
Do you think I'm being too harsh?
No, I don't think so.
In thinking that these were obvious steps that should have been taken.
I think if you were in one of those departments, you know, Jack Kennedy would probably still be alive today.
Wow, that's high praise.
So you think I could have saved the president?
You know what? I'll give you it. I think you could have saved him.
Here are direct quotes from the Warren Commission in regards to evidence proving Oswald was the shooter. Quote, "The Mannlicher Carcano 6.5mm Italian rifle, from which the shots were fired, was owned by and in the possession of Oswald." End quote. This was determined due to the fact that there was a nearly whole bullet recovered from Governor Connolly's stretcher, and 2 bullet fragments in the car that matched that rifle. Quote, "to the exclusion of all other weapons." End quote. The rifle was found hidden near the 6th floor window, as well as 3 bullet cartridges matching the 3 shots heard. Continuing with the commission's evidence, quote, "Oswald had attempted to kill Major General Edwin A. Walker on April 10, 1963, thereby demonstrating his disposition to take human life." End quote.
So this isn't his first big hit job.
No.
The first one he missed, imagine he trained like a madman so that he wouldn't miss again.
He's got to be good though, right?
I mean, he hit 2 for 3.
Yeah.
Furthermore, Oswald unquestionably also killed Dallas policeman J.D. Tippit with a revolver approximately 45 minutes after the assassination. This is backed up by eyewitness testimony, and also due to the cartridge cases found at the scene belonging to a revolver on Oswald at the time of his arrest, among other things as well.
So he also killed somebody right after the assassination.
At that point though, you know.
I mean, you kill the president, everything else is below that.
Yeah. Like when you eat a big meal and then have a little snack afterwards.
Yeah, like if you go eat Chipotle for lunch, you might as well have a muffin after.
Might as well have a muffin.
Right? You're already doing damage to your body, might as well finish the job.
Do you think he uttered the phrase, "might as well"?
With all that in mind, it seems pretty clear that Oswald was the shooter. However, many have wondered if Oswald acted alone. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Oswald was killed by Jack Ruby, we may never know for sure. And while it should be noted that the Warren Commission found no evidence that Ruby or Oswald were part of a conspiracy to kill the president, it's natural to wonder if Ruby may have killed Oswald to keep him quiet. The Warren Commission also found, quote, "no evidence that Oswald was involved with any person or group in a conspiracy to assassinate the president," end quote. The Warren Commission was firm in their belief that Oswald was the sole shooter. To examine that, let's take a closer look at the scene of the crime, and more specifically, the bullets fired. The Warren Commission believes that there were only 3 bullets fired, with these 3 subsequent results. The first bullet missed. The second bullet hit JFK in the neck and also hit Governor Connolly, and the third bullet was the fatal headshot. The second bullet in particular is the most controversial in that the Warren Commission posits it hit both JFK and Connolly. This idea is referred to as the magic bullet theory. The commission theorizes that from the 6th floor window, the bullet entered through the back of JFK's neck, exiting downward, then entered through Connolly's right side of his back, exited below his right nipple, then entered and exited through Connolly's right wrist, and finally ended in Connolly's left thigh. They even concluded that the nearly full bullet found in Connolly's stretcher was this second bullet. However, this magic bullet, as it's often referred to online, has been met with a fair share of skepticism. The main point of contention is that many believe the trajectory from the 6th floor window is impossible. Yet, computer renderings of the event have shown that it is indeed possible when you consider that Governor Connolly was sitting on a lower seat than Kennedy, and also when you consider their body positions. That being said, I do find it hard to believe that this so-called magic bullet would be nearly intact after traveling through 2 bodies.
That first one went through JFK's
neck.
Oh,
out the front,
Christ.
Through Connolly's back right here, under his nipple, came out there. It went through his right wrist that was sitting like this,
Oof.
went through that, landed in his left eye, and stayed there.
That's a lot for 1 bullet.
And a lot for 1 bullet to stay intact.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the Warren Commission claims the magic bullet theory is not integral to their theory that Oswald was the sole shooter. However, when you examine the frames of the Zapruder film, it shows that there was not enough time for Oswald to fire 2 shots within the time span that JFK and Connolly were first hit. Basically, if the magic bullet theory isn't true, then there had to be 2 shooters.
Do you follow that?
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah. So I'm just going to guess it's a single bullet then.
I mean, now let me disprove the single bullet theory.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Taking that into consideration, let's attempt to disprove the magic bullet theory. Here's a quote from Governor Connolly in a 1966 interview with Life magazine. Quote, "There is my absolute knowledge, and Nellie's too, that one bullet caused the president's first wound, and that an entirely separate shot struck me." End quote. As stated before, if this is true, then it had to be two shooters. Let's also look at the testimony of James T. Tague, a spectator along the motorcade route, who claims that a stray bullet hit the sidewalk near him, and a fragment of that bullet struck him in the cheek. There was, in fact, a mark on the sidewalk that, according to the Warren Commission report, quote, "could have originated from the lead core of a bullet," end quote. This potential stray bullet is noteworthy because Tague claims this stray bullet was actually the second shot and not the first shot, which is particularly damning to the magic bullet theory, which posits that the magic bullet was the second shot and the missed bullet was the first. So either Tague misinterpreted the situation, or there were more than 3 bullets fired. And if you recall, there was only 3 cartridges found by Oswald's window in the Texas School Book Depository, so that would suggest more than one shooter. Furthermore, in the 1970s, a new acoustic research technique was used to analyze the audio of the shooting, which found 6 points in the audio that could contain echo patterns similar to those of gunfire. This further suggests that there may have been more than one shooter. There's even supposedly footage of the JFK assassination from an angle different than the Zapruder film. This alternate footage reportedly shows a now infamous grassy knoll in the background. People who have seen the footage claim to see anything from puffs of gun smoke or a second shooter located on the grassy knoll. However, this footage has supposedly gone missing.
I know people want to figure this out and that people wanted justice, but it just seems like a lot of work.
Have I not made great points here, though?
Yeah, you have, but it's like, I don't know, it's not going to bring him back to life. It's not going to put his head back together.
Well, wouldn't you like to know what happened? Do you really want to go on the rest of your life thinking it was the sole actions of a madman and not a larger part of a conspiracy or a bigger thing?
I'm content with that, I guess.
Well, then
Here's the thing. If it was a conspiracy, if it was a secretive group operating, they did a great job. I commend them.
No, this isn't.
Hey, you fooled us. Let's move on, you know?
Cynthia Nix Jackson, the granddaughter of the person who took the film, sued the U.S. government for $10 million in 2015 for the return of the film. Apparently, this film has not been seen since the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1978. This committee, by the way, was formed in 1976 to conduct an investigation into the assassinations of JFK and Martin Luther King Jr. Why it was formed is of particular interest. The House Select Committee on Assassinations was formed after a Senate committee confirmed that the CIA had purposefully withheld information from the Warren Commission investigation. The information withheld involved plots to assassinate Fidel Castro. The House Select Committee on Assassinations concluded in 1978 that scientific acoustical evidence established a high probability that 2 gunmen had shot at JFK. Also, here's a direct quote from the committee's findings. Quote, "The committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it, that President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy. The committee is unable to identify the other gunmen or the extent of the conspiracy." End quote.
That's the government concluding that, not me.
Yeah, again, I'm good with that.
You seem just so, I don't know what.
I trust whatever anybody says about it. If the CIA is withholding information that they don't want us to know, great.
That's a major bomb just being dropped right there, and you seem indifferent to it. How is that not like, holy shit, how are the gears not turning in your brain now going, what else are they withholding? Like,
JFK made a ton of enemies. That guy was shady as hell.
So I said, oh my God, what is this going to turn into a character?
I'm just saying, if you go around doing shady shit,
I mean, I think every president has had to do some shady shit.
Well, for sure.
When considering the conclusions of this committee, the acoustic evidence, the testimonies of Connolly and Tague, and the shaky premise of the magic bullet theory, there is evidence to suggest multiple shooters. It seems quite likely that there is more to this story than Lee Harvey Oswald killing the president with no clear motive. That being said, let's break out the tinfoil hat and get into some conspiracy theories. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around for the last one. The first theory is that Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson had JFK assassinated for political gain and power. Before Kennedy was elected, LBJ had attempted to take the Democratic nomination from JFK at the 1960 Democratic Convention in Los Angeles. According to the book The Death of a President, LBJ asked the president to continue doing part of his old job as Texas senator, which basically meant LBJ was bored and emasculated by the showy office of vice president, as opposed to the actual power he had held while being the majority leader of the Senate. There were also rumors that LBJ might be dropped from the re-election ticket the following year. LBJ and JFK also apparently had words the day before the assassination. LBJ also played a big part in Kennedy going to Dallas in the first place. LBJ no longer had political control of Texas, which was an important swing state necessary for JFK's re-election. As a result, JFK reluctantly went to Dallas to try and solve the Texas political crisis. Texas was LBJ's home turf, and JFK felt LBJ should have had it handled. LBJ's right-hand man had actually been warned by a high-profile Texas lawyer named Byron Skelton that the political climate in Dallas was not safe and that he feared for the president's safety, but the president was not informed. Though, this information was also received by other officials close to JFK, including JFK's brother, Robert Kennedy. One incident that proponents of this LBJ theory point to involves a woman named Madeline Brown, who claimed to have an affair with LBJ. Brown claimed that she attended a party with LBJ, Richard Nixon, and J. Edgar Hoover the night before JFK's assassination. She claimed that LBJ had whispered into her ear, quote, "After tomorrow, those Kennedys will never embarrass me again. That's no threat, that's a promise," end quote.
Jesus. That's compelling. I guess it's a character witness, so you don't really know. I get the vibe that LBJ, he was president, so obviously he's an intelligent man, but he also just seems like kind of an idiot. He's always walking around with his pants off.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't seem like the mastermind type.
What stock do you put into this admission from her, or this claim by her? I'm curious.
If I'm LBJ, and I've got my illicit arm charm out for the evening with Tricky Dick next to me and old J. Edgar Hoobs.
Tricky Dick.
I'm not going to whisper into her ear, "Hey,
Tricky
the
Dick.
president's going to die tomorrow."
I can't get over you calling Richard Nixon Tricky Dick.
That's what everybody called him.
Is that what, was that it?
Oh, Tricky Dick.
Tricky Dick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say the quote seemed a little on the nose for me.
Yeah.
Why would someone say it so specifically when they're trying to pull off one of the biggest coups in history?
LBJ was on the Texas trip the night before the assassination, where his movements were heavily documented. Therefore, it's not possible that this exchange with Madeline Brown happened. Furthermore, while there is evidence that LBJ wasn't happiest as VP, there is nothing to support the theory that he had JFK assassinated. He even helped form the Warren Commission.
LBJ seems like a cool guy.
Well, you just said he seems like a dumbass.
Yeah, he does, but he's like a bro.
You could knock a cold one back with him?
Yeah.
Play some pong?
Because you're a bit of a
He's probably a meathead back in the day.
A meathead. He's a meathead.
He's a meathead.
He's a jock.
Yeah, he's a jock. Okay. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I don't think any vice president has accomplished anything throughout history.
In that respect, I don't think he had the moxie to pull off this.
No.
The second theory is that the Russians were behind President Kennedy's assassination. Obviously, there was tension between the two nations with the Cold War. Lee Harvey Oswald had tried to defect to the Soviet Union before, and some theorized that he could have been acting as a KGB agent. Oswald was also inexplicably at the Russian embassy in Mexico City a few weeks before the Kennedy assassination. Though, it's worth mentioning that Oswald would not be a smart option for the Russians to use, since he would immediately cast suspicions on Russia due to his well-known Russian ties.
Unless they're doing a double bluff.
I wouldn't do that. I mean, think
about
about this.
that?
Well, I mean, look at it logically.
Why would we hire Oswald?
Why would we hire Oswald when he clearly likes us? From a logic perspective, we're in this Cold War with them for about 10 years now. There's always the threat of nuclear war. Why the fuck would they even chance hiring a person with Russian ties to assassinate the president when they know the finger would be pointed at them? And then, like, if someone were to find out that Russia assassinated a president, it's immediate World War III.
Baby.
Yeah, we all die.
Yeah.
That's not Vladimir Putin fucking whispering sweet nothings in Trump's ear. That's him blowing someone's head off.
Right.
The third theory is that the mob assassinated Kennedy. 3 different mob groups separately claimed that they were responsible for JFK's assassination: the Chicago mob, the Miami mob, and the New Orleans mob. As Attorney General, Robert Kennedy had made moves against organized crime, possibly angering them. Jack Ruby, the man who killed Lee Harvey Oswald, was a Dallas nightclub owner who some theorized had mafia connections. Some even believed that the mob was working in collusion with the CIA to carry out the Kennedy hit. In 2015, an imprisoned former mafia hitman named James Files claimed to have been the second shooter in the assassination, saying he was part of a plot in collaboration between the mafia and the CIA. However, there's no evidence supporting this. Perhaps the most compelling aspect to the mob and CIA theory comes from JFK's supposed ties to Sam Giancana, the head of the Chicago syndicate at the time. JFK's father, Joseph Kennedy, supposedly worked with Sam Giancana in the bootlegging industry during the Prohibition. There have also been rumors that Giancana and the mob helped JFK win the 1960 election in the first place. JFK and Giancana also reportedly shared a mistress at different times, named Judith Campbell Exner. In fact, in 1975, Giancana was supposed to testify to a Senate committee about his role in a CIA assassination plot, when he himself was assassinated. It makes you wonder if someone was trying to keep him quiet.
But why even claim it then? Why would he even make that up? Do you think maybe he was just trying to up his cred, like in prison? Like, yeah, I whacked Kennedy.
Yeah, this happens a lot. People always just claiming.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're going to claim something, maybe claim you killed some dude carrying groceries down the alleyway. Don't claim I killed JFK. Right. I feel like nothing good could come of that.
Everyone just kind of rolls their eyes at it.
How could I make my prison sentence a life sentence?
I killed God.
Speaking of the CIA, let's move to our fourth and final theory, that the CIA was ultimately behind the assassination of JFK. Ellen Dulles, the former head of the CIA, was actually on the Warren Commission, and as mentioned before, the CIA withheld information from that commission. The CIA now refers to this as a, quote, benign cover-up, end quote. There are plenty of wild theories out there for possible motives for the CIA assassinating Kennedy. Some feel that JFK may have found out that the CIA had a plot to assassinate Fidel Castro, and the CIA felt threatened that Kennedy might have a different agenda or even disband them, so they plotted to assassinate him.
Yeah, possible. I'm not going to say this one's out of the realm of possibility.
There are a bunch of attempts on Castro's life, right?
Oh, yeah.
Exploding cigar.
There was also the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Yeah, not great.
We all know how that went.
Forensic historian Patrick Nolan wrote a book entitled CIA Rogues and the Killing of the Kennedys, in which he theorizes that 4 high-level agents not only planned the shooting, but 3 of them fired 4 shots during the assassination. People also feel that the CIA could have picked Oswald to carry out the hit, as he was a known communist and Russian sympathizer. Another possible CIA motive was that after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion into Cuba, the CIA underwent personnel changes at the hand of Kennedy, which may have upset them.
Blaming something on the CIA is essentially pointing a finger at a shadow. There's nothing we know about them, and there's nothing we ever will know about them.
We won't.
So
I think maybe that's why I'm so comfortable with just never knowing on this and hanging it up, because there's just unknowables. There's people who are good at covering their tracks. The CIA is very, very good at operating in total secrecy.
Yeah, the CIA doesn't even leave tracks. They're the boogeyman of the world.
They probably control more of our daily life than we'd ever know. They're pulling strings. That's all I'm saying.
It's pointless to point the finger at them, is what I'm saying. You could say it's anybody at that point, because it doesn't matter. You're making a baseless conclusion. You could say it's fucking Lime Cat or something.
Lime Cat?
You know, the cat that has a lime cut in half and he wears it as a helmet? He's the person who pulled the trigger. Or she. I don't know if Lime Cat...
Internet photo?
Yeah, Lime Cat killed JFK. That's what I'm saying. It's just as dumb...
Do people call that Lime Cat?
Yeah, it's Lime Cat.
Isn't it a cantaloupe or something on its head?
It's a lime.
It's a lime.
I don't know. Is it Lime Cat? I'm pretty sure it's Lime Cat.
I've never heard someone refer to this cat so casually.
Also during that Bay of Pigs invasion, Kennedy refused to offer additional U.S. military support, despite the CIA offering an umbrella of air protection. The explicit use of the word umbrella unlocks one controversial wrinkle to this CIA theory. This wrinkle, which is popular in conspiracy circles, is that Lee Harvey Oswald acted with a potential CIA operative referred to as the Umbrella Man.
Whoa!
Gotta
I love names like that.
Oh, it's not just a name. It is very practical.
The Umbrella
There's
Man.
no creative input into this name. It's all practical.
I fucking love that.
Oh, man, I can't wait
The
for
Umbrella
that.
Man.
Oh, I love it, too. I can't wait to tell you.
Whoa, baby. The
Holy
Umbrella Man.
Don't call me baby, but yeah.
In the Zapruder film and other photos taken at the time of the shooting, you can see one lone man holding an opened umbrella above his head. At a glance, this may seem fairly innocuous, but there are two things that make it unusual. The first is that it wasn't raining, and despite it raining in Dallas the night before, nobody in the crowd, as far as pictures and media can tell, had an umbrella. The second, and more dubious occurrence, is the fact that Kennedy is struck by the first bullet at the moment his car passes in front of this Umbrella Man. Also in that moment, some believe that the Umbrella Man appears to lift his umbrella a foot or so. Both of these things in conjunction have led some to believe that the umbrella was a signal to another gunman, or that the umbrella itself was a spy-like weapon that could fire darts, perhaps explaining the slight hole in JFK's neck.
He's like Oswald Cobblepot.
Yeah, he's like James Bond, and this is a new weapon that emits.
He's like the Penguin.
Or the Penguin.
The Penguin had a gunbrella. I do want to ask though, the term umbrella in the previous quote is what links that to, why? So is that just an innocuous link there? Was that a segue from you, or are people like that proves that this is
a segue and it's somewhat proof in conspiracy circles?
Okay, well, that's a grasp.
It's the CIA said they were going to offer an umbrella of air protection, and Kennedy said, "Nah, you ain't." And,
okay. Well,
and then
so that's very tenuous.
And then they're like, "All right, we're going to kill you with an umbrella."
As outlandish as this may seem,
your skill has increased.
A defense weapons developer named Charles Sensney incredibly testified to the Senate Intelligence Committee that a form of this wacky umbrella weapon exists because he designed it. Sensney described an umbrella-like weapon that could silently fire darts. One JFK book author named Jim Mars also claimed that these darts were fired through the umbrella's webbing when opened. Furthermore, there are pictures that show the umbrella closed before and after the assassination, but during the assassination, the umbrella was clearly open as Kennedy passed the Umbrella Man.
The Umbrella Man strikes.
So,
yeah, I don't think you have to sell me anymore on this, Ryan. I was all in once you mentioned the words Umbrella Man.
What do you think about the umbrella only being able to fire through the webbing of the umbrella?
Great, I'm on board.
That's pretty fucking cool, right?
Look, you could convince me of anything in the world if you just use the words Umbrella Man. If you say Amelia Earhart, her plane was attacked by an Umbrella Man and he took her to space, I'd say that sounds about right.
Also suspicious is the fact that after the shooting, while other spectators fled the scene, this Umbrella Man, along with another man, sat down next to each other on the curb, seemingly undisturbed. However, a possible explanation came from the purported Umbrella Man himself. This man was a man named Louis Stephen Witt, who came forward to the Senate committee to testify, even bringing the umbrella along with him. He claimed that the umbrella was a symbol of protest to JFK's father, Joseph Kennedy. Witt was not a fan of Joseph Kennedy's appeasement policies when Joseph was ambassador to the court of St. James in 1938 to 1939. So, as a symbol of protest, Witt used an umbrella, a reference to the signature accessory of Neville Chamberlain, who promoted appeasement as Prime Minister of England. Witt also explains that he only opened the umbrella when he believed Kennedy could see it. And as odd as this may seem, throughout history, many people both in England and America have used umbrellas as a symbol of protest. Even the paranoid former President Nixon banned his aides from having umbrellas when he was vice president to Eisenhower for fear of having a visual link to the unpopular policy of appeasement.
I'm fed up with this guy. Also, he shows up to court and says, "No, this is the umbrella. It's not. I couldn't possibly have two umbrellas."
By the way, no follow-up from this testimony. None of them searching his house. Nobody saying and confirming that this is the Umbrella Man. It's just a guy saying this flimsy little excuse about some history lesson that he probably, I guess he couldn't have Googled it, but he could have went to the local history professor.
Absolutely shameful.
I don't know. I find it very weak.
The supposed Umbrella Man Witt also claimed that the umbrella blocked his view of Kennedy being assassinated, thus explaining his apparent state of calm, or shock as he described it, as he sat on the curb after the shooting. But some have claimed this isn't proven in the footage. Perhaps Louis Stephen Witt is in fact the Umbrella Man, and this is all a misunderstanding. Or perhaps Witt is a puppet for the CIA to cover its tracks. Nobody can say definitively which is true.
Fucking Umbrella Man. Well, I just can't believe that that's his excuse. I couldn't see it. I didn't see it. I heard the gunshots. I saw everyone running, and I thought, oh, it must be part of the parade.
It was a very nice parade. I didn't see the part where the president got shot in the head.
In the end, people continued to speculate on what truly happened in Dallas that day. A 2003 ABC News poll conducted 40 years after JFK's assassinations found that approximately 70% of Americans believed there was some sort of plot behind the killings. Only 32% accepted the Warren Commission's findings, and 51% believed there was a second gunman involved. In 1973, LBJ told The Atlantic, quote, "I never believed that Oswald acted alone, although I can accept that he pulled the trigger," end quote.
I just can't believe that one single douchebag could assassinate a president.
Yeah, he's not a very good villain, right?
No. He doesn't even have a scary outfit.
No, he's got like a nice, smart sweater. And he's got like trendy hair.
Trendy hair.
Like perfectly greasy.
Side note, what do you think Lee Harvey Oswald used in his hair? I gotta get some of that product.
Some good pomade.
That's some gentleman's pomade right there.
Well, I guess we'll never know what happened in Dallas that day.
Lime cat.
Lime cat.
Lime cat.
Did Lee Harvey Oswald act alone? Was there other gunmen, perhaps the mysterious Umbrella Man? And if there were, who were they working for? The horrific assassination of John F. Kennedy will remain unsolved.
It says danger. I wouldn't go in there.
Holy shit.
Turn the light off!
Oh my god. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved Week 4, Bobby Mackey's Music World, which is seemingly a normal Kentucky bar, but many believe it's actually a portal to hell. As many of you know, or as many of you who watch this show know, I hate demons and I will only do one per season. So this is my sacrifice for this season.
I didn't know that was your rule.
It's my one rule.
Oh, thanks for breaking it.
Would it have killed them to make this any closer to the city? Does it have to be on the side of a weird, creepy road?
We'd all like to live in the big fancy city.
You know what I meant. And the worst part is, I don't even have my holy water. I went to 8 churches today to try and get some holy water, and I could not get one bit of holy water. So now I'm going into a demon hole with no holy water. What? Bobby Mackey's, the most haunted nightclub in America. They're certainly
Your
not
skill has
hiding
increased.
anymore. At least the sign's in nice, fun font.
It's like Cheers with Demons.
I'll open the door for you. You walk in first. How about that?
We do this every time, and you throw it down like it's a challenge. But, okay.
God, the creak. Oh, that's pleasant.
Got a girls' night out.
No, not that. Warning to our patrons, this establishment is reported to be haunted. Management is not responsible and cannot be held liable for any actions of any ghosts/spirits on these premises. Obviously enough weird stuff has happened here to necessitate a sign like that. You're not a little alarmed? Look at all these cool little newspaper clippings, too. Oh, fuck me. Well, we're in. Spooky, huh? Let's just sit down and then I'll tell you the history of this place.
Okay.
Aside from housing a supposed portal to hell, Bobby Mackey's also has plenty of rich history that lends itself to spiritual hauntings.
I was locking up after a tour, which happened to be pretty quiet that whole evening, and just all of a sudden I started hearing what sounded like all of the windows and doors were just shaking violently, and you could actually feel them, shaking through, the walls, the floors were shaking. It was pretty creepy, and so I just stuck my head out the door, and no one was there.
Originally, Bobby Mackey's Music World was believed to be built as a slaughterhouse and meatpacking plant in the 1850s. The building would go through many incarnations, including a hotel in the 1920s, a country club in the 1930s, and a club and casino called the Latin Quarter throughout the 1930s and the 1950s. The club was actually run by a Cleveland gang syndicate and was reportedly heavily involved in the mob. it's unclear how many undocumented deaths and crimes may have occurred during these mob times. The room that is now the men's bathroom used to be an office in the casino that may have had darker implications.
This used to be an office back in the day. Apparently, there was a trap door in here that leads directly to the portal to hell downstairs.
Yikes.
And they would drop bodies down that.
Nowadays, they drop something else in here.
Nowadays, only deuces.
There is also a safe room that used to house the casino money.
Alright, so right now we're gonna go into the what the fuck.
What?
My eyes must be playing tricks on me. You're not gonna believe me if I tell you, so why even tell you? But pretty much, I thought I saw something pass by the...
You're sure it wasn't just
maybe it was
bars there?
Maybe it was the light moving. Right now we are in the safe room from back in the old casino mafia days.
Mob guys, thought you were tough guys. Thought you were big tough guys with your guns and your threatening and your cursing. Why don't you come in here and give us the business, huh? Why don't you punch me in the face, maybe smack me around a little? What are you, a wussy?
Alright, we're gonna be quiet for 1 minute. You have 1 minute. Right, ready, and now. You scared the shit out of me. Oh my god.
There's disco ball.
I just got startled by a disco ball.
The casino was closed in 1961 by local sheriffs cracking down on organized crime. Now that we've established the general history, let's go over some of the history and legend that haunts Bobby Mackey's. Reportedly, in the 1940s, a pregnant woman named Johanna killed herself after her lover was murdered. Johanna may have been the daughter of one of the gangster casino owners, and reportedly was also a dancer at the club formerly housed in Bobby Mackey's. The story goes that her father had her lover, said to be named Robert Randall, killed. Eerily, Bobby, which is the first name of the bar's current owner, is actually a nickname. Bobby Mackey's full name is Robert Randall Mackey, leading some to believe that Johanna thinks Bobby Mackey is her former lover, Robert Randall.
She knows he's dead, though.
It's a ghost. She doesn't even know she's dead.
Well, the ghost looks at him and doesn't realize it's a different person?
Maybe they can't. They don't see things that way. Maybe they just like hear the name Robert Randall. Like, I don't know how it works. Okay,
this
is a theory.
Do you think he's like taken his license out before and the ghost was looking at it, but his thumb was covering his last name, and she was like, Robert Randall, that must be my lover.
Maybe.
I imagine most people walk in here and say, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
So why is she confusing him with Robert Randall?
I don't know. Why don't you ask her?
She doesn't seem like a very intelligent ghost.
Jesus Christ, you always have to insult the ghost of the place we're at.
After her lover Robert was reportedly killed by her father, it said that Johanna poisoned and killed her father before poisoning herself in one of the dressing rooms at Bobby Mackey's.
So the roses are for her?
The roses are meant for Joanna. I'm guessing for people who come in here and investigate. All right, I'm gonna sit down.
Joanna, are you here? What about the demons? Are they here? Ryan's not scared of you either.
Oh, nope, that's not true. Whoa, you keep tricking me into fucking talking to them, you dickhead.
It's worth mentioning that I could find no record of this specific Joanna, though there is apparently a death certificate of a woman named Joanna who died in Bobby Mackey's due to poisoning. Another interesting area in the bar is the former kitchen, where Bobby Mackey's first caretaker, Carl Lawson, had an exorcism performed on him.
What's so funny about that?
In the kitchen?
Yeah, I find that a strange place to get exercise as well.
Was it like an emergency?
Like a house call emergency? Like, you need to come down here quick. He was eating a bagel in the kitchen, and he just fell down. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
No, it didn't happen that way. I don't know why they did it there.
Lawson claims that he became demonically possessed during his stay at Bobby Mackey's. As caretaker, Carl Lawson actually lived in the apartment located above the bar, where he reportedly had experiences with many entities.
Right now we're looking for the entrance to Carl's apartment. There's stairs that lead up to where he used to live up there. And one might think that's where he got possessed. Holy shit.
Oof, tight squeeze.
Jesus Christ. Oh boy. A little freaked out now.
Very poor cable management.
Oh boy. And the sign up front says go away.
Carl's a bit of a curmudgeon. Oh, gross.
Oh, Jesus Christ. God, I don't like the way this room, maybe it's because it's just awful looking. I hate the way
It's old.
I feel it.
Like pretty much everywhere we go, it's old and gross.
And it certainly looks like a room where you would lose your mind. I'll give him that. What the fuck?
What?
You come over here and you open this.
What?
It says danger, do not enter, keep out.
Well, why would we go in there?
Because, well, I mean, naturally you got it.
No. If it says danger, well...
Oh, shit.
What?
That fucking door just moved. Why was it pinning the door shut?
I don't know. It says danger. I wouldn't go in there. The ghost hole. Oh, they got Peter Frampton tapes in here. And Springsteen. Oh.
Oh, now you go in. Let's examine one last bit of dark history. On January 31st, 1895, 20-year-old Pearl Bryan was brutally murdered by her boyfriend Scott Jackson and his friend Alonzo Walling. Pearl had been 5 months pregnant at the time of her death. Jackson and Walling were both dental students at the time, and legend has it that they felt their medical knowledge was sufficient enough to perform an abortion. If that was the case, then obviously things went horribly wrong, and they eventually decapitated Pearl in an attempt to conceal the body's identity.
What? What were they trying to do? How do you go that wrong?
No one's like fooling around with the tools down by like the pelvic area and then like slips. Oh shit, there goes my scalpel. Oh, chopped her head off. That's not how it works.
I accidentally lopped it. A little too much off the top on this one. I'm going to be a little leery next time I go into the dentist and they put me under.
My dad's a dentist.
What?
Yeah.
Has he ever cut anybody's head off?
Not that I know of. I mean, I'm 99.9% sure he's never cut anyone's head off in his time as a dentist.
That's concerning that there's that tiny margin of error.
That implies that maybe he may have before he was a dentist. I don't know about that time.
Are you ever eating?
I've only known him as a dentist.
Have you ever eaten dinner with him and he just kind of stares at the wall for a second and you wonder like...
And there's like a slight glint on the knife.
Yeah.
And then like
is he thinking about that time you accidentally cut someone's head off?
Though, some believe this wasn't an accident, and Jackson and Walling intended to murder Pearl the entire time. Either way, Jackson and Walling were hung from the same scaffold at the same time, claiming innocence until the end, despite the piles of evidence against them. Legend says that Alonzo Walling threatened that he would come back and haunt the area after he died. Some believe he may have kept his word.
That's the weirdest thing to do. Before you die, just be like, I'm gonna haunt you!
It means nothing to you at the time, but if it gets, you know, other people all like crazy, then why not?
Yeah. I'm gonna make creeks!
No, not that specific. You're getting too specific now.
Oh, you gotta be.
You need to get more general.
But then every time they hear a creak, they'll think, that's Shane. I shouldn't have killed him. Anytime you get uneasy, that's me.
Horrifically, the head of Pearl was never found, and the two never revealed where they put it. Legend has it that they threw the head down the well in Bobby Mackey's basement.
Your skill has increased.
Fuck me. Shit. That's Carl's old workroom. Look at the holes. There's bullet holes in this door.
Huh? Whoa! That's the real deal, baby.
But a history of death
Your
and
skill has
violence
increased.
isn't the only thing that brings this basement to life. Around the 1890s, the building that would become Bobby Mackey's closed its doors as a slaughterhouse. After it closed, it's been said that Bobby Mackey's, and the basement in particular, became a site where occultists performed rituals. And when combined with the dark mob history, there's no telling what dark entities could reside in the basement. In fact, located in the basement, there's even a cage that functioned as a makeshift prison during mob times.
So we've got the spooky...
Jesus Christ.
spooky jail cell here. Oh, you're gonna make me sit in the shitty chair?
Put the light right there.
We'll start with it on and see if it turns off. Now what? Now what, Ryan?
Shut up, Shane.
Demon, turn it on if you're planning to do us harm tonight.
It only happens right away when there's something actually doing something to it.
Turn it on if you want to hurt us.
Fucking shit! God! Why do you keep asking your questions like that? What's wrong with you? Do you want to fucking die?
It's just a coincidence.
The reason why Shane thinks the flashlight is BS is because a mag light, when turned to the point between on and off, will actually flicker on and off at random due to the heating and cooling of the reflector inside. This is scientifically true. However, the light can also turn on and off due to the slightest physical touch, perhaps like the touch of a spirit. And that's where it gets paranormal for me, when the light turns on and off, consistently on command over a period of time, like in the Sally house, and maybe like we're seeing in the portal to hell.
Turn it off if you think if you want to follow Ryan Bergara home.
Why would you ask it that?
He lives in Los Angeles.
Even if this is, why would you even take the chance?
You're gonna have a hard time getting on the plane. Demons!
Fucking, I'm not.
Turn the light off!
Fucking shut up!
Demons!
What is?
You're not trying hard enough.
Oh my God!
Plunge us into darkness, demons!
What's wrong with you?
Demons!
Oh my God! You have a death wish.
Demons, you cowards!
You have a death wish.
Turn the light off. No, it's a bunch of baloney, man. Can we check out some other rooms here?
The center of this dark energy is undoubtedly located in the well room. A room
Your skill has
occultists use
increased.
to discard remains of the small animals sacrificed during the occult ceremony. Some believe that Scott Jackson, the murderer of Pearl Bryant, was a member of this occult, and that he tossed Pearl's dismembered head down the well in the basement at Bobby Mackey's as part of a satanic ritual. Many people believe this well is a portal to hell, a portal that opened the door for the other unnamed demonic entities that roam the basement in Bobby Mackey's. There's accounts of growls, dizziness, and physical assault.
Alright, so this is, inside this door is the well room. That's the portal to hell in there. So we're gonna do 2 minutes each alone in there. I want to be able to be pulled out as soon as something happens, so I'm just gonna tie this around me. They used to do this in the Old Testament. I'm gonna tie this around my waist, and you're gonna hold the other end, and if I knock on this, or if I can't breathe because something's choking me in there, if I pull on this rope, you pull me the fuck out of there.
Okay.
Ah, fucking Christ. Oh, please. I'm not gonna talk to anything in here. I don't want to do anything. Oh my God.
Oh, we got some rope. Ryan, you okay in there?
I'm fine. I'm just walking around. It's okay. You're gonna be okay, Ryan. You're gonna be okay.
Ryan, would you be quiet?
I'm gonna be quiet now.
We got 2 minutes.
2 minutes? I thought we already did the 2 minutes.
No, I'm saying we just finished.
I'm good? Can I come out?
You're good. You can come out. Was it scary?
Yeah, it was fucking scary.
Okay, I feel safe. Going into the demon hole.
You're on your own.
All right. Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy. I'm standing near your hole, and it's very dark. And frankly, I don't believe in you, so I feel like I'm writing a letter to Santa Claus right now. But my friend Ryan does believe in you, so maybe you are real. He's a, I wouldn't say logical person, but he's smart. I guess I'll be quiet now, and if you want to pick me up or scratch me or slam me into the ceiling, now would be the best opportunity for that. Understand, I do have a rope here, so... All right, maintaining silence now.
Your skill has increased.
You trying to fuck with me?
Yeah. No demons in there. Place is clear. All right. It's been fun, Bobby Mackey.
Let's get the fuck out of here. All right. We did it. Goodbye, demon.
Goodbye, demon.
I'm now acknowledging you because I'm leaving.
This is the only time Ryan has courage.
This is the only time I feel confident when I'm walking out the door. So goodbye forever. You'll never see this mug again.
Happiest that you ever are when we're leaving.
Yeah, because all the joy comes back in my body.
Many investigators have ended their nights early due to not being able to handle the forces that reside in the basement. Nobody can say for sure if Bobby Mackey's is haunted, but just going off the countless accounts of paranormal and even dangerous activity, it's not a stretch to say that there may be something supernatural at Bobby Mackey's. But whether or not Bobby Mackey's is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
The first time that light turned on, I was pretty scared. Maybe there was something in there, I just wanted to get out. So, I'm happy we're done.
You escaped the clutches of yet another demon.
By the way, you are a psychopath for saying the things you were saying to it in there.
Demons aren't real, so that's why I tend to be so slick with them.
Or one of them's gonna follow me home. So
well, the only way to really provoke them is to provoke them, right?
You don't need to provide a home address.
All I said was Los Angeles. You know how many people live in Los Angeles? That demon's never gonna find you.
There's only one Ryan Bergara in Los Angeles. You know
is that true?
Yes, it's true. There's only 2 in the world.
Whoa, have you met the other one?
He's in the Philippines.
You gotta kill him. What is that?
I'm gonna go on record, this is a bad idea. I may need to go to the hospital.
Now we're heading into the belly of the beast.
So right now we're driving up to Willow Creek.
Your skill has increased.
The Bigfoot capital of the world.
We're gonna catch ourselves a squatch.
Wait till you see where we're staying.
All right.
So this is Willow Creek, the Bigfoot capital of the world.
It's a beautiful town.
And this is where we're staying. What do you think?
Is this a joke? This is the one chance we get to stay someplace nice.
And Willow Creek.
Your skill has increased.
Places and dirty old hospitals. We can't stay one place nice once.
But how often do you get to say you were a part of history, which is what we're about to be? We're about to etch ourselves in the stone of Bigfoot lore.
You could etch yourself, sir.
Well, it was supposed to be fun. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we seek out the ever-elusive Bigfoot, and tomorrow morning, search for him ourselves. We've got our ridiculous Bigfoot beards ready to go. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get into it, and let's, me and you talk some foot.
I'm excited. This is maybe the only time I believe in the thing that you're talking about.
Really?
Bigfoot's, meat and bone.
I'm not the biggest believer in Bigfoot.
Why would you be? It's plausible and grounded in reality. So a lot more plausible than all your spooky little specters.
Well, those have evidence, so anyway.
Sure they do. Let's talk foot.
Okay. The first accounts of big, strong, hairy people date from at least the 15th century in Caucasus, a mountain region between Asia and Europe. Different cultures have different versions or perhaps relatives of this creature. In the Himalayas, it's the Yeti. In Australia, it's the Yowie. In Indonesia, it's the Ibu Gogo. And for America, primarily the Pacific Northwest, it's Bigfoot or Sasquatch. In fact, Bigfoot sightings have been reported in almost every U.S. state. This corroborates the belief that there is more than one Bigfoot, that it's not a singular creature, but a species.
I don't think Foot's walking around Illinois. Who are these people in Wisconsin saying, yeah, there's a Bigfoot there?
There may very well be a hot dog vendor in Chicago who is a Bigfoot.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me.
Do you imagine Bigfoot as someone who walks around in disguises?
Well, some people believe that he's just like this supernatural being, or he or she or whatever it may be, and it's just one of them, solo act.
That's dumb. It's not supernatural, it's natural.
Like Sting.
It's like Sting?
Sting's a solo act.
Sting's not supernatural, though. If you stab Sting with a knife, Sting will bleed.
You're probably right. The hunt for Bigfoot became a global phenomenon, and inadvertently turned Willow Creek into arguably the #1 destination for squatchers and Bigfoot enthusiasts worldwide. There's places like Bigfoot Books, the Bigfoot Steakhouse, murals, and even a Bigfoot burger.
How often do people actually put down a Bigfoot burger by themselves? Imagine it's nap time after one.
It's nap time for me after, yeah. So you got 2 1/3 patties, and on top of that, when you get done with the burger, after we put all the veggies and everything on it, weighs about 1.5 pounds.
We'll try our best.
Oh, I'm not going to try my best. I'm going to finish that.
Oh, okay.
I'm finishing it.
You've said it. I'm going to eat that burger. I'm going to stay in that haunted house all night.
Whatever.
This is the heaviest sandwich I've ever embraced. That's the biggest bite you got? That was a nibble. I've done it.
My organs are starting to shut down. I'll be dead in 5 minutes. I've done it. You see it? I did it.
I wonder if the guy will be proud of us.
I think I may need to go to the hospital.
Before we go any further, it's worth mentioning that most primatologists do not believe the existence of a Bigfoot or Sasquatch is likely. That being said, let's get into the beginning of the Bigfoot phenomenon in the modern era. In 1958, Gerald Prue discovered and casted large footprints near his bulldozer in Bluff Creek, Del Norte County. The Humboldt Times wrote about the story, and editor Andrew Gonzoli wrote the creature's name as it would be known from that moment on: Bigfoot.
I like that he was just sort of riffing at the time, and everyone just went with it.
Well, could you imagine being the guy who coined the phrase Bigfoot?
Yeah, just staring at that cast and thinking,
that's a Bigfoot.
I know.
However, in 2003, the 2 sons of a man named Ray L. Wallace came forward to admit that their father had created the footprints using a pair of carved wooden feet. Their father, Ray Wallace, was reportedly a big prankster. Here's a quote from his son Michael. Quote, "This wasn't a well-planned plot or anything. It's weird because it was just a joke. But then it took on such a life of its own that even now, we can't stop it." End quote.
Ain't that like a couple of funny brothers destroying their father's legacy? It's been about a handful of decades since our father duped the world. Let's burn it all down.
They couldn't live with the guilt.
Though, with the existence of plenty of other Bigfoot evidence, this does not deter Bigfoot believers.
So this is actually the local museum in Willow Creek. It's the Willow Creek China Flat Museum. There's a lot of interesting Bigfoot artifacts in there that I think you will find particularly interesting because you're such a big believer.
Yes.
You can see the big statue, probably one of your great-grandfathers back in the day.
I'm not a Bigfoot.
That's Albus Madej right there.
I'm a human being.
Okay.
First encounter, or first, shall I say, story that I ever heard was search and rescue came down from Oregon. Said they were looking for a little boy that had been lost in the woods, 4 years old. Didn't find him the first night, but the second